Chapter 1, Blow up the spirit ring at the start. Awakens, martial soul is a coin, innate soul power is level 3. 12 years old this year, a 19th level spirit master, the only son of a wealthy businessman in the Heaven Do Empire. Coin martial soul is also a martial soul inherited by the Sui family. Although it is not strong in combat ability, it is a martial soul that can make people rich. The Sui family became a wealthy businessman in the Heaven Do Empire by relying on coin martial arts and a certain amount of business acumen. Awakening has another identity, that is, the traveler. Awakening from a previous life, but why a high school tyrant crossed to the Douluo continent did not know how to wake up. But after so many years, he has already accepted the fact of crossing. The only thing that makes awakening somewhat unacceptable is his martial spirit and innate spirit power level. Innate third level spirit power, according to the rules of Douluo continent, it is almost impossible for the awakened aptitude to cultivate to the level of titled Douluo, let alone become a god. When he was 6 years old, after knowing that he had awakened such a weak spirit, he went to Notting College to find a master and asked how to cultivate to reach the level of titled Douluo. After inquiring about Wake's identity and martial spirit, Master directly asserted that Wake Up is impossible to cultivate to title Douluo, even the Soul Sage is a luxury. Wake up and disappointed, and hoped to be able to worship the Master like Tang San, hoping to establish a good relationship with Tang San, and see if he can get some benefits from Tang San in the future. Who knew the request to wake up, but it was directly rejected by the Master. At that moment, I realized that the Master's apprenticeship also depends on his aptitude. Although the Master's own aptitude is not good, he also holds the theory invincible, and is unwilling to teach the general awakening of his aptitude. Waking Up is also arrogant, feeling that the Master, after feeling Yu Xiaogong's dislike, Waking Up also lost the thought of apprenticeship. By the way, Awaken also gave up the idea of befriending Tang San. Can be regarded as hate the house and the black. Of course, it is not just hating Wu Yu and Wu, but awakening in Tang San and Xiao Wu, and they also feel a sense of alienation and perfunctory. Wake up to feel the alienation under the polite and friendly Xiaosan. As for Xiao Wu, it is even more perfunctory. It's good to call her eldest sister. If you want to get closer, Xiao Wu won't pay any attention to you. Only when he regained consciousness did he realize that when your talents are not good enough, and your strength is not good enough, the pride of heaven like Tang San Xiaowu and the others will not pay too much attention to you at all. Maybe at the price of time, you can slowly get into a relationship with Tang San Xiaowu and the others. But waking up from his previous life, as a school tyrant, he also has his own arrogance and dignity. Who do you look down on? It is better to beg for yourself, even if Yu Xiaogang is very upset, but Wake Up knows that if he practices in the same way as a normal soul master, the result will not be too far from Yu Xiaogong's assertion. So I wake up and decide to rely on myself. And now, 6 years have passed in a flash. In a laboratory dedicated to awakening, Awakening holds a record sheet in his hand. All the records above are the summary of the experimental records made by Awakening in the past few years. Are some experimental records and results about soul masters, soul power, and soul rings. There are also some theories of Yu Xiaogang above. For example, if the spirit master level reaches the bottleneck and does not absorb the spirit ring breakthrough, the spirit power can still be continuously increased by continuing to practice. Although the original work has explained that Yu Xiaogong's theory is correct, Su Xin personally verified it in practice. Of course, the awakening is not verified on his own body, all of which are paid to buy slaves and come back for experiments. Wake Up father relied on being rich, plus Wake was really smart since childhood, let him wake up. After 6 years, I finally found my own way to become stronger. Waking up at this time, his expression was excited. But it quickly became calm. Then, my path to becoming stronger starts with blowing up my spirit ring. Even though the spirit ring has a strong increase in strength, it has a certain obstacle to the Soul Master's control of the spirit power. I want to control my own spirit power perfectly, and I can only blow up the spirit ring. The road to becoming stronger starts with blowing up the spirit ring. Wake up! If someone hears something like this, he will definitely laugh, and he will be sure that the person who said it is either a fool or an idiot. However, this is an iron fact that has been repeatedly verified by awakening. The more spirit rings, the stronger the quality, the more difficult it is to control one's spirit power perfectly. You can only use the spirit ability attached to the spirit ring to release attacks. Waking up also realized the reason why the Soul Master of Douluo continent has mastered the magical energy of soul power, but has so few self-created soul abilities. Not to mention creating your own spirit abilities, it is very difficult to change your own spirit abilities a little bit. I didn't say much. After everything was ready, I woke up and meditated slowly cross-legged. The yellow light flickered, and a yellow spirit ring, 100-year-old spirit ring, surfaced at the awakened feet with the release of awakening. This is a 400-year-old spirit ring, which was originally obtained by the Sui family for a large price to ask someone to help wake up hunting. Now, when I wake up, I want to blow it up. Exploding ring is the profound meaning of the vast Sky School's magical skill Osumi hammer. However, it is not difficult to explode the ring. The difficulty is that after the spirit ring is exploded, it can still use its bursting power. It is naturally impossible to wake up, and he does not need it. The explosive ring of the Haoshan school is in danger of destroying the spirit ring, but Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com wakes up to destroy the spirit ring. He doesn't need the skills attached to the spirit ring. Broke in. Boom. As he woke up with a low drink, the yellow 400-year spirit ring that appeared on Wake's body suddenly exploded with a bang. Along with the explosion of the ring, there was also a strong spirit power fluctuation, which exploded in all directions centered on awakening, with an astonishing momentum. Awakening ignored the movement caused by the ring explosion, but silently the current state of soul power. Sure enough, after the ring is blown, the limit of the spirit ring is eliminated, and the manipulation of the spirit power is more convenient. And the spirit power on the body has not diminished, but the spirit ring is temporarily gone, and spirit abilities can no longer be used. It's almost the same as the profound meaning of Clear Sky School. The explosive ring of Clear Sky School is actually temporarily lifting some spirit ring control restrictions on their own soul power. Only the people of Clear Sky School can display their own magical skill, Osumi hammer. So in fact, anyone can blow up the ring, as long as they have their own soul skills. Others didn't do this. It's just that their own spirit abilities are not as powerful as Clear Sky School's Osumi hammer, and the effect is not obvious. Everyone mistakenly thinks Clear Sky School's explosive ring is different from theirs. Even the people of the Clear Sky School don't know why. The effect after blasted the ring was consistent with the experiment, which also made Sui seem relieved. No matter how many experiments there were before, it was only what the experimenter showed, not from the body, so it is inevitable that there is some worry. Now, the worry is gone. Then, Wake stretched out his hand and summoned his own coin martial arts, and there were intertwined lightning and lightning that appeared along with the coin. Next, it depends on whether he can create the spirit ability he wants. Super Electromagnetic Gun. Chapter 2, Super Electromagnetic Gun. Waking up in the last life, he was a schoolmaster, or a schoolmaster who likes the second dimension. After watching Sister Canon, I woke up to learn about the super electromagnetic gun. In addition, his current martial spirit is just a coin, and the first spirit ring awakened deliberately hunted a spirit beast with lightning attributes. It was also lucky. After absorbing the spirit ring, his martial spirit coin had the power of lightning. S first spirit ability to wake up was a lightning strike, launching a lightning attack from the coins he summoned. Is very weak. Because it is not the weapon spirit that has awakened, it is impossible to use the coin as a weapon after releasing the spirit ability. Is used to smash people at most, and it is not lethal. But it doesn't matter anymore, what he sees in awakening is only the lightning attribute, and he can create his own spirit abilities. I saw Cixing stretch out his right hand, and the thunder and lightning gradually appeared, seemingly chaotic and regular movement. Using the spirit power with lightning attributes to condense electromagnetic orbits, it is not the first time to regain consciousness. It's just that the thunder and lightning in the past were always unable to converge and operate according to the scheduled route of awakening. My own power can't function perfectly according to my own thoughts, it is undoubtedly wrong in the view of awakening. Waking up didn't realize the reason for the spirit ring at the beginning, but only discovered after constantly training oneself to control the spirit power. It's done. The next moment, I saw a flash of light in Cixing's eyes, and his eyes were full of excitement. An electromagnetic acceleration orbit intertwined by lightning was successfully constructed by him. Although I can see it from the outside, only a dozen thunder and lightning are intertwined on the awakened arm. But in fact, this is an electromagnetic acceleration track, the most important structure of a super electromagnetic gun. Ding! The right hand maintained the electromagnetic acceleration orbit, and the awakened coin spirit was summoned from his left hand. Then I saw Cixing pinch the coin and place it on his right shoulder. Cixing. After the coin was placed, it appeared on the shoulders of awakening, flashing with thunder and lightning. Super electromagnetic gun. Boom! With a low drink after awakening, the coin that was originally suspended on the shoulder of awakening shot out along the right arm of awakening instantly. Boom! The wall in front of waking up was directly bombed into a hole with a diameter of more than 1 meter, which spread out by dozens of meters. This is the awakening laboratory built in the ground, it did not cause any harm. Awakening also knows that this is underground, so he will test the electromagnetic gun so unscrupulously. This power is bigger than I expected. When I master the electromagnetic acceleration orbit, I will be faster and more powerful. It just consumes too much soul power. But under normal circumstances, I don't need such a power. I can lower the power of the electromagnetic acceleration orbit, and the soul power consumption is not so large. Waking up watching the destruction caused by his own super electromagnetic gun, he was excited and calmly analyzed. At the same time, the electromagnetic acceleration track constructed on the right arm was also removed. Maintaining the electromagnetic acceleration orbit is very consuming of soul power, and it lasted less than 10 seconds just now, and waking up took a lot of soul power in the body. After the coin is put in, the energy consumed when the electromagnetic acceleration orbit starts to do work to launch the coin will be even more. Just launched a super electromagnetic gun, it consumed half of the soul power in the body of awakening. And the launch method is not handsome enough, the coin is placed on the shoulder, unlike the gun sister. This also needs to be improved. Just build the electromagnetic acceleration orbit as a whirling one, shoot it from your fingertips, circle the electromagnetic acceleration orbit in a circular ring, and then launch it. The effect is the same as that of the gun sister, and the speed is so fast. Next, no one can see anything. But this will consume more soul power. I have to wait for my soul power to cultivate. The next more important thing is to verify another idea about Raiden. Thunder and lightning forged body. After calming down, Cixing began to use half of the remaining soul power in his body to try another idea of thunder and lightning soul power. In Cixing's mind, it was not weaker than the super electromagnetic gun's idea, and even more important. Super electromagnetic cannon, just let him have a strong offensive power. Thunderbolt forging is the most important part of his desire to become stronger. Thunder and lightning body forging is mentioned in some Xiuxian novels. If it is explained by science, many superheroes have also appeared in it. So I woke up and wondered if I could develop it. If a soul master wants to be strong, body strength is as important as soul power, or the body is the foundation of all powerfulness. Without a powerful body, powerful soul power cannot be accommodated. Like the super electromagnetic gun, I tried to wake up many times before the ring was blown, but it was still difficult to develop, and I even got injured many times because of it. With the control of awakening, the thunder and lightning quickly intertwined on the awakened body. Awakened brows tightened quickly, and the electricity was a little bit bigger. But after waking up a little bit, the brows quickly loosened. Possible. Su Xing's heart is excited, although it has not been successfully developed yet. Su Xing sees great hope. Because he can clearly perceive his control of his soul power, he can fine-tune the intensity of the lightning like an arm dictates, unlike the previous ones that are either too strong or too weak. Even if they find it right, they can't maintain it. Now, success is only a matter of time for him. While waking up to continue the experiment, the entire Su family shook because of the movement caused by the super electromagnetic gun before waking up. The entire Su family shook. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is like an earthquake. Can the Su family not be disturbed? What the happened? The Su family patriarch, that is, the awakened father Su Jinlong hurriedly asked someone to follow up. Patriarch, it should be a vibration from the ground. The person responded quickly. Underground? Not good, son. Su Jinlong's expression suddenly changed when he heard it. Su Jinlong got up and ran to the awakened underground laboratory as soon as he finished speaking. Xiao Xing. A beautiful woman beside Su Jinlong, that is, the awakened mother Lin Qianyu's face also changed when she heard that. She ran out immediately. Su Jinlong, if something happens to Xiao Xing, my old lady will definitely not let you go. Because of your indulgence, Xiao Xing will be tossing about. I already said that coin martial soul is not suitable for being a fighting soul master, it's all you indulge in. After awakened mother Lin Qianyu caught up with Su Jinlong, while worrying about waking up, she also complained to Su Jinlong in a bad tone. When Su Jinlong heard the words, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. I am indulging, and you mother is not much better. But he didn't dare to say too much at this time, and more importantly, he was worried about waking up. Boom! The two soon came to the basement where they were awakened and directly opened the door. Xiao Xing! Xiao Xing! The two originally nervous people suddenly relaxed when they saw that they were still trying to meditate. It was just that when the two of them saw the damage fired by the awakened super electromagnetic artillery, their expressions were stunned. Ah, this is Sigma? Chapter 3, Shocked Parents. Wake up! The parents stared blankly at the destruction caused by the super electromagnetic gun, such a terrifying destructive power, they would not dare to imagine. Even a great soul master can't cause this kind of damage, right? Father, mother, why are you down? Was also shocked when he woke up, and opened his eyes from the practice. It is not difficult to find that the eyes of the awakening are full of excitement and excitement. Can you not be excited? Although I was disturbed by my parents, the development of the Thunderbolt body has been successfully developed. He finally has the basis for becoming a strong man. The effect of thunder and lightning body forging is theoretically unlimited. Awakening can use thunder and lightning for endlessly to strengthen one's body. And the stronger the body, the faster the soul power will be cultivated. Awakening was caused by the explosion of the spirit ring, and the spirit ring will not be added in the future. The improvement of the spirit power depends on the strong body. In the study of awakening, the improvement of soul power has little to do with the level of the soul master. Is just the soul master here, there is no effective training method, they are all horizontal exercises, and the effect is not great. So they need to absorb the spirit ring, because when the spirit ring is absorbed, the body will be strengthened and transformed so that they can continue to practice. Those with poor talents, and those who can't get up to the level of a soul master, can't hunt for a soul ring, naturally stop moving forward. The higher the level, the more difficult it is, because the forging body of the high-level post-soul master basically has no effect. Xiao Xing, this is not caused by you, right? Su Jinlong pointed to the entrance of the cave with a face full of suspicion and asked Awakening. What did you say? How could this be caused by Xiao Xing? Wake up before answering, the awakened mother Lin Qunyi retorted. But if it's Xiao Xing, are there anyone else here? Su Jinlong asked rhetorically. This. Lin Qunyi was speechless, she could only look to wake up. Father, mother, this is indeed what I did. I really developed the soul power that can fight, and I can become a fighting soul master. Su wakes up, looks at his parents, and speaks. Really? Su Jinlong heard this and was immediately pleasantly surprised. He knew Wake Up from childhood and was smart, and always knew Wake Up wanted to become a fighting spirit master. It's just that the coin spirit of the Su family is really difficult to become a combat spirit master. It is neither aggressive nor auxiliary, and it is better than the waste spirit. That's also because the Su family can visualize the summoned coins, which can be used as real coins. The Su family is a wealthy merchant in the Heaven Do Empire, so he knows the power of the Soul Master. If Su Waken can become a fighting Soul Master, he would be happy to see it. So these years, I will indulge Awakening to do the so-called research. It's just that Su Jinlong didn't hold much hope. But I didn't expect that Awakening was actually successful. Really? Awakening naturally understood Su Jinlong's excitement, and nodded. Okay, tell my father, how did you do it? What spirit ability did you create? How powerful is it? Su Jinlong was so excited when he heard the words, his eyes full of pride when he saw his Awakening. My son is really amazing. Xiao Xing is awesome. The awakened mother was also very excited. Because they didn't like being disturbed when they were awake, Su Jinlong and the other two did not bring in any other people. Su Xing has nothing to say about his parents who love him very much in this life, but he can't explain some things, or explain that his parents can't understand them, so he can only say that this is a spirit ability created by himself. Wake Up parents don't want to know that, they just need to know that Wake Up can really become a fighting spirit master. They never thought that they could learn the spirit skills they created by waking up. So they are not interested in knowing how the super electromagnetic gun was formed, as long as they know the power caused by the super electromagnetic gun. From this day on, parents who wake up will no longer object to what they want to do. I am afraid that there is not enough support. Just for the time being, there is no need for any more experiments to wake up. The remaining use of self-developed soul power can only be done by himself. I also want to verify whether the spirit bone will interfere with the control of one's spirit power. At present, it is definitely not possible. The soul bone is too precious, it cannot be obtained by the Su family. Soon, another half a year passed. Today's Awakening, through daily thunder and lightning exercises, the body's strength has been several times stronger than before. After the body is strong, the speed of cultivating spirit power is of course faster, and now the spirit power level that he has awakened has reached 27. Within half a year, he has improved to a full 8 levels, and no one can believe it. And ordinary people, when they have not broken through the rank of the spirit master, continue to cultivate their spirit power without knowing how many levels their spirit power has reached. Awakening is because it exploded the spirit ring and completely got rid of the limitation of the spirit ring, so that he could accurately perceive his spirit power level. In addition, when Awakening exploded the spirit ring, it did not completely explode the spirit ring once. After exploding the spirit ring will condense again after a few days, and it will explode again immediately after Awakening. After exploded a total of 3 times, the spirit ring on awakened body dissipated completely. As it should be, the control of soul power is a little easier. UU reading www.uucananshu.com. A few days will be the time for all Advanced Soul Master Academy to recruit students. Tang San Xiaowu and others will also enter Shrek. Should I also find a school? My father was right. Although the school has nothing to teach me, the important thing is the personal connections. After Shrek, Yu Xiaogang has been instructed. I will definitely not go. You didn't respond to me at the beginning, but in the future I will make you too high. Wake up and walk in the city, thinking about whether to go to school and which school to go to. In fact, as long as you are an adult, you will miss your youth at school very much, and waking up is no exception. After being rejected by Yu Xiaogang, he didn't go to other elementary schools. It's all because the students in elementary schools are all kiddies, and he wakes up and has no interest in playing with a group of kiddies. High school is different, just look at the sister papers in the anime. Quickly keep up. That little girl is definitely alone, so we should be lucky. When I woke up thinking about things, I suddenly heard a voice coming from the side. Although the other party lowered his voice, he still heard it when he woke up. Glanced at the corner of his eyes and found that the man who was talking was a scar-faced man, who was not a good person at first sight. The one next to him is honest-looking, but being able to be with each other is obviously not a good thing. Who is being targeted? After the opponent crossed the awakened position, the awakening couldn't help but looked at the distance ahead. Entering the goal, there is no time to see a figure out of the city gate. Faintly, can you see the other person behind as if a tail is dragging? It's a bit familiar, isn't it her? Chapter 4, It really is Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing. Su Weiken suspected that the figure he just saw was Zhu Zuqing, one of the Shrek 7 devils. Zhu Zuqing came from the Star Luo Empire. To reach the place where Shrek is, it is indeed possible to wake up to the town where he is now. Let's follow along and have a look. Even though he knew that Zhu Zuqing would arrive at Shrek Academy safely in the end, he awakened and decided to follow along. Who knows if the butterfly effect caused by his arrival will cause Zhu Zuqing to encounter a crisis that the original book did not encounter. Of course, now he is not sure if it is Zhu Zuqing, he only knows that it is a girl. If it is not Zhu Zuqing, the girl is really dangerous, and he should follow up. On the road outside the city, a girl with a stunning face but a cold face was walking on the road. Su Xing, if you see her, you can be sure that you are not mistaken. This glamorous girl with a hot body is Zhu Zuqing. Fuck off Dai Mubai, run so far. Did you really give up? Zhu Zuqing always kept a cold face. Thinking that Dai Mubai had given up all the behavior of running away, she was angry and looked down on it. She is not someone who would choose to escape. It's just that Dai Mubai ran away, and all her persistence and efforts were in vain. Continue to stay in the Star Luo Empire, she will even be killed by her sister, she has to run this time. After finding Dai Mubai, she wanted to see, Dai Mubai only gave up temporarily or really gave up. In her heart, she hoped that Dai Mubai would really give up without me, and that's how she thought she would find it. It was just that even if Dai Mubai chose to escape temporarily, she would not easily forgive the other party. Dai Mubai left her alone and ran away alone, which really hurt her. Okay. Suddenly, Zhu Zuqing's expression changed slightly. Is it chasing and killing again? Thinking of her sister's pursuit of her last time, Zhu Zuqing's expression became colder and colder. Oh. It seems that we have discovered us, so we are very vigilant, but it is a pity that the little girl's family dared to go out alone. Seeing Zhu Zuqing seemed to be aware of it, the two scar-faced men suddenly appeared and surrounded Zhu Zuqing one after another. You weren't sent by your sister to chase me. Looking at the appearance of the two, Zhu Zuqing breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked in a cold voice, without any panic. Your sister? The scar-faced man was taken aback when he heard the words. Although he was a little surprised that the other party's sister wanted to kill her, he didn't want to know so much. Of course not, the little girl looks really good looking, so I have to be happy with our father and two today, and my uncle promises to make you happy. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's appearance and figure, the scar-faced man was almost drooling. Hee, that's right. Another man also looked at Zhu Zuqing's posture with beaming eyes. His original honest face was not at all honest, it was even more evil. Rubbish. Zhu Zuqing knew that the other party was not sent by her sister, so he suddenly became less nervous. Hearing this, he cast a cold glance at the two and said with contempt, "What? The little girl dared to scold us, you are looking for death. We are all strong in the realm of the Great Soul Master." Hearing Zhu Zuking's contemptuous words, the two scar-faced men were immediately furious. Boom! Boom! Then the spirit power of the two of them burst out, and the spirit of martial arts emerged, and a sickle. At the same time, the spirit rings of the two of them appeared, both of which were white and yellow. Obviously their spirit ring configuration was not a top match, and the first spirit ring was only 10 years old. Humph! Rubbish! Seeing that the two of them were great soul masters just like him, Zhu Zuking's expression changed slightly, his eyes became more solemn, but he still didn't like it. Netherworld Cat. The first soul ability, Nether Stab. So Zhu Zuking directly showed the spirit of martial arts, and started to kill the scar-faced man in it. What? It's also a great soul master. The first spirit ring is still a century-old spirit ring, how can it be possible? Seeing the martial spirit and spirit ring displayed by Zhu Zuking, the complexion of the two scar-faced men suddenly changed, knowing that they had kicked the iron plate. Come on, no matter how genius she is just a little girl, and there is only one person, we have two. However, the two of them wouldn't just be stunned by Zhu Zuking, they gave a ferocious low voice, and immediately rushed forward. What? After all, the spirit and spirit ring of the scar-faced man were too rubbish, and their spirit power was not as good as Zhu Zuking. It was just a face-to-face encounter. Before the scar-faced man's spirit abilities had time to experiment, Zhu Zuking knocked him to the ground. It's so possible. The honest man who attacked Zhu Zuking from behind was shocked when he saw him. The scar-face man was a little stronger than him, and he was knocked down directly. The honest man stopped, turned around and ran. Zhu Zuking wouldn't let him run away, so he turned around and ran after him. Zhu Zuking himself is a sensitive attack system, much faster than the opponent, catching up with the opponent in an instant. Netherworld 100 Claws. Puff! What? No accident, the honest man was quickly knocked down by Zhu Zuking. Boom! In the end, the honest man was brutally hit by Zhu Zuking on the scar-faced man who got up and wanted to leave, and at the same time, both of them fainted. Humph! Seeing that both of them were in a coma, Zhu Zuking hummed proudly, patted his white and weak hands, and then turned around to leave. Little sister, don't you just plan to leave like that, do you? Seeing Zhu Zuking's movements, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com has been following Suixing slowly and walked out. Zhu Zuking was able to solve the two people easily, and it was no surprise that he would wake up. Is just about Zhu Zuking's handling of it, so he can't see it when he wakes up, so he stood up. Of course, I also want to meet Zhu Zuking. Among the Shrek 7 devils, she is the one that Awakens loves the most. She is hardworking, persistent, tough-willed, never give up, and has the most outstanding personality. Are you in a group with them? Seeing that there were still people behind, and he didn't even notice, Zhu Zuking was slightly surprised. No, I saw them sneaking after you, so I followed. Suixing shook his head, indicating that he and the other party are not in the same group. Is it? Then why did you stop me? Zhu Zuking did not relax his vigilance, and asked coldly. Do you know that your behavior is fueling their arrogance? Just let them go so easily, they won't be afraid next time, they will definitely do evil again. The best way is to send them off to an official, or kill them directly to prevent them from doing this kind of thing again. This time it's the little sister, your strength is not weak, but then you know it. Wake up with a faint smile, and then speak. Hearing the words of awakening, Zhu Zuking's face changed slightly, thinking about it carefully, he knew that what awakening was right. It's just that she doesn't want to admit the mistake. Especially the tone of waking up and the address to her made her very upset. So what? What does it matter to me? Zhu Zuqing snorted coldly, turned and left. Chapter 5, Stunned. Awakening never thought Zhu Zuqing would respond in this way. But if you think about it carefully, Zhu Zuqing's personality is really like this, especially at this time, she is extremely cold. Wait, it's too dangerous for a person from your little girl's family to be on the road, let me protect you. Wake up, but I don't want to let Zhu Zuqing run away like this, and hurried to keep up. As for those two bad guys, how can Zhu Zuqing be important? Okay, so Xing admits that he has taken a fancy to Zhu Zuqing, or that he is greedy for other people's bodies. Really, when he saw Zhu Zuqing in the anime, he liked it very much. Now that he saw Zhu Zuqing with his own eyes, his awakened heart suddenly became restless. So when he wakes up, he doesn't care about the original CP or the daimyo buys. He wants to see if he can soak Zhu Zuqing. Hearing the words of awakening, Zhu Zuqing's heart trembled slightly, and his footsteps stopped. This is the first time she has heard someone say to protect her. No need. Zhu Zuqing didn't believe in awakening, and refused coldly. Don't refuse, I just go in this direction, it's not troublesome. Su Xing smiled slightly and continued to follow. Zhu Zuqing's footsteps paused again, with a little more force. What do you want to do with me? Zhu Zhu looked straight and awakened coldly, his eyes were cold. I just looked at Zhu Zuqing with a cold expression. Not only was he not afraid when he woke up, but he felt that Zhu Zuqing became more glamorous and seductive, and the heart of a young man became more restless. Well, I confess, whether you believe it or not, I fell in love with you at first sight. So when I woke up, I didn't avoid Zhu Zuqing's eyes, and he looked straight into Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes boldly and said calmly. Facing the bold and direct awakening, Zhu Zuqing's heart trembled again. There are many people who like her. This is the first time someone dared to confess to her directly. However, Zhu Zuqing's expression is still cold. Do we know each other? Zhu Zuqing snorted coldly, what is love at first sight? Isn't it a surprise, what is the difference between you and those two bastards? Wake up! Waking up, was really speechless for a while. Unexpectedly, this girl is still a sensible person, she knows so clearly at this age, it is terribly precocious. Seeing waking up dumb, Zhu Zuqing despised it more and more, right? It's different, they just want to get your body, and I want your heart. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's eyes that seemed to be talking, he knew what Zhu Zuqing wanted to express without waking up, and was suddenly unhappy. Faced with shamelessness and still boldly and directly awakened, this time it was Zhu Zuqing's turn to be speechless. Staggered his gaze, Zhu Zuqing snorted coldly, then you are more hateful than them. After finishing speaking, Zhu Zuqing didn't want to entangle with Wake at all, turned around and walked away quickly. Get to know, my name is Su Xing, the 27th level Soul Master, how about you? Wake up, but I don't know what shrinking is, so I immediately followed up and continued to strike up a conversation. Zhu Zuqing paused when he heard the words, but he didn't expect to wake up to the same level as her. But Zhu Zuqing speeded up his pace immediately, waking up without taking care of it. I already said my name, how about yours? No? Don't answer me? Don't you want to tell me? Surely, the person I'm looking for can't be that rude. Zhu Zuqing ignored him, awake without embarrassment, and slowly followed Zhu Zuqing's side. At Zhu Zuqing's speed, it is impossible to get rid of him. Zhu Zuqing also quickly realized this, and he could not stop. Didn't you say that those two people shouldn't be let go? I don't care about you, don't you? Zhu Zuqing turned his head to look at Su Xing and frowned. It turned out that Zhu Zuqing has never forgotten the two who wanted to rob her. After Su Xing told her, she realized that she couldn't just let the two go. The reason why she left directly was because she thought she would deal with it when she was awakened. This also makes Zhu Zuqing's impression of awakening even worse. Sure enough, I didn't read you wrong, and I didn't forget that I could not let go of those two bastards. Don't worry, look at me. Su Xing heard Zhu Zoking's words and looked at Zhu Zoking and nodded in praise. Then, I saw Su Xing raising his right hand, turning around and pointing in the direction of the two bastards. Super electromagnetic gun. A blue thunder and lightning appeared on the awakened right arm. Regarding awakening, Zhu Zoking was speechless for a while. I don't need you to make a mistake. This is. But soon, Zhu Zoking was attracted by the act of waking up. What did he want to do? Attack those two people from here? But the distance is too far. Could it be that this guy's martial spirit was a long-range attack? Boom! However, when the awakened super electromagnetic cannon was fired out, Zhu Zoking was stunned. The whole world in his eyes seemed to darken suddenly, leaving only the super electromagnetic cannon that flashed by. Boom! Then she saw that the two bad guys who had been knocked out by him were directly exploded after being hit by the awakened super electromagnetic artillery. They were bloody. Those who die can't die anymore. So strong. Zhu Zoking was not frightened by the picture, his eyes were full of shock at the awakened super electromagnetic gun. Zhu Zoking's eyes changed when he looked at the awakening. Before, she only knew that Wake was as genius as her, and she was about the same age and grade as her. This time, it was completely shocked by the power of the awakened spirit ability. Yu reading www.yunsha.com. That terrifying speed and power, if she consciously matches, there is no possibility of contending. Sigma_. Vomit. However, he was supposed to wake up very handsomely, but at this time, he couldn't hold back, and his face was pale and vomited. Even though the distance is far away, he wakes up and clearly sees the appearance of the two tragic deaths. When I started it, I didn't think there was a big deal, Douluo world. It is impossible not to kill, sooner or later. Only really killed people, only to wake up to find that he couldn't face it so calmly. After all, he is also a person with the correct three views. Zhu Zoking suddenly jumped away from Wake, looking at each other speechlessly. I just felt that waking up was incredibly strong, but now I just feel that it is nothing more than that. Even a little funny. This is your first murder, right? It's okay, I'm used to vomiting and vomiting. Although he hadn't killed anyone, Zhu Zoking knew what was going on when he was awakened, and forced a smile to comfort him. As for the two being killed, she didn't feel that she had done too much to wake up. Ahem. Those two didn't let go of even a girl as small as you. They must have harmed many people, and they are more than guilty. After waking up and vomiting for a while, he counted down the other party's crimes and made himself feel better. Is really effective, and I feel much better after I wake up. You haven't gotten much better. Zhu Zoking hummed coldly. Hey! I don't care, my first time was given to you, you have to be responsible to me. Chapter 6, I have a fiancé. Shameless. When woke up, Zhu Zoking realized the thickness of his face again, and immediately ignored him, turned and left. Looking at Zhu Zoking's back, especially the tail-like decorative streamer behind him, it has a unique flavor. Looking at Zhu Zoking's good back, his awakened heart agitated again, and the discomfort after the murder was basically cleared. Hee, man! Wake up! Not knowing whether it was self-deprecating or complacent, he chuckled, and then followed Zhu Zoking. Stop following me! This road is not yours, you go and I go and mine. Humph! If it weren't for how powerful he was waking up, Zhu Zoking couldn't help but do it. In desperation, Zhu Zoking had no choice but to assume that awakening did not exist, waking up completely ignored. This is obviously the meaning of refusal to wake up, but she wants to know when she can wake up. Awakening also served Zhu Zoking, and really ignored him for 2 days. Zhu Zoking is really tolerant. She wakes up and tells a lot of jokes, and she is also expressionless. This is really not going to give him a chance. If it weren't for the piece of swan meat in front of me, I would wake up and give up. Stalking is just a means, he doesn't want to be a dog licking. If there is really no hope, he will definitely give up. Left for no reason, and Wake had already notified her parents through her store. Within the Tiandu Empire, in the several big kingdoms, basically every town has Su's shop. Even in Wuhan City and the Star Luo Empire opposite, there are also some Su family branches. Of course, they are all small businesses, but the branches are relatively wide. After Su Xing learned about the situation of the Su family, he did not use what he knew from the previous life to help the Su family grow stronger. Under the circumstances that the Su family itself cannot produce a powerful soul master, it is not a good thing to be too rich. Therefore, Su Wake knows the map of Douluo continent very well, and he can only find the city of Notting where the master is when he is 6 years old. I'm already in the Barak Kingdom now, and it is estimated that I will arrive at Shrek Academy in 2 days. Forget it, go and have a look. Thinking of coming to Shrek Academy soon, I also decided to go and have a look when I wake up. Of course, you can go to the assessment or something, and you will never join Shrek Academy in the end when you wake up. Yu Xiaogang will be here soon, and wake up now. I don't bother to be guided by him. Did not carefully explore the Soul Master system, because the impression of the anime awakened and felt that Yu Xiaogang's theory was very strong. But after he researched deeply on his own, he lost sight of Yu Xiaogang's theory. For example, what Yu Xiaogang said, a martial soul with no waste and a soul master with only waste are as naive and ridiculous as One Piece's words of the devil fruit without waste, but the devil fruit capable of only waste. Yu Xiaogang himself has verified the correctness of the waste martial arts spirit. The way of waking up, I dare to say that sentence. Of course, the current awakening will not speak out, and he hasn't become strong, and it will only seem ridiculous to speak out. And Zhu Zuqing didn't expect that he would wake up indiscriminately for 2 consecutive days, and he would continue to follow. Let me tell you, it is impossible for us, I already have a fiancé. In desperation in the end, Zhu Zuqing stopped and turned his head to wake up. Although she doesn't know the marriage contract, it doesn't count, but it's true that she doesn't want to be woken up. I don't believe it, you just come up with an excuse to make me give up? Or you said it before. Su Xing shook his head, indicating that I didn't believe it. And even if it is true, this is not a reason for me to give up liking you. I have a chance before you get married. Even if you are married, it's not impossible. Of course, I didn't say the last sentence when I regained consciousness, otherwise the impression of Zhu Zuqing would be too impure. Is it okay to get married? It is estimated that Zhu Zuqing is incomprehensible now. You, unreasonable. Zhu Zuqing didn't expect that waking up would respond like this, and immediately became angry again. Stop following me, can you? I really have a fiancé, this time I went to see him, I don't want him to misunderstand. Zhu Zuqing was also too annoyed to wake up, and watched wake up with some grievances and prayers. Do you really have a fiancé? Su Xing frowned. Yes. Seeing awakening and seeming to believe it, Zhu Zuqing nodded seriously. Well, can you tell me your name? I like you for 2 days, and I still don't know your name. Su Xing gave up on her fate. Zhu Zuqing was speechless again when he heard the words. He liked it for 2 days, as if he said it for a long time. But Zhu Zuqing didn't dare to complain, just want to get rid of awakening quickly. Zhu Zuqing, my name is Zhu Zuqing, from the Star Luo Empire. In order to dispel the entanglement of waking up, Zhu Zuqing said by the way that she was from another empire. Star Luo Empire. Zhu Zuqing, Wuhan Ghost Cat, I know you. Hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, Su Xing stared at him, looking at Zhu Zuqing in surprise. Is pretending, all pretending. Wake up, how can I not know this? You know me. Zhu Zuqing was also surprised, but he did not expect that someone on the Heaven Do Empire would know him. Well, my family has a branch in the Star Luo Empire, plus I like to collect some information, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, so a lot of Star Luo Empire things. Unexpectedly, you might be the future queen of the Star Luo Empire, no wonder you are so beautiful. But it's a pity, Daimyo Bai, the prince of the Star Luo Empire, your fiancé, gave up the royal competition and ran away. Daimyo Bai is what you're looking for, right? A waste prince who has left you behind. Wake up and nodded, watching Zhu Zhu speak slowly. Speaking of Daimyo Bai, his tone was full of contempt. You are not allowed to say that to him, he did not give up, just temporarily avoiding the edge to improve himself. Zhu Zuqing heard Wake and belittle Daimyo Bai, immediately angrily said. She can despise Daimyo Bai herself, but she doesn't allow others to talk about him. Zhu Zuqing at this time still cared about Daimyo Bai, otherwise he wouldn't come to him. To be honest, watching Zhu Zuqing defend Daimyo Bai, it really tastes good to wake up. That Daimyo Bai, how can he? Not to mention that now he wants to soak in Zhu Zuqing, even when he was watching anime, he was uncomfortable to wake up, a playboy. Yes, Daimyo Bai is a playboy, and he seems to be having a hot fight with the twins at this time. Zhu Zuqing had not forgiven Daimyo Bai for a long time because he discovered Daimyo Bai's behavior. Maybe, what can be done from it? Well, then I won't talk about him. But you said he was temporarily avoiding the edge to improve himself, I don't believe it. That's good, I'll go and see with you, if he really does what you said, then I give up. If not, then he doesn't deserve to own you. So first of all, let Zhu Zuqing see Daimyo Bai's true face. Chapter 7, Rose Hotel with only one room forever. So you are going to Shrek Academy. I know Shrek Academy. There is said to only accept monsters, and ordinary genius students do not accept it, but with your talent, it is not difficult to enter. I thought about entering Shrek Academy some time ago, but I gave up later. Zhu Zuqing walked ahead, listening to the sound coming from his ears, feeling a little helpless. In the end, she still couldn't drive away and wake up. And after she said that, she didn't feel ashamed to continue to wake up without paying attention, so she would be an extra companion. Why? Hearing that Wake gave up going to Shrek Academy, Zhu Zuqing was still a little curious even if he was impatient. Because no one can teach me. It's almost the same if I teach others. Su Xing smiled proudly, and said boldly. Zhu Zuqing was speechless when he heard the words, and didn't believe in the words of awakening, but felt that it was okay to be arrogant. Really? Then how do you think my spirit should be cultivated best? Zhu Zuqing asked afterwards. She wanted to see what she could tell from such an arrogant awakening. Your ghost cat is the top martial arts spirit of the agile attack system, just continue to take the agile route. The world's soul skills, but they will not break soon. Awakened and smiled confidently, and then spoke. It's just a brief talk, and I didn't say much about how to wake up. Now Zhu Zuqing can't listen to him. The world's soul skills, but they will not break soon. Hearing the words of awakening, Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened. She thinks this sentence is very imposing, and it fits the description of the sensitive attack system. Others, I don't think anything. Isn't it the theory of the Soul Master Realm Extreme School? Just wake up and just talk about speed. You still need to say, our family's martial arts have always cultivated like this. Zhu Zuqing snorted, and he didn't believe the words to wake up even more. What I said is different from what you perceive. Wake up and didn't say it. He wouldn't just say what should or shouldn't be said just because he wanted to pick a girl. And his theory, in fact, is not very suitable to be completely applied to the Spirit Master system that absorbs Spirit Ring cultivation. The current Soul Master system also has its advantages. The strength increases quickly, it does not need to create soul abilities, it is directly obtained by absorbing the Soul Ring, and the various soul abilities are so strange that it is difficult to create their own creation. Awakening is because the innate soul power level is too low, and the normal soul master system is not suitable for him, unless he wants to become mediocre. Barak Kingdom, Rose City, is the largest city in Barak Kingdom except the capital. The most famous one here is the Rose Hotel, which has contributed to countless couples. The secret to the success of this hotel is very clear. Then when there is only one man and one woman who come to the hotel together, there will be only one room left in this hotel. Excuse me, we only have one room left here, you see. No, after Su Xing and Zhu Zuqing came to the Rose Hotel, they also met the front desk to talk like this. Are there really no extra rooms? Awakening pretended not to know and asked. Yes, sir, or do you live in the same room? The front desk clerk nodded. Zhu Zuqing, what do you think? Wake up, of course I want to agree, but it still depends on Zhu Zuqing. Let's go, since there are no extra rooms, we will go to another hotel, or you can find another one by myself. Zhu Zuqing vetoed it coldly. She is very principled and self-love. Wake is not her boyfriend, she will never live in the same room as Wake. Wait. Seeing Zhu Zuqing turn around cleanly, he woke up and called the other party quickly. Then said to the front desk clerk with regret, open me 2 rooms, I know there are. I like that girl, but I don't need your hotel to make it happen. While talking, he took out 2 golden soul coins and put them on the front desk. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll handle it for you. The front desk clerk smiled and bent over to put away the gold coins, and then respectfully said. Of course, I don't know if the other party has woken up from defamation. Shameless. Anyway, Zhu Zuqing directly exposed the true face of Awakening. How could she not know? If she hadn't refused, she would definitely want to take the opportunity to live in the same room with her. But Zhu Zuqing was not angry either, she had known the cheeky and shameless Awakening for a long time. It's weird if it doesn't wake up like this. Return the money to you. After entering the hotel and heading to the corridor of the room, Zhu Zuqing took out a gold coin and handed it to Rejuvenation. Got it. Su Xing sighed helplessly, and didn't insist on reaching out to take it. If he didn't put it away, Zhu Zuqing would definitely turn around and leave. Say it first. This is not far from Shrek Academy. In order to see Dai Mubai clearly, you can't show up first to let him know that you are here. We have to observe in secret, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com so that we can really see what he is doing to escape here. The 2 people's rooms are adjacent to each other. Before entering their own room, Reawakening stopped Zhu Zuqing and said. No need to remind you. Zhu Zuqing snorted, he and she had planned that way, and first secretly observed Dai Mubai. As long as she condenses her spirit power, Dai Mubai will not be able to find her. On the contrary, Dai Mubai didn't know that she had found it, and she would definitely not restrain her spirit power. The martial spirits of their family and Dai Mubai's martial arts have a certain connection. As long as Dai Mubai appears near her, she must know. In this way, you can avoid the opponent in time and observe it in secret. Okay. He came. Then Zhu Zuqing's face changed. She didn't expect that as soon as she said, she felt Dai Mubai's breath. Dai Mubai. Su Xing heard the words and suddenly knew that Zhu Zuqing was talking about Dai Mubai, and after thinking about it, could it be the scene where Dai Mubai appeared in the original work, right? Is really possible. Wake up and remember that when Zhu Zuqing was dripping with acacia and heartbroken, there was a scene of Dai Mubai being intimate with the twins in the picture of his memories. That proves that Zhu Zuqing may also be there at the time, but it didn't come out. It's him. Zhu Zuqing's expression was a bit complicated, and he was finally about to meet that person, and I don't know what happened to Dai Mubai now. That's right, let's go see what he is doing now. This is a love hotel, who will Dai Mubai come with? Wake up immediately with a smile, and walked downstairs first. Zhu Zuqing heard that his face was slightly ugly, and then quietly followed. Chapter 8, I don't have to worry about you. Boss, I want this room. At the front desk of the Rose Hotel, Daimyobai hugged the twins and said directly to the waiter at the front desk. Regardless of whether they are still hesitating next to them, there is only one room left, Tang San and Xiao Wu. This big brother, it seems we came first. Tang San saw Daimyobai directly asking for the room, and suddenly spoke. So what? Daimyobai said nonchalantly. He also knows the situation of this hotel, he booked his, the two people behind can still book the room. Not so good, let you go. Is just Xiao Wu's words, but it instantly aroused the smell of gunpowder. Then, the scene where Tang San and Daimyobai met for the first time in the original work was officially staged. And everything just now, both Su Xing and Zhu Zuqing saw clearly at the top of the stairs on the second floor. Includes the scene of Daimyobai hugging the twins very intimately. This is really, I caught it. Zhu Zuqing's hands were held tightly, and his expression was very angry. Looking at you, Daimyobai is the one who opened the room with the twins, right? You came to him at the expense of you. He has forgotten you at all. It's so chic, two at a time. I really envy you. Wake up and feel Zhu Zuqing's anger and disappointment next to him, and he smiles and adds fuel to his jealousy. Humph. Zhu Zuqing coldly glanced at Daimyobai who had already fought Tang San downstairs, then turned around with a cold snort and went back to the hotel room. Wake up and did not follow up. At this time, following her to continue talking will only make Zhu Zuqing disgusted. She needs someone to calm down now. But based on this, Zhu Zuqing will still join Shrek Academy, it's a headache. To tell the truth, if possible, Awakening wants to prevent Zhu Zuqing from joining Shrek Academy. Is only the current level, it doesn't seem to be enough. In the original book, Zhu Zuqing knew about Daimyobai's situation and chose to join Shrek Academy. Tomorrow is the time for Shrek to recruit students. In such a short time, it will be difficult to change Zhu Zuqing's decision after waking up. Let's take a step and take a step, it can't be reached. Douluo continent has more than one beautiful sister. Su Xing shook his head, and then withdrew his mind, focusing on the battle between Tang San and Daimyobai. Blue silver grass. Tang San Qiang's is a hidden weapon, what kind of control system is he using? Flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt people, plants, trees, bamboos, and rocks can be swords. Just keep strengthening the toxicity and sharpness of the blue-silver grass. With Tang San's hidden weapon technique, there is no need for fragments of the 8 spider lances. There are as many hidden weapons as you need. Seeing Tang San's use of Lan Yinko, Su Xing felt very complaining. Don't look at how superbly Tang San used the blue-silver grass in the original work, but they were all matched with his previous life skills. There are no ghosts and shadows, and there is no water or fire that eats the fairy grass. You see Tang San still. Can you win? Yes, waste Yu Xiaogang, what good apprentice can he teach? Su Xing pouted. I have to say that Su Xing has little eyes, but was rejected by Yu Xiaogang, and it has been recorded on the small book up to now. After watching it for a while, I didn't feel that much when I regained consciousness. My current strength is much stronger than them. After they finished the fight, Su Xing turned around and went back, without going down to say hello to Tang San. No need. Do you still plan to join Shrek Academy? The next day, after leaving the hotel room, he watched Zhu Zuqing walk towards Shrek Academy and asked with a frown. Sure enough, do you still choose this way? My business, don't worry about you. I don't know, but Zhu Zuqing snorted coldly, and left quickly after leaving a sentence impatiently. Compared with yesterday, Zhu Zuqing is now colder, and he exudes a strange temperament. Fuck. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's indifferent back, his awake face changed, and finally it became cold. Waking up is also annoyed. Is not only because of Zhu Zuqing's attitude. Also knew from Zhu Zuqing's attitude that the other party still cared very much about Daimyobai, otherwise it wouldn't be so much colder than yesterday. Whoever I am doing, I will not be in a good mood to find this. So you care about Daimyo Bai, don't you? I am going to abolish him today. Wake was also angry this time, and after watching Zhu Zuking's further and further back snorted, he slowly followed. For Zhu Zuking, waking up is no hope. But he wouldn't just leave it alone. Wake up this time and didn't catch up with Zhu Zuking, but walked slowly behind her. Zhu Zuking doesn't give him a good face anymore, of course he will not put his hot face on his cold anymore. Zhu Zuking, who was in front of her, found out that she was only following her when she was awakened, and it was also an accident that she did not catch up with her. Did you give up? That's good. Zhu Zuking, who did not care immediately. But Zhu Zuking always felt that the feeling of waking up later seemed to be different for her, and she didn't know what was different. But, she didn't want to know either. Soon, Wake Up followed Zhu Zuking and came to Shrek Academy, which was tattered like a rural village. Just happened to meet a Soul Emperor teacher from Shrek Academy showing his martial soul and soul ring to shock everyone. Many parents and children were shocked, and the troublemakers were afraid to take them away. Su Xing also saw Daimyo Bai standing next to the teacher. Also noticed that Daimyo Bai discovered the existence of Zhu Zuking. Su Xing's mouth raised slightly, and quickly came to Zhu Zuking, who was about to pay. Teacher, this is the registration fee for the two of us. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, we are together. Waking up while talking, handed over the registration fee for the two to the teacher. I don't remember what the other party called when I wake up, and I don't want to know. Next to, Daimyo Bai's expression suddenly changed when he saw such a scene, and he looked at Zhu Zuking with questioning eyes. Zhu Zuking originally wanted to tell the teacher that she would pay the money by herself. Seeing Daimyo Bai's questioning gaze, she just shut up and didn't give in. Compared to the act of waking up, she was even more angry with Daimyo Bai's behavior. Okay, come and show me your bone age and martial arts. The teacher Li Yuzong who received the money didn't care either, and said to Su Xing and Zhu Zuking after receiving the money. You do this deliberately? Zhu Zuking questioned Su Xing in a low voice. Yes, let me help you see that he still doesn't care about you, but when you see it, he is angry. I would rather he not be angry. Wake Up and shrugged, and replied calmly and regretfully. Humph. Zhu Zuking snorted coldly, without saying anything, and walked to Li Yuzong. The bone age matches, release your martial soul to show me. After the teacher of the test, Li Yuzong touched Zhu Zuking's hand bones, he nodded and said. Netherworld Cat. Zhu Zuking was also very simple, and directly released his martial soul. Top martial soul. Good, not bad. Seeing Zhu Zuking's martial arts spirit and spirit ring, Li Yuzong's eyes suddenly brightened, and he praised again and again. Then it was the turn to Wake Up. Well, the bone age is qualified, let me see if you release your martial spirit and spirit ring. Li Yuzong quickly passed the awakening bone age test. Teacher, I only have a martial soul, no soul ring. Chapter 9, the soul ring was blown up by me. Teacher, I only have a martial soul, no soul ring. Su Xing said while showing her martial soul. It's him. I wanted to be a master at the beginning. The moment I saw the awakening martial soul, I originally felt as if I had seen Tang San and Xiaowu who had awakened somewhere, and suddenly recognized Su awakening. They just remembered it, they just remembered that the martial soul and apprentice who were awakened were rejected. They don't remember the name of the awakening. Coin martial soul. No spirit ring, sorry, you can't join our Shrek Academy. Li Yuzong shook his head regretfully when he heard the words of awakening. Although I don't have a spirit ring, I am not a spirit master, but a 27-level great spirit master. This way, can't it pass? Waking up without loss or anger, he just smiled faintly, and at the same time released the pressure of his soul power. How can it be? Perceived the spirit power erupting from Wake, although I don't know whether it is level 27 or not, it definitely reached the level of a great spirit master. Li Yuzong couldn't believe it. Level 27? No spirit ring yet. Impossible, his innate soul power level seems to be only level 3, how could it be possible to upgrade so quickly? Tang San and Xiaowu were also shocked, really incomprehensible. Not only them, but Dai Mubai and the other people beside him, they all watched awakening in surprise. Including Ning Rongrong. He doesn't have a spirit ring? How is it possible? Among them, the most surprising was Zhu Zuqing, who was walking with Su Xing all the way. She knows the strength of awakening, especially the soul ability super electromagnetic cannon, which is amazing. But now she is telling her that she has no spirit ring when she wakes up, so where did the spirit ability he used? Is it your own? That's even more amazing. Without a spirit ring, how did you cultivate to a great soul master? Li Yuzong looked at Su Wax in shock and asked. It's very simple, I don't want the spirit ring anymore, so I bombed it. Su Xing shrugged, with an indifferent attitude. Blow up. Exploded. 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 When everyone heard the words, they only felt that they were in a dream. Someone actually exploded the most important spirit ring to the spirit master because they didn't want it anymore? How crazy and self-willed is this? For a time, everyone was speechless. Give me a message, can you pass it? Seeing everyone's surprise, he woke up and expressed his satisfaction, and then said to Li Yuzong. But, yes, I will pass it for you here, it's up to you whether you can pass the ladder. Li Yuzong glanced at it with a complicated expression and regained consciousness, then nodded. In fact, he still has a lot to ask about awakening. Without a spirit ring, how can you continue to practice? Without spirit ring, how can you fight? There is no soul ability, how can you pass the following test? But in the end, Li Yuzong still resisted the curiosity in his heart and did not continue to ask. He will continue to recruit students. Mubai, you take them to the next test. Li Yuzong then told Dai Mubai to say. I see, teacher. Dai Mubai took a deep look at Su Xing, and then said to everyone who had just passed by, come with me. Dai Mubai didn't like waking up, but waking up still saw him upset. Seeing Dai Mubai's gaze, he immediately responded with a contemptuous sneer. After that, he woke up and walked directly next to Zhu Zuqing. I didn't expect that I didn't have a spirit ring, right? Regarding the act of waking up, Zhu Zuqing quickly avoided a bit. Unexpectedly, if you don't have a spirit ring, is your spirit calling technique your own creation? I didn't want to talk about waking up, but she was really curious about the problem of waking up. You guess. Wake up and laughed, instead of telling Zhu Zuqing, he turned and stared at Ning Rongrong next to him. It's a pity, beautiful is beautiful, but it's too peaceful, it's not his dish. Zhu Zuqing was speechless for a while. She has found out now, and Wake's attitude towards her has changed. Actually watched other sister papers when she didn't exist. Logically speaking, she should be happy if she wakes up and stops pestering her. However, she felt a little upset, not jealous, that's impossible. It's just that the person who had been only her in his eyes suddenly diverted his attention, giving her a sense of abandonment. Is an individual, and I will be upset. Damn it! Although awakening and Zhu Zuqing did not continue, but seeing the scene just now was enough to walk in front of Dai Mubai, the fire broke out, and his fists clenched. Dai Mubai, are you okay? Tang San was following Dai Mubai, and when he saw Dai Mubai there seemed to be something wrong and he couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth secretly, forced to calm down, and shook his head to indicate that it was all right. Is like that, it doesn't look like nothing. But I just met yesterday, and Tang San stopped asking if Dai Mubai didn't say anything. Brother, can the spirit ring be blown up? Do you know how he upgraded so fast? Xiao Wu didn't care about Dai Mubai even more, and asked Tang San in a low voice. Xiao Wu didn't say who. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Tang San also knew that he was talking about awakening. I don't know, this kind of thing has never happened as far as I know, probably only he himself knows what's going on. Tang San shook his head, he was also very curious, but he couldn't think of why. Maybe the teacher might know. Tang San said one more thing, thinking that if Yu Xiaogang was there, he would have known. Yeah, the master must know. Xiao Wu agreed with a smile. Here, line up here, one by one, here is to test your spirit power level. Soon Dai Mubai took them to the second level. At this time, there were still a few students waiting in line for the test. In the original, Dai Mubai was going to take Tang San and the others directly to the fourth level. Now he is in a bad mood, naturally he doesn't have this idea. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zuking soon passed the spirit power level test. 229 levels, 126 level and 127 level, stunned the other students. The teacher of the test also laughed from ear to ear, and smiled openly. But other people were amazed, but Zhu Zuking and their eyes were already on the awakened body. They want to know how many levels of awakening have their spirit ring blown up willfully. There is no nonsense when he wakes up. He directly took the test crystal ball from Zhu Zuking, and transferred his soul power into it. The blue light suddenly lit up, and a number 27 appeared in the middle of the crystal ball. Oh my god, it's another level 27. They are under 13 years old just like us, how do they practice? They are all monsters. Chapter 10, What a Big Melon! After passing the second level, the third level test is not a problem for Tang San and the others at all. Soon, under the leadership of Dai Mubai, Su Xing and others arrived at the fourth level. There, I don't know if I can wait until someone comes to the fourth level. Zhao Waoqi is lying on a chair and sleeping with his eyes closed. After hearing the movement, Zhao Waoqi slowly opened his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey! It's amazing, this year, 5 of them came to the fourth level together. If this is to receive 2 students, Dean Farrand will be very happy. After seeing Dai Mubai's 5 students with him, Zhao Waoqi was also surprised. Teacher, they are all great spirit masters over level 25. Dai Mubai stepped forward and said to Zhao Wuji. Tang San and the others should have been exempted from the second or third pass, but he forgot, or else they had reported to Zhao Waoqi that they were all students who had been exempted from the second or third pass. Not bad, it seems that this year are all little monsters. I have decided, I will take care of the assessment of the fourth level. Zhao Waoqi was more satisfied when he heard the words, and he also moved the idea of personal assessment. Ah, Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Zhao Waoqi to do it himself. What? Can't it? The dean is not here now, I have the final say. Zhao Wuji stared at Dai Mubai domineeringly. Okay. When Dai Mubai heard what Zhao Waoqi had to say, he had no choice but to let it go. The next assessment for you is to join hands and stick to the time for a stick of incense in my hands. Only after passing can you join Shrek Academy. Okay, let me give you time to stick an incense stick and discuss the countermeasures. What is the characteristic of my martial arts spirit? Let the kid Dai Mubai tell you. Only then did Zhao Waoqi look at the 5 awakened people with satisfaction and tell the content of the assessment. Teacher. Wake up and speak immediately. What's up? Zhao Waoqi looked at Wake Up dissatisfied. Do you still have any opinions? Teacher, you look too scary, I'm scared, can I check with Senior Dai Mubai? Wake Up and make a serious request. He was here to abolish Dai Mubai today, and he didn't want to fight against Zhao Waoqi at all. Teacher, his situation is a bit special, so let me take an assessment. Teacher Zhao, you are responsible for the other 4 people. Su Xing said, Daimyo had already seen Awaken not pleasing to his eyes, and hooked up with his fiancée. He also stood up and said immediately, "Boring." Zhu Zuqing, who was on the side of, snorted when he saw it. She knew exactly why they both wanted to fight each other. Then it's done. By the way, let's see if Daimyo has made any progress in the past few years. The situation is special. Zhao Waoqi was puzzled. It seemed that Daimyo's attitude was a bit wrong, as if he couldn't wait to fight the opponent. "Yes, teacher, wake up classmate, he doesn't have a spirit ring, he was bombed by himself, and he bombed it if he didn't want it." Ning Rongrong, who has the attributes of a witch, suddenly spoke up and introduced Zhao Waoqi to the special features of awakening. "What? There is no spirit ring? And it was blown up by himself." Hearing this, Zhao Waoqi also stared at him, staring dumbfounded at his awakening. Seeing Zhao Waoqi's reaction, Ning Rongrong's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled from the bottom of his heart. Now that he feels comfortable, the teacher will also be scared. "Yes, the spirit ring was blown up by me." Reawakened and nodded and admitted. "If there is no spirit ring, then there is no spirit ability? Isn't it a waste?" "Forget it, then you can check with Daimyo. No wonder you don't want to check with me, you are self-aware." "Daimyo, then this kid will be handed over to you, let him get rid of him, our academy doesn't need waste without spirit ring." Seeing Suixing admit, Zhao Waoqi was surprised, but also lost interest in Suixing. He wants to test himself, just want to see the martial arts and spirit rings of the little monsters. Since awakening doesn't even have a spirit ring, he is not interested. The spirit ring is gone, where is the fighting power? Did you blow up the spirit ring yourself? I'm afraid it's not a fool. The young people are thinking about grandstanding, what a pity. Ms. Zhao, is it really okay to say that people are wasteful? Su wakes up and hears this, and suddenly looks at Zhao Waoqi coldly. If it wasn't for Daimyo that he wanted to abolish even more, he would want to play with Zhao Waoqi when he woke up, and let him see who was the waste. Ahem, then you can pass Daimyo's assessment to show me. Zhao Waoqi seemed to realize that his mouth was open, and said after a dry cough. Teacher Zhao, leave it to me. Daimyo couldn't wait to stand up. It's just what I want to get awakened out of Shrek Academy. My martial soul is the evil-eyed white tiger, level 37 soul sovereign. As long as you are in my hands and stick to a stick of incense, even if you pass the assessment, otherwise, you will be eliminated from Shrek. Daimyo came to Suixing and introduced the content of the next assessment. While talking, Daimyo stretched his hands and bones, without any intention of keeping his hands. Be careful. If you don't work, you will give up, otherwise you will get hurt easily. Daimyo said with hypocritical concern as he looked at Suixing. Stop talking nonsense, you can't wait to teach me a lesson when you see me pestering your fiancée. Just right, I also want to see if you are worthy of her. Wake up with a cold snort, and directly pick out Mingdao. What? Fiancé? The others were stunned when they heard the words, and looked at Zhu Zuqing. Although Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com did not name him, they knew that Zhu Zuqing was talking about. No wonder the atmosphere between the two has been wrong. This is such a big melon. Zhu Zuqing was looked at by everyone, somewhat uncomfortable, and turned his head away with a cold snort. She was a little embarrassed to awaken in public, and she disrespect her too much. The first spirit ability, the White Tiger Shield. Then I will let you see if I am worthy of it. Daimyo was also very angry about awakening in public, and he let out his first spirit ability directly with a cold snort. Boom! Saw a white tiger phantom appearing, guarding Daimyo's body, making Daimyo's figure sturdy and fierce. The current me, attack, defense, and speed have all increased by 50%. Without a spirit ring, what can you use against me? Zhu Zuqing, you can't covet it, Dai Mubai then looked at Suixing with a sneer, and rushed towards Suixing as soon as he moved. At this time, Tang San and the others had already stepped aside, leaving enough space for the two of them to do something. Tell your opponent the effects of your spirit ability, are you an idiot? Facing the fierce Dai Mubai, the look on her awakening remained unchanged, but she mocked. Dai Mubai was awakened and his face flushed with anger, and he was extremely angry. That's because I was afraid that you would be defeated by me accidentally, kindly remind you. Boom! The words fell. Dai Mubai had already arrived in front of Suixing, and the black tiger slammed his heart directly towards Suixing. Originally planned to slowly educate him to wake up, but now he wants to directly defeat the wake up. Let Suixing remember this shame. Chapter 11, You rubbish, you are not worthy of Zhuzuking. What? Seeing that he was about to be hit by Dai Mubai when he regained consciousness, and still in a state where the martial spirit blessing was not activated, Ning Rongrong who was watching gave out an exclamation that he dared not look. This Dai Mubai is too heavy to start. Zhao Waoqi also said in secret, but he didn't stop it. No one can die anyway. Boom! However, when everyone thought that awakening could not escape, Dai Mubai lost his awakened figure in an instant, and fisted with a fierce punch. How can it be? Watching Wake disappear from his vision, Dai Mubai's eyes were filled with shock. The power is not bad, but the speed is too slow to hit people. No matter how powerful it is useless. The awakening voice sounded right behind Dai Mubai. Boom! While ridiculing, he woke up and kicked Dai Mubai's waist with a sideways kick at the same time. Hey! Dai Mubai's figure was suddenly awakened and kicked out, staggered to the ground and stood up, then turned his head and watched awakening solemnly. Not only did wake up so fast that he couldn't keep up, but the attack also broke his white tiger shield. Dai Mubai knew that he couldn't underestimate his awakening. Although the opponent doesn't have a spirit ring, the displayed strength can already threaten his soul sovereign. So fast, so strong. I didn't even see him clearly. Is this still the speed a great soul master has? Tang San Xiaoyu and them all were surprised. This kid is faster than I am. Especially Zhao Waoqi. He just said that waking up without the spirit ring is a waste. I didn't expect the face slap to come so quickly. This should be his own spirit ability. Look closely at him, there are still traces of lightning intertwined. In the end, Tang San had sharp eyes and found the details. Everyone heard the words and saw the traces of thunder and lightning remaining on their body. Do you create your own soul skills? At this time, Dai Mubai also noticed it, and gave a cold snort with an ugly expression. Knew that he was still being too careless, thinking that without the spirit ring, he would have no spirit skills. It's just a self-created spirit ability, don't you need to make such a fuss? I have no patience, do you think I will blow up the spirit ring casually? Wake up with a sneer, and said proudly. The awakening cultivation system, naturally, cannot be exposed, but it is very simple to conceal it. To regain consciousness, he only needs to make himself a genius with his own spirit abilities. Since he has many self-created spirit abilities, he is self-willed, so he exploded the spirit ring. What really can't be exposed when awakening is the training method of thunder and lightning. Others can be explained with their own soul skills. In fact, those are originally created spirit abilities. Super electromagnetic gun, and the thunder dance armor that just awakened. That's right. What I just woke up and used was the spirit ability created by Reikich's thunder armor in Naruto. In the Lei Dun armor mode, Dai Mubai naturally couldn't keep up with his speed. It is natural to break the defense, but the most important thing is that after the thunder and lightning, the awakened body is stronger than Dai Mubai. If the body strength is the same as the soul power and there are levels, the body strength of the awakening is definitely more than 40, which is much higher than the soul power. I was just careless just now. Second spirit ability. Beihili Guangbo. Dai Mubai snorted angrily. Seeing that he was still waking up triumphantly, he took the opportunity to blast up with a wave of white tiger fierce light. Hoo! Boom! It's just useless. Thunder light appeared on the body after waking up, and disappeared in the same place in the next second. It's useless, it's still too slow. The awakened figure appeared again behind Dai Mubai. Hearing the sound of awakening, Dai Mubai's face changed slightly. The third spirit ability. The White Tiger King Kong has changed. But when he saw the awakened figure disappear again, Dai Mubai was already prepared. Did not consider that it would be embarrassing to display the third soul ability of the exclusive soul in front of a 27-level Great Soul Master, and instantly released a stronger and more frightening White Tiger Phantom on his body. Dai Mubai, who used the third spirit ability, increased his defense and speed by 100%. Drink! I saw Dai Mubai cry in a low voice, crossed arms and squatted slightly, making a defensive posture, preparing to resist the attack of awakening. As long as he can block it, if he wakes up and cannot break the defense, he is bound to be injured by a powerful back shock. Waking up too fast, he couldn't keep up at all, so he could only deal with it in such an aggrieved way. This is something he never expected before. Was meant to be a lesson to wake up, but now it has been suppressed and is still seen by everyone, including Zhu Zuqing. When thinking of this, Dai Mubai felt dull for a while. Yes, I responded in a timely manner. I don't know if I can break the defense, I will treat it as if I can't. I see how long you can hold on, and I will wait until you can't hold on. Was just an attack that Dai Mubai had expected, and it didn't hit him. It was the words that awakened that would make him vomit blood. Zhao Waoqi and the others were also speechless, watching as they woke up and stopped kicking Dai Mubai's right leg again, and then stepped aside to taunt Dai Mubai. It's really useless, a 37-level Soul Sovereign was ruthlessly crushed by my 27-level Great Soul Master without a soul ring. You rubbish, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com is not worthy of Zhu Zuqing at all. As soon as the figure awakened, it appeared in front of Dai Mubai, mocking disdainfully. What? Damn it, shut up. Brush. Dai Mubai ridiculed. Wake up, how could he bear it? His eyes were crimson and he waved sharp claws and pounced on Wake. A ray of thunder and lightning appeared on the body of, and with his hands in the environment, he escaped Dai Mubai's attack while strolling in the courtyard. Sure enough, it is trash, so I will be irritated and dizzy by the opponent's words. If I were you, I would have no face to say that I was Zhu Zuqing's fiancé. Wake Up did not let Dai Mubai go, but continued to mock. This boy, he speaks too viciously. Zhao Wuji saw Dai Mubai being so humiliated beside him, his face suddenly showed anger. At this moment, Awakening is not yet a student of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai is. It is strange that Zhao Waoqi is not angry when he sees the students in his college being so humiliated. It's not just him, Tang San Xiaowu and the others, their gazes looking at Suwa at this time are strange. Unexpectedly, such a handsome boy, such a genius, but his mouth is so vicious. Of course, because Su Xing and Dai Mubai are rivals in love, they are not good at expressing any opinions. I just feel that Dai Mubai is too pitiful. Of course, I felt that waking up was a bit too much. Hooked up with someone's fiancé, but you. Is it really good to still humiliate other fiancés like this? Then they looked at Zhu Zuqing again, and it was her who didn't want to see the scene last. Chapter 12, Beat Dai Mubai. Zhu Zuqing's face at this time is really ugly. She thought that the fight between the two might be full of gunpowder, it would be very cruel, and they would beat each other ruthlessly. But only unexpectedly, Dai Mubai would be completely suppressed by the awakening if he was 10 levels higher than the awakening. Was so humiliated. Wake Up so humiliated Dai Mubai, she was very angry. Dai Mubai was so useless, and she was very disappointed. Nose playing with women. Humph. Seeing Xiao Wu's gaze coming over, Zhu Zhu snorted uncomfortably, and continued to look at it coldly, as if those gazes did not exist. As long as I don't feel embarrassed, it's someone else who is embarrassed. The sentence Suising said is still very useful. Boy, fight well, don't talk so much nonsense. Finally, Zhao Waoqi couldn't see it, and he spoke to the awakening in the battle. I know Teacher Zhao, this waste that left my fiancé and escaped here is really not worth my tongue. Still using words to humiliate Dai Muabai's awakening, he raised his voice and responded. I don't mean that. Zhao Waoqi was so angry when he heard the words. He had known this kid so he would let himself come and give him a test. Puff. Ning Rongrong didn't hold back, and he let out a laugh. Others think waking up is vicious, but she thinks waking up is too fun. She learned what she learned. But on the surface, Ning Rongrong still quickly reduced his smile. I am a good girl. Wait, he just said that Dai Muabai abandoned his fiancé and fled here. But soon, Ning Rongrong realized that there was still a sudden surprise in the last sentence of awakening. For a while, the gaze that looked at Dai Muabai again undoubtedly became more contemptuous. Originally, she thought Dai Muabai was quite pitiful. Tang Sangxiao also looked at each other. Unexpectedly there was such a thing. Zhu Zuking's face is even more ugly. She didn't expect to wake up even to say this. This will not only embarrass Dai Muabai, but also her. Bei Holi Guangbo. Dai Muabai was completely mad, and regardless of whether he could hit or not, he blasted at the awakened figure. Boom! The result was obvious. Dai Muabai's attack was just a futile effort, and a lot of soul power was also wasted in vain. Dai Muabai lost. Originally he could passively defend, relying on the higher level of spirit power to consume the awakened spirit power. Now, Tang San saw it next to him, and suddenly shook his head, knowing that Dai Muabai was defeated. But thinking that Dai Muabai was awakened in such a way, it was normal that he would lose his mind. This Dai Muabai is not so good at all. If it were brother, he would definitely defeat the awakened one. Xiao Wu smiled when he heard the words, and didn't feel how powerful it was to wake up. Is also faster, but her teleportation is faster. Awakens will create his own spirit abilities, and her third brother also has a lot of his own spirit abilities. Tang San shook his head with a laugh, and did not agree with Xiao Wu's words. Awakening is still very strong, especially if the speed is too fast. It is estimated that his blue-silver grass will not be able to wake up. But Tang San wouldn't think he was weaker than awakening. Damn bastard, don't hide if you have a kind. Bei Holi Guangbo. Dai Muabai in the battle roared again. Indeed, I have had enough. Suising smiled faintly, and then the figure appeared directly in front of Dai Muabai. Along with the awakening, thunder and lightning flashed all over the body. Just looking at its deterrence, you know that its power is not simple. Thunder escape armor. Kainaha whirlwind. Then I saw Suwake swiping his legs and sweeping towards Dai Muabai's feet. The speed is so fast that Dai Muabai can't avoid it. The White Tiger King Kong has changed. Dai Muabai's expression changed, and he could only quickly perform the third spirit ability again, the White Tiger King Kong change, and at the same time, he squatted down to stabilize his center of gravity. Boom! After that, Dai Muabai felt as if the sky had fallen down. Of course, this is an illusion. Tang San and the others could see that Dai Muabai was forced to break the defense when he was awakened when he used the third spirit ability, the White Tiger King Kong transformation, and he swept down directly. Thunder escape armor. The lion plays. Forgive the protagonist for embezzling the name of Naruto's moves, the main reason is that everyone will know that picture when they are impressed. Dai Muabai, who lost his balance, was blasted into the air by a set of awakened moves, and finally hit the ground with a barbed leg movement. Boom! Dai Muabai's body was directly smashed out of a huge pit. Wow! Dai Muabai also vomited a big mouthful of blood, his body twitching slightly, completely losing his combat effectiveness. You! Dai Mubai stared at awakening with fear and hatred, unable to accept such a result. He felt that he didn't know how many bones he had broken, and he couldn't recover in a few months. Stop it! Seeing that Dai Mubai had been beaten so badly and had already lost his fighting ability, Zhao Waoqi spoke quickly. Then, Zhao Waoqi's figure came to Dai Muabai's body, knelt down to check Dai Muabai's injury. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Hiss. After checking, Zhao Waoqi discovered that Dai Muabai was injured a bit badly. Is much more serious than he expected. Knowing this a long time ago, he just stopped it. Boy, you are too heavy, right? Turned his head, Zhao Waoqi looked at his awakening with an unkind expression. Sorry teacher, I didn't control myself. But the teacher also understands that I can't be mad at losing to such a waste on a woman I like. Su Xin directly apologized, but the words were not sincere. Didn't even think that he was wrong. Zhao Waoqi opened his mouth, and he didn't know how to teach it. Women, feelings, or something, he knows something. No matter what, you will all be classmates in the future. You shouldn't be so cruel. Zhao Waoqi shook his head and said nothing. Sorry teacher, I don't plan to join Shrek Academy anymore. Wake heard Zhao Waoqi's words, but he spoke. What why? Zhao Waoqi was shocked when he heard this. Although he was a little dissatisfied with awakening, he was still very satisfied with his talent for awakening. This kind of genius did not remain, it is undoubtedly the loss of Shrek Academy. Tang San and the others were also shocked when they heard the words, they don't know why So Wake made such a decision suddenly. Only Zhu Zuqing was the only one who was not surprised. She knew that she hadn't planned to join Shrek Academy when she woke up, and even persuaded her not to join. He came here this time just to beat Dai Mubai out of breath, right? Zhu Zuqing has guessed the purpose of waking up, and his mood is very complicated. This is the first time someone has done so many things because he likes her. Chapter 13, This is a bit of gain. Unless you fire him, it will make me uncomfortable to see rivals every day. Su Xing looked at Dai Mubai, and answered Zhao Waoqi's question. This is impossible. Dai Mubai is a student of Shrek Academy. We can't drive him out because of you. Hearing this, Zhao Waoqi shook his head. Then I'm sorry, I won't join Shrek Academy. Sucked. Looking at Wake's eyes, Zhao Waoqi had a headache, knowing that Wake was serious. In this case, please leave here. Since he could not stay, Zhao Waoqi was also decisive, and directly let Wake up and leave. What? I really want to leave. Tang San didn't expect them to wake up and really want to leave. Especially Ning Rongrong, it is a pity, she thinks it's fun to wake up. Su Xin heard the words, did not resist, turned around and left. The purpose of coming here today is basically completed. He can only do that. If he cripples Dai Mubai a little bit more severely, he is worried that he will not be able to get out of Shrek Academy. Zhu Zuqing, I'm leaving now, can you come out with me? Just be an individual. When awakened and crossed Zhu Zuqing's figure, he paused slightly and said, then continued to move forward. Zhu Zuqing looked at awakening with a complicated expression, and when he heard the words of awakening, he gritted his teeth and followed silently. Anyway, this guy has been with him for a few days, and it is not too much to say goodbye. The main reason was that she was finally going to wake up, and she was relieved. 3 brothers, sisters Iao, it's a pity that you can't go to the same school with you. When you see the master, remember to say hello to the master. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have achieved what I am today. When came to Tang San and Xiaowu's side, Su Xing stopped and looked at them. Tang San and Xiaowu were both taken aback for a while. Unexpectedly Su Xing would suddenly say hello to them. What a pity you can't enter the same school. You didn't enter Nodding School by yourself, right? Say hello to the master? Thank you master. Why doesn't it look like? I will. Although a little inexplicable, Tang San nodded and agreed. So you still know each other? Ning Rongrong next to was surprised at this time, and then looked to Wake Up and said, "My name is Ning Rongrong, where are you going next? How about I introduce a place to you?" Ning Rongrong felt that it would be nice to introduce a genius like Awakening to the sect. For such an interesting person, it must be fun to let him go to the sect. Not far away, Dai Mubai, who stood up with the help of Zhao Waoqi, silently glanced at Tang San and Xiao Wu. "So you know each other?" "Thank you, but no need." Awakening looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise, but he didn't expect Ning Rongrong to say so. Su Xing guessed that Ning Rongrong might want to introduce him to the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect, but he still declined. The three sects are not in a safe place, and there is a possibility of being killed by the Spirit Hall at any time. Don't rush to refuse, I want to introduce you to. Seeing Su Xing refused, Ning Rongrong thought that Su Xing didn't know how powerful the place she wanted to introduce, so he wanted to explain. It's the same everywhere, I want to be the first title Douluo that doesn't use spirit rings and uses all my own spirit abilities. I don't need to be taught. Su Xing interrupted. You. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but his eyes widened when he heard the words of Awakening. He didn't expect to wake up so frantically. This kind of self-confidence is arrogant, right? How could someone finish this kind of idea? Tang San and the others also watched Awakening in amazement, so arrogant, so self-confident, but ordinary people don't even dare to have this idea. I ignored Ning Rongrong, Su Xing, and Tang San. Xiao who nodded and left directly. Hey! Ning Rongrong was a little dissatisfied and secretly freaked out. It was the first time that she was so ignored. Watching Zhu Zuqing follow to Wake Up, Tang San looked at Zhao Waoqi helplessly. Teacher, what about our assessment? Wait for the little girl to come back, I will send Dai Mubai for treatment first. Zhao Waoqi was also a little speechless. I know the teacher. Tang San responded. He only feels that today's entrance exam is really a mess. Okay, do you have anything else to say? If not, I will go back for the assessment. After Wake Up walked out of Shrek Academy, Zhu Zuqing did not go any further. She knows she must have something to tell her when she wakes up. You also saw Dai Mubai's true face yesterday. And he is such a waste, do you really want to enter Shrek Academy? Leave with me. Leave your family alone. Wake Up and turn around, watching Zhu Zuqing make the final persuasion. You don't understand, this is my destiny when I was born in this family, and I won't escape it easily. Zhu Zuqing heard the words of Awakening, but his expression did not fluctuate much. She is not someone who gives up easily. Since he decided to come to Dai Mubai, there was no reason to give up halfway. Dai Mubai made her feel very disappointed, but she would not directly sentence Dai Mubai to death. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Still has feelings for Dai Mubai, after all, she knew that the other party was her fiancé since she was a child. So she will give Dai Mubai the opportunity to stay in Shrek Academy to see if Dai Mubai will make changes. Well, I don't understand. Su Xing laughed at himself when he heard this, but he didn't expect that he could not succeed in the end. You will find a better girl than me. Zhu Zuqing looked at Wake Up and said a word of relief, and didn't intend to say anything, so he turned around and left. Wait a minute. But when she woke up, she spoke and stopped her. Also, Zhu Zuqing turned her head impatiently, but her face was awakened and approaching, and then Zhu Zuqing felt that her mouth was blocked. Zhu Zuqing's eyes widened as he watched Wake Up close at hand, her eyes were extremely ashamed and angry. She didn't expect Wake Up to do such a thing to her. Well. But soon, Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes, which had been wide open, stared fiercely again. It was obvious that she had suffered something that was even more unacceptable to her. Understand everything. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhu Zuqing, who reacted, bit his eyes with shame and anger. What? Wake up with a painful cry and was forced to let go of Zhu Zuqing. Slap. Immediately after waking up, he noticed a slap in front of him, and quickly reached out and grabbed it. You are shameless. His hand was caught by Awakening, and he couldn't get away for a while. Zhu Zuqing could only glared at Awakening and gritted his teeth and cursed. Hehe, it tastes good, so I won't be completely unprofitable on this trip. Wake up and wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with the other hand, and looked at Zhu Zuqing, who was extremely embarrassed, and smiled. Chapter 14, The Master Arrives. Let me go. Zhu watched Awakening coldly, and stared at the awakened eyes tightly. Originally, Zhu Zuqing didn't think much about waking up this person. There are more people who like her. However, the offensive or even insulting behavior of Awakening made her remember the Awakening fiercely. The angry looks are so beautiful, Daimyo Bai's trash is really not worthy of you. Wake up and let go of Zhu Zuqing, and then smiles slightly. Humph. Wake up, I remember you. Zhu Zuqing snorted coldly, and after a vicious word, he turned around and left. From Zhu Zuqing's tone, it's not difficult to hear that this matter is endless, and Zhu Zuqing will definitely ask him to settle the account in the future. Just remember, you are welcome to come to me at any time. Wake up looking at Zhu Zuqing's back and laughed, not caring about Zhu Zuqing's threat. Zhu Zuqing did not pause anymore and went straight in. This should be Zhu Zuqing's first kiss. Go, this time it's not a trip for nothing. After seeing Zhu Zuqing's back disappear, after waking up and taking a deep look at Shrek Academy, he also resolutely turned and left. It's sloppy, this time I've offended both Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuqing. On the way back, he woke up and began to reflect on his behavior. Wakes up and realizes. Is the successful research and development of super electromagnetic gun and thunderbolt forging, coupled with the soaring strength in the past 6 months, it makes him a little floaty. Otherwise, even if the pursuit of Zhu Zuqing failed, he would not anger Daimyo Bai, severely humiliate the opponent and severely wound the opponent, completely offending the opponent to death. You have to know that there is no strong background in waking up. He is not afraid of his own strength compared with his peers, but there are many, many other than his peers. So offending Daimyo Bai to death is not a good choice. The same is true, the same goes for offending Zhu Zuqing. One is a candidate for the throne of the Star Luo Empire, and the other is a candidate for the queen. Zhu Zuqing is not sure if he wakes up, but Daimyo Bai's words, wake up and believe that if he were to become the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire just like the original book, he would definitely not let the man wake up, who brought him such humiliation today. Suverwa now offends Daimyo Bai, so there are only 2 ways to go. Killed Daimyo Bai, strangling the threat in the cradle. But killing Daimyo Bai is easy to be chased by the Star Luo Empire. As the prince of the Star Luo Empire, Daimyo Bai can be killed by other princes because of a failed competition, but he must not die in the hands of others. There is another choice, and that is to prevent Daimyo Bai from becoming the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Killing Daimyo Bai is too dangerous for me now, let's choose to prevent Daimyo Bai from becoming a prince first. Su Wake said in his heart, his expression was slightly cold, and he had made a decision. It is not too difficult to prevent Daimyo Bai from becoming a prince. Wake up has even been done just now. Greeted Tang San Xiao to show closeness, creating a gap between Daimyo Bai and Tang San Xiao. The reason why Daimyo Bai can stand out from the competition for the crown prince is undoubtedly the help of the other Shrek 7 devils, especially Tang San. More concretely, it is the help of those fairy grasses. Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuqing's martial arts fusion skills, the Netherworld White Tiger, was able to defeat Davis and Zhu Zuyun's Nether White Tiger, because their Nether White Tiger had advanced and developed White Tiger wings. And their Netherworld White Tiger can evolve the White Tiger wings, and the awakening decision depends on the fact that they have eaten immortal grass, improved and evolved the martial soul. So it is necessary to prevent Daimyo Bai from obtaining the fairy grass. And those immortal grasses are all good things. It doesn't make sense to leave it to Tang San and the others. I won't say if it's useful for me, let's talk about it when I get it. Then I will decide which school I go to, Tiandu Royal Academy. After waking up and thinking for a while, he changed directions and left. There is the direction of the capital of the Tiandu Empire. The two eyes of ice and fire where immortal grass was located. He didn't know where he was when he woke up, and he didn't even remember which soul beast forest he was in. The only way to find the eyes of the ice and fire is through the poison Douluo Dugubo, and if you want to get in touch with the Dugubo, you can only use his granddaughter Dugugoose. But waking up, he didn't plan to follow Tang San's strategy. After coming to this world for real, I wake up and realize that people are different from each other. Yu Xiaogang and Xiaowu can look at Tang San differently, but he can't, so he can't take the characteristics shown by the characters in the original work as all of them. Furthermore, Tang San also made Poison Douluo admire him because of his poison skills. He didn't have the ability to wake up. When the original Poison Douluo tested Tang San, he poisoned Tang San, and he didn't have the ability to unravel those poisons when he was awakened. However, I don't have much time left. In a few months, Shrek Academy and Heaven Do Imperial Academy will meet in the great fighting arena of Soto City, and soon afterwards, Poison Douluo will come to Tang San. I either won the immortal grass in advance, or prevented the Heaven Do Royal Academy and the Shrek 7 Devils from facing each other in the great arena of souls in Soto City. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. If you can't stop it and you can't grab the fairy grass in advance, then give the news of the fairy grass to the Wuhan Hall. Regained consciousness and made a fist, his expression cold. If he couldn't get it, he would never let Tang San get it. Although he and Tang San have no grudges, Tang San might help the awakened enemy Daimyo Bai, so I am embarrassed. A few days after waking up and leaving Shrek Academy, a figure appeared at the gate of Shrek Academy. Xiaogang, you finally came. Haha, it's been a long time since I saw you. I didn't expect you to come, so you sent me 2 outstanding students first. Soon, a figure quickly leapt down from a loft in the distance, fell in front of Yu Xiaogang, and embraced Yu Xiaogang excitedly. The figure that appeared in Shrek Academy was undoubtedly Tang San's teacher Yu Xiaogang. And the figure that fell behind was the founder and dean of Shrek Academy, the 78-level Soul Saint Flander. Yet, long time no see. Yu Xiaogang also looked at Flanders excitedly, and then sighed. You want to hide yourself? If it weren't for your disciple this time, I don't think you would come to see me. Flender was so excited that he was still dissatisfied with the master's behavior in hiding. Mistress is okay. Hearing his disciple, Yu Xiaogang smiled again. Very good, I don't know how you taught such a little monster, so that Zhao Waoqi suffered a loss in his hands. Flender smiled. Mistress is really good. Yu Xiaogang nodded proudly and pleasedly. Chapter 15, Excited Master. Indeed, your disciple is really good. Flander admitted. But, thinking of the awakening of Daimyo Bai who was seriously injured, Flender's expression when looking at Yu Xiaogang changed a little bit. But what? Yu Xiaogang looked at Flander strangely, wondering why Flander looked at him like this. Among the students who came to take the entrance exam that day, it was not easy for a child called Wake. Flander said. Wake up? This name is a bit familiar. Yu Xiaogang frowned upon hearing Flander's words. Of course, that kid seemed to worship you as a teacher at the beginning, but was rejected by you. Xiaogang, when you look at you, that kid is no worse than your disciple, Xiaosan. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang didn't even think of it, Flanders suddenly complained. You're talking about that kid back then. Yu Xiaogang suddenly remembered what Flanders said. The boy's innate soul power is only level 3, and he doesn't know if he has broken through level 20, how could he be comparable to the junior 3? Then Yu Xiaogang was surprised. What? That kid's innate spirit power is really only 3 levels. Flender was also surprised when he heard this. When he heard Tang San say a few days ago, he still didn't believe it. Xiao Gang, you can't remember it wrong, right? That kid not only broke through level 20, but he is already a level 27 Great Spirit Master. Flender seriously suspected that Yu Xiaogang had made a mistake. Level 27. Yu Xiaogang was also in a daze when he heard this. No wonder Flanders said that he was awake. Impossible, he had just awakened the spirit of martial arts. I tested it, the innate spirit power is only level 3. Yu Xiaogang then shook his head, saying that he didn't look away. Then how did he increase his level so fast? And he also exploded his spirit ring. You said he practiced so fast, is it related to this? Flender was always curious about the situation of his awakening. What? Blew up the spirit ring? Why did he blow up his own spirit ring? Yu Xiaogang was completely dumbfounded when he heard this. He had never heard of anyone blowing up his spirit ring. Will you wake up? Where is he now? Then, Yu Xiaogang was full of curiosity about waking up, and hurriedly asked where he was waking up. It's a pity that, for some reason, he didn't join Shrek Academy and has already left. Flender sighed with regret. Is it gone? Yu Xiaogang was also disappointed when he heard the words, regretting, I knew I would come earlier. He wanted to worship me as a teacher 6 years ago. If he knew I would come to guide Shrek's students, will never leave. Yu Xiaogang thought that waking up was the one who wanted to worship him as a teacher. Tell me about his situation carefully. His level increased so fast, it may really be related to his blowing up the spirit ring. He couldn't personally ask about Suwa himself, he had to ask Flander. For a while, Yu Xiaogang was also interested, as if he had encountered a very rare subject, and was eager to study it. He has a feeling, if he can figure it out, he has been unable to break through the 29th level bottleneck, maybe it's not a problem. Flender would naturally not refuse, but he also heard, I was not there that day. If you want to be really clear, just ask Zhao Waoqi or your disciple Tang San. In the original work, Tang San and the others at this time had already followed Zhao Waoqi to the Tiandu forest to hunt for the spirit ring. But not now. It may be because of Dai Muabai's injury. Oscar hasn't practiced wholeheartedly these days, so he hasn't broken through to level 30 even when Yu Xiaogang arrived. So Tang San and the others are still there. What? Waking up defeated the 37th level Soul Sovereign. And still the Soul Deity with the top martial soul Evil Eye White Tiger. Create your own soul skills. When Yu Xiaogang learned the details of his awakening from his disciple Tang San, Yu Xiaogang was shocked again. He didn't expect that the awakening that was rejected by him at the beginning would become so powerful in just a few years. Is stronger than him. Is even stronger than Tang San, the very proud disciple in front of him. He knew Tang San's greatness, but he didn't think Tang San could defeat Dai Muabai, who had level 37. The disciple I taught myself, is it not as good as the awakening I despise? Teacher, can you see how he cultivates so fast? Is it related to the explosion of his spirit ring? Tang San understood the surprise of teacher Yu Xiaogang, he was also very surprised that day. Tang San is not an idiot either, he also thought that waking up with his 3rd level innate spirit power talent upgrade so quickly might be related to the explosion of the spirit ring. You can realize this, very good. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San and nodded with satisfaction, and then said. It is very likely that we all know that spirit rings are condensed by spirit power. Every time a spirit master absorbs a spirit ring, it will increase a lot of spirit power. I used to think that the spirit master has already used the spirit power of the spirit ring at this time. Absorbed, it may not be the case now. Perhaps, there is still a lot of spirit power on the spirit ring. Awakening exploded the spirit ring. UU reading www.uugonshu.com is likely to absorb the spirit power of those spirit rings after blowing up the spirit ring. So fast. If this is the case, this is really a genius idea. Although the spirit ring is sacrificed and the spirit ability is lost, if the sacrifice of a spirit ring and a spirit ability brings about an increase in spirit power, it will change the whole Douluo continent. Facing the disciple he valued, Yu Xiaogang told his guests without any secret. For example, if a spirit master like the teacher is stuck at level 29, if blowing up a spirit ring can help the teacher break through to level 30, the teacher can use this to enter the soul master. Seeing Tang San seemed to be a little confused, Yu Xiaogang suppressed the excitement in his heart and whispered. Wake up if you are here at this time, even if you look down on Yu Xiaogang, you still have to admire Yu Xiaogang's head. Wake up, dare to say yes. These awakenings have already been verified, but I don't know if they absorb the spirit ring again. Even if it blows up again, will it reduce the control of the spirit power? So after waking up to level 20, it did not absorb the spirit ring again and explode. Yu Xiaogang was misunderstood, thinking that awakening was driven up by exploding 2 spirit rings. In fact, he didn't know that he relied on thunder and lightning for his awakening, and then relied on his strong physical fitness to increase the speed of his soul power cultivation. The way of waking up: as long as you keep strengthening your body's strength, you can continue to break through. Yu Xiaogang said that he can only break through 1 or 2 levels, and then there is no way to follow. Is only useful for soul masters who happen to be stuck in the same level. And this is already quite amazing. Yu Xiaogang can predict that if he confirms this conjecture and releases it, it will definitely cause a sensation in the entire Douluo continent. Chapter 16, Slaps are always so off guard sometimes. Of course, even if the verification is successful, Yu Xiaogang did not plagiarize the ideas of others and become his own ideas. If publishes, he will indicate that this idea comes from awakening. He is just perfecting the theory and verifying it. Really? Teacher can use this to break through. Tang San was also surprised when he heard this. Well, it has to be verified, but for the teacher, it's worth a try. Yu Xiaogang nodded and said firmly. Even if it is just to verify this conjecture, he will try it, not to mention there is a chance to help him break through the long-term bottleneck. Little San, don't think about this method too much. This method is also useful to us spirit masters with ordinary talents. You have top talents. If you use this method, it will be harmful. Then Yu Xiaogang was cautious. Warn Tang San. Blowing up the spirit ring is just a compelling choice. The awakening should be a genius in creating spirit abilities. Therefore, blowing up the spirit ring can still have such a strong strength. If ordinary people blow up all the spirit rings, they will completely lose their spirit abilities. If someone uses this method to increase their spirit power, blow up all the spirit rings and fail to break through the bottleneck of the same level, it will be useless. Yu Xiaogang spoke very seriously about the drawbacks of explosive ring enhancement of soul power. Can be said to be a very serious consequence. This point, if he releases it, it must be emphasized. I see, teacher. Tang San nodded seriously, understanding what Yu Xiaogang meant. Yet, it's good if you understand it. If it is really the situation that the teacher guessed, the awakening is now upgraded very quickly, but according to his talent, at most it is at the level of the soul saint, and he also needs to follow his own soul skills. Come on, otherwise. Yu Xiaogang shook his head, and didn't say anything further. Anyway, he was not optimistic about the future of awakening. But thinking that I had previously determined that the soul sage was impossible to achieve, now that it is possible to wake up through my own thoughts, I feel a bit slapped. Ahem. In short, you just need to know that your talent is much stronger than him, and your talent teacher can't see where your endpoint is. Just work hard step by step. After Tang San recounted the past and learned the information they wanted, under the notice of Flanders, Yu Xiaogang formally served as the instructor of Shrek's students. Become my student, you must first remember one thing. That is a martial soul without waste, a soul master with only waste. The teacher dare not say otherwise. There are only a handful of people who are better than me in the study of Wuhan. So as long as you are willing to work hard, plus the teacher's guidance, you will definitely be able to become an excellent soul master. After Yu Xiaogang became the instructor of Shrek Academy, he first introduced himself and encouraged him. Except for Dai Mubai, who is still recuperating, all the students are listening. Tang San and Xiaowu knew Yu Xiaogang from the beginning. They didn't have any comments, but were very happy. Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun also have Oscars. Knowing that such abnormal Tang San was taught by Yu Xiaogang, he is also full of excitement. This teacher seems to be very reliable. When Zhao Waoqi assessed Tang San and the others that day, it was already relatively late, and Ma Hongjun also came back, so we all saw the scene of Tang San's show of power that made Zhao Waoqi suffer. Wake up and defeat Dai Mubai even though they surprised them, but Tang San alone passed Zhao Waoqi's examination and swelled Zhao Waoqi's face, and they were even more surprised. Because Dai Mubai is only a level 37 soul sage, Zhao Waoqi is a level 76 soul sage. In addition, the awakening is only at level 27, and Tang San is at level 29, so they naturally think Tang San is very strong. Only Zhu Zuqing was the only one who looked inexplicable when he heard Yu Xiaogang's words. Zhu Zuqing, do you have any ideas? Yu Xiaogang saw Zhu Zuqing's look, and started to call the names one by one. Master, I don't agree with what you said earlier. Master can teach a disciple like Tang San. I believe you will definitely not be a waste, Master, but because of the martial arts, you have not been able to break through for many years, so I think some martial arts are destined to be unsuccessful. Zhu Zuqing didn't really want to say anything, but when Yu Xiaogang called her name, she stood up and expressed her opinion. These, I said to her during the few days of waking up. At that time, Zhu Zuqing didn't care much, so he just listened to the story to relieve his boredom. Wake up at the time and said that he had wanted to be a teacher and was rejected, and then complained a lot about that teacher. And that teacher seems to be the master in front of you. Regarding awakening, Zhu Zuqing is still angry now. In the past few days, I often think of waking up, especially the kiss that wakes up to attack her. Every time I think about it, I am very angry. That's right. Master Zhu Zuqing is also right. We don't think you are a trash master, so why? Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong, they didn't think there was anything, but after hearing Zhu Zuqing's words, they suddenly reacted, as if what Zhu Zuqing said is not unreasonable. Yu Xiaogang on the stage was also a little stunned at this time, but he didn't expect to be so stunned by Zhu Zuqing. The point is that he still can't refute it. Because Yu Xiaogang actually knows that what Zhu Zuqing said is correct, this is a world of talent. All his theories also require a certain talented soul master to practice. That's why he refused the request to revive his apprenticeship. Yu Xiaogang needs to teach an excellent disciple to prove that he can't wake up to meet his requirements. Yu Xiao just said this. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is purely to motivate them. These words, he would say every time he was invited by the principal of Notting School to give a lecture at Notting College. Can motivate students very well every time, and has never been questioned. This time, he was refuted face to face and couldn't explain it, because he himself was a clear example. Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel very embarrassed. Sometimes she always came so off guard. Ahem. Yes, well said. Yu Xiaogang coughed dryly, and then continued, those words just now were all spoken by the teacher in some school lectures. The purpose is to motivate them. For you, the teacher thought the same way, but Zhu Zuqing didn't expect it to be clearer. Yes, what Zhu Zuqing said is right. In fact, the cultivation of a soul master still depends on talent. Teacher, my ability is to help you find the most correct way to practice, and perfectly help you reach your potential. Who? Yu Xiaogang sighed secretly. Finally Yuan came back. Well, the master is right. Xiaogang, the students will leave it to you. I have other things to leave first. Flander hurriedly supported Yu Xiaogang on the side. But after speaking, Flanders left with an excuse that something happened. Ha 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 ha. Bang bang bang. After returning to his office, Flender couldn't help it, holding his belly in one hand, and patted the table with the other and laughed. He really did not expect that Yu Xiaogang would be so powerless to refute it. Chapter 17, Entrance to School was blocked. Yu Xiaogang was not beaten in the face, and it was not clear to wake up, let alone that through his appearance, Yu Xiaogang found an opportunity for a breakthrough. The awakening at this time has come to the Tiandu Royal Academy. Looking at the luxurious and spacious Tiandu Royal Academy, and comparing it to Shrek Academy, when you wake up, you have to complain about the Shrek Academy's environment is really bad. Tang San and the others are extremely talented. Otherwise, if there are no resources and environment in Shrek Academy, what kind of outstanding soul masters can be cultivated? Shrek Academy's enrollment is relatively early, and Tiandu Royal Academy only started enrollment today. That's because Shrek Academy's enrollment conditions are too harsh, so it recruited students in advance. Otherwise, if you can't enter Shrek Academy, you won't have time to find other Wuhan academies. Teacher, I'm here to sign up. Okay, please show me your noble identity certificate. Okay, go to the side to register, and then pass the assessment. The front line is proceeding in an orderly manner. Just waking up in line, but his expression changed in an instant. Oops, forget that I am not a nobleman. Su Xing only thought of approaching Dugagus to join Tiandu Royal Academy, but forgot that the admissions of Tiandu Royal Academy was only open to the children of nobles. I can only give it a try. Qin Ming, who is willing to recruit civilians, is a teacher. If I show my age and strength, should I be able to do it? Waking up is also helpless, who made his family just a rich businessman, but not a nobleman. Teacher, I am not a nobleman, but I am 12 years old this year and I am a level 27 Great Soul Master. Can I join the Heaven Do Imperial Academy? It's finally his turn to wake up, and it's helpless to wake up. I can only explain to the admissions teacher with the idea of trying it out. By the way, I emphasized my age and grade. If only looking at age and level, the awakening talent is considered top in the entire Douluo continent. If this is not a special move, it can only prove that this academy is really rotten to the bone. What did you say? 12 years old and 27th grade. The admissions teacher heard the words of awakening, and he stood up directly and looked at the awakening in surprise. Just test it. Seeing the surprised look of the admissions teacher, I feel like I wake up. Yes. Test it now. The enrollment teacher heard the words and immediately went to the side and took the test crystal ball from the teacher who was responsible for taking the soul power test after registration. Come, enter the soul power in. The admissions teacher eagerly looked at Suwa and said. There are not many students who are in grade 27 at the age of 12. A great spirit master at the age of 12 and 27. No way. Among the students enrolled this year, there is not such an outstanding student yet, right? No, there were last year and the year before, and there are only a few people, not this year. Who is this? Which noble child? Or came out of the big sect? While waking up and entering the soul power test, the students who had just heard the admissions teacher exclaimed were all surprised. They all looked at waking up, wondering if it was true. There is nothing to worry about when waking up, I have already tested it once when I was in Shrek Academy. I saw a blue light blooming on the test crystal ball, and then a number 27 appeared on it. It's really level 27, stretch out your hand. When the admissions teacher saw this, he was anxious to see if he was really only 12 years old after waking up. Su Xing followed the instructions. It's actually true. No problem, Tiandu Royal Academy can accept you. The enrollment teacher was surprised. Wait for your teacher. I heard it just now, he doesn't seem to be a nobleman, how can he join the Tiandu Royal Academy? Isn't it stipulated that only the nobles can enter? This is the law set by the founding emperor in the first place. After the admissions teacher's words fell, the students just behind waking up stood up dissatisfied and questioned the admissions teacher. Looked at the awakened gaze at the same time, it is clear that some jealousy can be seen. Is he not a nobleman? It turned out to be a civilian. Hearing what the student said, the others realized that awakening was a civilian, and their tone suddenly became disdainful. They still envied the talent of waking up just now. Yes, sir, Tiandu Royal Academy does not accept civilians. Yes, if you let the teacher enter the school, we will complain to you. Yes, how can a civilian be qualified to go to the same school as us? It's... Then, they also uttered one after another, echoing the words of the student just now. This. Seeing so many students questioning, the admissions teacher suddenly became embarrassed. It's okay to recruit a civilian student if no one is making trouble, but if it really makes trouble, it won't be easy. The admissions teacher also knew that it was their jealousy to wake up a civilian with such a strong talent. If this is to wake up and enter the school, you read www.yuyugonshu.com will be overwhelmed by their talents. A civilian, how can he be qualified to stand on their heads? Boy, don't think that you can enter the Heaven-Do Royal Academy if you have some talent. This is not something you can come as a commoner. The boy who made a noise at the beginning sneered at Wake with satisfaction. Awakening was also very speechless for such a scene, and the admissions teacher seemed to be too shocked to recruit him. Teacher, with my talent, can't I enter the heavenly fight? Suixing ignored the jealous students around him, and just looked at the admissions teacher and asked. To tell the truth, Awakening cannot believe that Tiandu Royal Academy is really so unbearable. In the original work, Tang San and the others were rejected because of Prince Shuixing disrupting the situation. Unexpectedly, it is only a group of students questioning that it will embarrass the admissions teacher. Don't worry, you wait here for a while, let me ask the principal. The enrollment teacher said to Suixing and soothed. He dare not decide now, so he can only ask the principal. But he believed that the principal would not be so short-sighted. Last year, they also recruited a civilian to teach as a teacher. Everyone, let Suixing come down. But at this moment, there was a commotion behind him, and many students avoided and gave up a highway. Then I saw a handsome Prince Shuixing approaching. Your Highness! The admissions teacher saw Shuixing and quickly stepped forward. How is this going? Shuixing nodded, and then asked. While was speaking, Shuixing's eyes were also on his awakened body. Chapter 18, I want to join the Wuhan team. Your Highness, this is... The enrollment teacher wanted to explain the situation to Shuixing, only to explain when he woke up, he realized that he still didn't know the name of this student. Teacher, your lord, I call to wake up. Awakening smiled at the admissions teacher and Shuixing. Seeing Shuixing appeared, he was relieved when he woke up, knowing that he should have no problem entering the Tiandu Royal Academy. Shuixing only knows his talent, there is no reason not to sell well to solicit. Even if he was actually played by Qian Rongxiu, the daughter of Bibi Dong, the master of Wuhan Temple, she would do that in order to maintain the image of Prince Suixing. His Royal Highness, this student named Suixing wants to join the Tiandu Royal Academy. He is only 12 years old this year, but his spirit power has reached level 27. The reason why it was so noisy just now is because the awakened identity is just a civilian, other students. The enrollment teacher did not say the following words, but he believed that His Highness Shuixing must understand. A great spirit master at the age of 12 and 27. Yes, such a genius deserves an exception to the Tiandu Royal Academy. Not to mention that there was a precedent last year. You come with me, I will take you to see the principal, and leave it to me about joining the Tiandu Royal Academy. He also took a surprised look at regaining consciousness, and then smiled gently. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. He helped herself, and she awakened and thanked him. Well, come with me. He smiled, and then led the way. Waking up in him, or her. Anyway, he hurried to keep up behind He. Before he left, he didn't forget to look back provocatively at the kid who first exposed his civilian status. Damn! The kid was instantly angry, but he was helpless. After all, it was Prince He who came forward, and he didn't have the guts to say anything more. Naturally, everyone else too, can only shut up obediently and look at the awakened figure with jealousy. The current awakening is not only talented, but also appreciated by His Highness He. He personally led him into the Tiandu Royal Academy. This is a step forward. In the future, even if only civilians are awakened in the future, in view of this, no one dares to provoke awakening. After all, at that time, he hit His Highness He in the face. So they are jealous, but they can only be jealous. The envy, jealousy, and hatred of everyone, only when I wake up, I don't care about it. Waking up at this time, silently following He behind. He, also Jian Rongxiu, can be said to be the most talented genius on Douluo continent, there is no one. Innate soul power is level 20, never before. In the original work, she was also the first to become a god. Just fell in love with Tang San by mistake, and will eventually end in a disastrous defeat. However, this is a very bad personality, very indifferent. Has a strong personality and likes to conquer everything. In order to win the power of the Tiandu Empire, he can hide for 20 years, which is terrible to think about. Is still very extreme. It can be because Tang San broke with her mother. You must know that she only liked Tang San unilaterally at that time, but Tang San completely regarded her as an enemy and wanted to kill her. Is more inclined towards her father Chihiroji. If it weren't for the brilliance of saving his mother in the end, he would be a pure villain. This kind of woman will only use you unless you can conquer her. Wake up and ask that he still doesn't have this ability, at least not now, far from it. What happened just now, please don't take it to heart. This is a stubborn illness of the empire. I have persuaded my father many times. The Heaven Do Imperial Academy should also be open to civilians, but my father did not agree. Swekine walked ahead, and after deliberately slowing down, he said with relief to Wake. Don't worry, I brought you in today, and things like this will never happen to you again. Thanks to your highness. Su Xing said gratefully again. By the way, Wake up, what is your martial spirit? How about the spirit ring configuration? He was satisfied with the awakening attitude, and then asked. He wants to know whether he needs to vigorously recruit to wake up. His Majesty, my martial spirit is a coin, and there is no spirit ring, and the spirit ring was blown up by me. Su Xing naturally understood He's thoughts and replied directly. What? It exploded? Is it impossible to recover? He heard his footsteps suddenly, then turned around and looked at the awakening in surprise. Yes, Your Highness. From He's words, it is not difficult to find that He knows about the explosion of the ring and knows that the explosion will recover. I want to come, because I have carefully understood the Clear Sky School. Then you just don't have soul skills? Then what do you rely on to fight? He asked. The tone of was much more indifferent than before. His Royal Highness, I will create my own spirit abilities. My future dream is to become a titled Douluo who uses my own spirit abilities without a spirit ring. Su Xing explained. Yes, this is really a great dream. He was a little bit speechless, and she lost interest in awakening while speaking. Haha, I think so too. Su-Xing smiled. You reading www.yuukonshu.com. Come on, I am optimistic about you. Shueking he said perfunctorily, and then walked quickly in front of the awakening, not interested in continuing to pull and to awaken. Haha. Wake Up can clearly perceive Shueking he's attitude change, and he smiles in his heart. Didn't care too much, after all, he didn't want to hold Qian Rongxiu's thigh. If you really want to join the lineup of the Spirit Hall, Suwa will be more willing to hold Bibi Dong's thigh. Shueking he quickly found the principal of Tiandu Royal Academy with his awakening. Shueking he introduced that the principal would naturally not be embarrassed, especially after knowing that the 12-year-old Wake had a 27-level spirit power. She couldn't wait to go through the school admission procedures for Wake. And Shueking he left soon after handing her awakening to the principal. Principal, I want to join the Wuhan team that represents the Heavendo Imperial Academy, okay? After Shueking he left, he awoke to see that the principal could speak well, and boldly asked to join the Heavendo Imperial Academy Wuhan team. You want to join the Wuhan team? It seems that you are very confident in your own strength, this is a good thing. However, joining the Wuhan team is useless even if it is arranged by the principal, you need to get the qualification yourself. The principal smiled suddenly when he heard the words of awakening. Then how can I join the Wuhan team in the shortest time? Su-Xing did not think that the principal would directly agree. The shortest way, directly challenge the team members, as long as you defeat 3 people in a row, you can directly join the team. The principal smiled, but he hoped that Wake could do it. When can I challenge? Wake up, eyes light up, steady. Chapter 19, I don't need Wuhan. Although I want to wake up, I want to directly enter the team by challenging the members of the Wuhan team of the Tiandu Royal Academy. But there was no way to do it that day. Because the Tiandu Royal Academy will not start school tomorrow, the members of Wuhan team have not come together yet. Su-Xing had to move into the school first. Tiandu Royal Academy is a bit more luxurious, that is, each student has a separate dormitory, and there is no need to squeeze a room with other students. He just wakes up. The civilian who is valued by His Royal Highness. It's just good luck. If I have his talent, I can be valued by His Highness. Furthermore, it's just a commoner, no matter how talented it is. It's for us aristocrats to sell their lives if they are strong. That's right, it's just a civilian, and in the end I will give our nobles their lives. It's very uncomfortable to think that I actually share the same school as a civilian. Wake walked in the school and was quickly recognized. Obviously, the thing that Wake Up as a civilian was valued by His Royal Highness Shueking he had been spread in the school, and they even knew how he woke up. Although because of Shueking they didn't dare to make trouble for awakening, but they still dare to say some ridicule behind their backs. One by one, they all woke up with strange eyes. Some are jealous, some are disdainful, some are disgusting. Regained his original good mood, and after hearing these sounds, he suddenly felt bad. No one wants to be treated as a stranger. But he was a commoner who appeared in an aristocratic school like Tiandu Royal Academy. He was an alien in itself. Qin Ming, the leader of the Heavendo Imperial Academy Wuhan team, is also a commoner, and he doesn't know how the opponent can stay here. To be honest, if it wasn't for contact with the lone geese, he woke up and turned around and left. He has always known that there are nobles and civilians in Douluo continent, but he didn't know that the civilians were so rejected by the nobles. So no place. This also made Su-Xing feel repelled by Tiandu Royal Academy, and didn't really want to be involved in it. Originally, he thought that after joining the school, he could relieve the youth of his past life. Can relieve the simplicity and beauty of the school days. Right now. Haha. Teacher, someone wants to join our team through a challenge this year. I also heard about it, and just like Big Brother Tianheng, it was the first team who directly challenged him. This shows that the other party is very confident and must be very talented. I don't know if I really have a strength, don't be arrogant. The next day, all the Wuhan teams from the Tiandu Royal Academy arrived. As a member of the first team, they knew that someone would join their team through a challenge today. Some people are interested, some don't care, some are optimistic, and some are weird. Outstanding strength in the team is not afraid of being replaced, naturally welcome, and hope that his team will become stronger. But Oslo and Yufeng were less welcome to wake up last year. The two of them entered the Tiandu Royal Academy last year, and they were also selected as members of the team through their outstanding talents and strength. Is the best freshman last year. However, it is also relatively weak. The other members of the team have joined the Tiandu Royal Academy for several years. They didn't have the confidence to join the Wuhan team through challenges. So if someone can join the Wuhan team through a challenge, they will definitely not be weaker than them, they may be replaced, and they will be dropped to the second team. Yes, but apart from what he thought, another freshman will join our team directly this year, and not through the challenge. Qin Ming, the instructor and team leader of the Wuhan team of the Tiandu Royal Academy, said. What? Join directly? The other party is an auxiliary soul master, right? Yu Tianheng Dugayan and others were shocked when they heard the words, and went directly in, that is to directly replace one of their original team. There is no need to go directly in through challenges, and the possibility of an auxiliary soul master is the greatest. Therefore, the auxiliary soul master in the team has the most ugly expression. Yes, Dylan will go to the second team starting today. Qin Ming also sighed when he heard this, and looked at a boy in the team apologetically. Although this auxiliary spirit master was good, it was far worse than the one who was going to join today. I see, teacher. Dylan gritted his teeth and said lowly. And a little unwilling, can the teacher tell me who the newcomer is? Yu Tianheng and others also looked at Qin Ming curiously. Ye Lingling, a newborn student who joined this year, has a spirit power of 28 at the age of 12, and her martial soul is a top healing martial spirit Juxin Begonia. Qin Ming said. 12 years old and 28 level, still top martial arts soul. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Yu Tianheng and the others were all surprised, but they also expected that if their talents were not strong, how could they be able to directly replace Dylan? Although Dylan has a higher level of 29, Wuhan is not at the top level. He is also a few years older, and it is normal to be replaced. Ye Lingling, is there a girl finally? Dugayan's attention was different. Coming. Qin Ming smiled, and saw that the principal took two people into the special area of their Wuhan team. Everyone looked around and knew that the lovely girl who looked rather deserted was Ye Lingling. Then another teenager with the same outstanding temperament wanted to join their team through challenges. Principal. Principal. Qin Ming took the lead and quickly stepped forward to welcome the principal's arrival. These two are the new people I told you yesterday, Su Xing and Ye Lingling. The principal smiled, and then introduced the Wake and Ye Lingling behind him. Well, I know the principal. But although I agreed to let Ye Lingling join the team directly, if I later find out that she is inappropriate, I will kick her out of the team. yu.yukansha.com. If this classmate wakes up, it depends on how he waits. Qin Ming nodded, and then said. These, he actually told the principal yesterday, and now he deliberately said it again, to Ye Lingling. Ye Lingling heard the words, her cold expression didn't change much. Ye Lingling's attention at this moment was instead on Su Xing next to her. She also knew at this moment that the awakening who was brought over by the principal with her was to join the Wuhan team through a challenge. Teacher, hello, my name is Ye Lingling, I would like to ask for more advice in the future. Although Ye Lingling looks colder, she is still very polite. Qin Ming nodded, and then began to arrange the challenge of awakening. Principal, let's wake up and challenge Oslo in the first game. Qin Ming said to the principal after looking at the members of the team. Of course, you will arrange these. The principal nodded. Come on, my martial spirit is a ghost leopard. Please advise me if you are a level 31 soul. Seeing the principal nodded, Oslo immediately jumped onto the court, demonstrating his martial spirit and spirit ring, and said provocatively to Wake. He really doesn't believe it anymore, awakening a 27 level Great Spirit Master can defeat his soul lord. Go ahead. You're welcome to wake up, and jump directly onto the court. Was just a awakening on stage, and did not summon a martial arts soul, let alone a soul ring. Are you an idiot? Don't you know that you want to summon a martial soul? Oslo immediately mocked when he saw his awakening appearance. To deal with you, there is no need to use my martial soul. Because of what happened at school yesterday, Su Xing felt repelled by the students of the Tiandu Royal Academy, and there was no good tone in the speech. Chapter 20, Losing Streak. What did you say? When Oslo heard the words of awakening, his eyes suddenly glared, only to feel that he was seriously humiliated. A 27 level Great Spirit Master, facing a 31 level Soul Master, dare to say words that don't need to use martial spirits. How do you look down on people? Not only him, but everyone beyond the principal, was also shocked by the words of awakening. No need for Wuhan. This is so arrogant. Except for arrogance, everyone can't think of any words to describe awakening. In this case, don't blame me if you are injured. Oslo laughed furiously, and after using the first spirit ability to increase his speed, the figure rushed towards awakening. The speed is very fast, really like a ghost. At this speed, he didn't wake up until Oslo approached before moving. Before Oslo approached, the awakened body was intertwined with lightning. Thunder escape armor. After that, the awakened figure resembled a flash of lightning, disappearing into the spot instantly, recoiling at a faster speed than Oslo. What? What a fast speed! This is a self-made spirit ability. Seeing Wake's counterattack, Yu Tianheng and others were all surprised. The principal and Qin Ming are too, but they are more of a surprise. It turns out that the regained self-confidence has his capital. As for why they thought of creating their own soul skills, they didn't even see Wake using martial spirits just now, plus Wake had just said that martial spirits were not needed, so they thought of creating their own spirit abilities the first time. Boom! Boom! When they were shocked, the figures of Awakening and Oslo collided in an instant. Then, everyone saw that one of the figures flew upside down with a bang, and fell to the ground. Is Oslo? Humph! How can it be? You can create your own soul skills, and they are so strong. Oslo fell to the ground, struggling to stand up, his eyes watched Awake in amazement. Self-created spirit abilities are not the key is that the self-created spirit abilities are still so strong. Is lower than him, but his speed and attack are better than him. What an amazing control, and a terrifying body, he condenses the power of thunder and lightning to his body, and he won't hurt himself. Yu Tianheng, who also possesses lightning attributes, has his eyes glowing as he wakes up. He saw that the awakened self-made spirit ability is to condense thunder and lightning into the flesh, thereby strengthening oneself. It's just that he doesn't understand how to wake up, which is impossible. If thunder and lightning are condensed on the flesh, it will be hurt. At this moment, Yu Tianheng really wants to ask how he wakes up. Give up, you are not my opponent. Awakened and looked at Oslo, who stood up, and said slowly. Don't think about it, don't think that if you have your own spirit ability, you can beat me. I have other spirit skills that I haven't used. Of course Oslo would not just admit defeat. The third spirit ability, Ghost and Leopard move. I saw Oslo rushing to wake up again, faster than before. It's useless, Oslo is defeated. Qin Ming shook his head on the side. Oslo might not be able to feel it on the court, but he could see that the speed after Oslo used the third spirit ability was not as good as waking up. As an agile attack type spirit master, Oslo's strength is speed. When his speed is completely suppressed, it is almost impossible to win. Boom! Sure enough, Oslo was knocked to the ground again. Oslo, you can withdraw. You are not his opponent. Seeing Oslo struggling and wanting to fight again, Qin Ming stopped the opponent. Is teacher. Oslo replied lonely, and retired sadly. Next, you go up Yufeng. He is characterized by speed, and his attack is not weak, but he can't fly. Use your flying ability more. Qin Ming then arranged for Yufeng to play, and at the same time gave Yufeng a whisper. Is teacher. Yufeng came on the court soon. At the beginning, Yufeng released his wind chime bird spirit, and then used his spirit skills to fly into the air. Seeing Yufeng who was flying directly up, he woke up and frowned. Without using super electromagnetic guns, he really doesn't have any means to deal with enemies in the air. Super electromagnetic cannon, I don't want to be exposed when I wake up. The last time he was exposed in front of Zhu Zuqing, he regretted it afterwards. Fortunately, Zhu Zuqing just treated it as a normal spirit ability and didn't think much. Don't release your martial soul yet. If you don't have the spirit ability to attack me, then you will lose. Yufeng flew in the air, looking at Su Xing and smiled. He is in trouble now, he can't attack his opponent. Yufeng is still great. Two brothers, Graphite and Stone Mill, laughed when they saw this. Although they also want to be stronger in the team, they still can't see the original teammate being beaten. What you said earlier is correct, I really can't attack you. But you can't attack me. You who use your martial spirit to fly up use your spirit power. I just have to wait for your spirit power to run out and fall by myself. Su Xing heard Yufeng's words, but didn't panic, and smiled at Yufeng. Then, when he woke up, he stood there calmly, without attacking, just looking at the other person. Smart. Since you can't attack the other party, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, then don't use your soul power meaninglessly and wait for the other party to consume it. Seeing wake up response, Qin Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. This kid is also very smart. Yufeng didn't expect that Wake would respond in this way, and he was surprised when he was flying in the air. But after knowing that there is no anti-aircraft means to wake up, he also relaxes. Next, I'll see if I can defeat the awakening directly in the air. If it doesn't, then there is really no way. The first spirit ability, Wind Chaos. The second spirit ability, Wind Chime Feather Strike. Yufeng first cast a chaotic wind on the ground below, and a chaotic gust of wind swept away. This soul ability does not damage much, but it can limit the enemy's speed. Then Yufeng's second spirit ability, a pair of wings stirred, feathers turned into sharp feathers and arrows fell from the air, attacking to wake up. Under Yufeng's two spirit abilities, thunder and lightning flashed on his body when he woke up, and his figure flashed again and again. Ding ding ding! Most of the feather arrows that fell all over the sky were awakened and avoided and landed on the ground. Could not be avoided, and was easily blocked by the thunder dance armor on his body. In fact, there is no problem even if you don't evade. When the storm-like attack was over, and when he saw that he had awakened and stood there unscathed, he knew that he had lost. I lost. Yufeng flapped his wings and landed on the ground, and gave up very simply. Teacher, let me do the last one. Yufeng conceded defeat, and Yu Tianheng, the captain, couldn't wait to stand up. He wanted to face it personally, the awakened self-made spirit ability. Chapter 21, Successfully Joined. It is good. You can go up, but you can't use the fourth spirit ability. Qin Ming nodded, but restricted Yu Tianheng, otherwise it would be too unfair to wake up. No, teacher, he is only level 27, and his spirit power is already lower than mine. I don't plan to use the third spirit ability. Yu Tianheng shook his head, he also has his own pride. I am Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy Wuhan team, the 41st level Soul Sect, and your next challenger is me. But don't worry, I will only use the first and second spirit abilities later. You have been fighting for 2 consecutive games just now, I'll wait for you to regain your spirit power. After Yu Tianheng went up, it didn't start immediately. Waking up without being too big, nodded and recovered in place. Yu Tianheng is no better than Dai Mubai. The fundamental reason for awakening to defeat Dai Mubai is that his awakening body strength is relatively strong, his physical body has exceeded level 40, and his level is actually higher than Dai Mubai. Yu Tianheng's level is already 41, and his physical strength is not weaker than that of awakening. It is impossible to win so easily after awakening. Unless you use super electromagnetic guns. Just now, the consumption of waking up was also a lot, and it took half an hour to recover. Go ahead, let me see what your martial soul is. Yu Tianheng saw Suixing stand up, then came to the other side of Suixing and opened his mouth. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. While was speaking, Yu Tianheng himself had already summoned his martial soul first. Except for Yu Tianheng, everyone including the principal is looking forward to what the awakening Wuhan is. Then you may be disappointed. Suixing smiled slightly, stretched out his right hand, and slowly summoned his martial soul. Ding! A coin appeared, with several blue thunder and lightning intertwined on it. What? Is this his martial soul? A coin? Impossible? Why can't I feel that this martial spirit is very strong? On the contrary, it is very weak. It is indeed not a top martial arts soul, even a high-level martial arts soul. Whether or not a person's martial arts spirit is top-notch, it can basically be felt after it is shown. The higher the quality of the martial arts, the more oppressive they felt, but they did not feel the slightest deterrence on the awakened martial arts. This is seriously inconsistent with the strength shown by the wake. Is not like a martial soul possessed by someone who has a higher rank to defeat an opponent. This is your martial soul. Yu Tianheng looked at the awakened Wuhan, still couldn't believe it. Yes, my Wuhan is just a low-quality one. And I don't have a spirit ring, because I bombed it. Suixing didn't care that the quality of her martial arts was too low, so she spoke out generously. What? You actually exploded the spirit ring? Why? Yu Tianheng was shocked again when he heard the words of awakening, and so did Qinming and others. Awakening situation really exceeded their expectations time and time again. Because I don't need more soul skills, I can create my own. Wake up! To this kind of problem, I always have this attitude. I am a genius and I am self-willed. Facing the reply from awakening, everyone was the same as everyone in Shrek Academy, dumbfounded and speechless. Then let me see how strong your self-created spirit abilities are. After Yu Tianheng was speechless, he stopped talking nonsense and started directly. The first spirit ability, Thunder Dragon Claw. Zi boom! A ghost of dragon claws appeared behind Yu Tianheng, and then covered Yu Tianheng's right hand. At the same time, there was also the blue thunder and lightning that filled Yu Tianheng's body. The momentum was amazing. Thunder Escape Armor. Waking Up also released his Thunder Dance armor at the same time. Similarly, waves of thunder and lightning are permeating Wake. As for the awakened martial soul, it is useless if you don't use the super electromagnetic gun. It is awakened and put away as soon as you start it. For a while, both Suwa and Yu Tianheng were intertwined with thunder and lightning. Looks like his posture is similar, but if you look closely, you can find that the lightning on his body is intertwined with his flesh. Yu Tianheng is intertwined all over his body and outside of his body. One inside, one outside. Yu Tianheng looked at the awakened self-created spirit ability closely, his expression implied excitement. The awakened spirit ability really incorporated thunder and lightning into his body. How did he do it? Thunder Dragon Claw. In order to personally feel the power of the awakened spirit ability, Yu Tianheng no longer waited, and took the lead in launching an offensive, and the figure rushed to Wake Up. Awakened naturally without fear, and flashed to meet him instantly. Boom! The two figures quickly collided together. Then the two figures withdrew back. Yu Tianheng stepped back 3 steps, and 4 steps back after waking up. Under the frontal collision, awakening is slightly worse. Yes, come again. Thunderbolt. Yu Tianheng couldn't help being a little surprised when he saw that awakening was actually able to compete head-on with him. He had known that awakening was only level 27. This is already the 2 big orders against him. Yu Tianheng is also interested, wanting to see where the limit of awakening is. Then, Yu Tianheng alternately used the first spirit ability and the second spirit ability to fight with awakening. After a few rounds of head-to-head combat, he wakes up and knows that he can't beat Yu Tianheng in head-to-head combat. In an instant, awakening changed his strategy. www.readaloud.com no longer fight head-on, but use the speed advantage to fight. At this time, Yu Tianheng, who could have been able to suppress the awakening a little bit, immediately fell into a passive state. He can't keep up with the speed of waking up, unable to move first, and can only counterattack passively. But it was just that Yu Tianheng was relatively passive at the beginning, and soon Yu Tianheng was able to keep up with the rhythm of waking up. Although his speed is not as good as awakening, his reaction speed is not slow, and his combat experience is much better than awakening. Every attack that he awakens will be blocked by him. Wake up every time after being blocked, he quickly retreats. For a time, no one can do anything, and it is in a deadlock. Yu Tianheng didn't expect this to happen. He woke up too cleverly and changed his strategy decisively after losing head-on. And neither his first spirit ability nor his second spirit ability can effectively attack until he wakes up, unless he uses the third spirit ability Thunder Dragon's Wrath, a range of lightning bombardment. But he said before that he would not use the third and fourth spirit abilities. Well, even if you two are tied, you will continue to be in a stalemate if you continue to fight. Finally, Qin Ming stood up and announced that the challenge was over. Then I have passed the challenge. Awakening asked simply, whether he defeated Yu Tianheng head-on is not important, the important thing is to join the Wuhan team. Of course. Qin Ming nodded. Although Awakening does not have a spirit ring, his strength is so powerful that the team has no reason not to. In this way, Su Xing successfully joined the Wuhan team of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. And it was Oslo that was awakened and replaced. Oslo is a spirit master of the agile attack type, and he can be regarded as awakening, and his strength is stronger than Oslo, so he naturally replaced the opponent. Chapter 22, Invitation from the Nobles of Soto City. Wake up, may I ask you a question? In the evening, Yu Tianheng found his awakening, his expression was a bit hesitant. Yes. Suwa nodded. Although it's a bit presumptuous, I still want to ask. If I can't answer, I will treat it as if I haven't said it. After all, I offended it. How did your self-created spirit ability condense thunder and lightning to the flesh? Wouldn't it hurt yourself? Yu Tianheng wanted to ask for a long time, so he asked quickly. This is related to my adventure. I once ate a magical fruit, and then I found that I was immune to lightning. But I can only be immune to all my own lightning. If the enemy's lightning is not immune to all. Hearing Yu Tianheng's words, he woke up and smiled slightly, and then explained. This question was answered long ago. The Soul Master of Douluo continent is not immune to his own lightning. Of course he knows that he wakes up. He has also undergone thunder and lightning forging, and gradually adapts to condense the thunder and lightning into his flesh, and develop the thunder and lightning armor. Thunderbolt forging body will never leak when awakening, so awakening has already thought of how to explain it. Anyway, there are some magical plants in this world, and Tang San's martial soul blue silver grass can avoid fire and water. Adventure. That's it. Yu Tianheng sighed with disappointment, and then he was relieved. Indeed, if it were not for adventure, no soul master would be able to integrate thunder and lightning into the flesh without being injured. Does the fruit still exist? Even though he was hopeless, Yu Tianheng asked with expectation. No, I later found out that it was a treasure, so I looked for it again, but unfortunately I didn't find it again. Su Xing shook his head. Something that didn't exist in the first place, how could it be possible? Yu Tianheng can only leave in disappointment. Su Xing can only express his apologies when he sees this. He will never say that Raiden has forged his most important and powerful capital. What's more, he said, Yu Tianheng may not dare to believe it, he may not dare to try, because if he wants to master the thunder and lightning body, he must first explode the spirit ring. Tianheng, how is it? Did he tell you? After Yu Tianheng left, Duguyan should have been waiting for him outside. I said, but it was because of the ability he got from his adventure. Yu Tianheng saw Dugugus and knew what she was asking, shook his head still with a little regret. Then Yu Tianheng told Duguyan's answer to wake up. Mysterious fruit. My grandpa has a lot of strange flowers and weeds, but most of them are highly toxic, and my grandpa dare not touch them casually. But there are also some non-toxic ones, but I don't know what the effect is if I eat it. Would you like me to take you there someday? Duguyan heard Yu Tianheng's words, and couldn't help thinking of the secret herbal garden of his grandfather Dugubo. Your grandpa's herbal garden, forget it. Yu Tianheng heard that it was the place where the poison Douluo Dugubo was, and he immediately lost interest, subconsciously thinking that there were all poisonous flowers and poisonous weeds planted by Dugubo. Don't forget it, ordinary people can't get in without an antidote, but my grandfather said a poisonous miasma there. Duguyan snorted when he heard the words, knowing that Yu Tianheng didn't want to contact her grandfather. Yu Tianheng smiled wryly, did not return anything, but quickly changed the subject. Anyway, Duguyan's grandfather Dugubo, he still dare not see him now, who knows if the other party can accept his granddaughter has made a boyfriend. Sure enough, Duguyan knew about the existence of Binghuoyan Baodai, and had been there. Yes, that place is good for people who practice poison art. Dugubo loves his granddaughter so much, and it's normal to take her there. I just didn't expect that Dugubo actually installed a poisonous miasma there, which I didn't think about before. After Duguyan and Yu Tianheng left, the awakened figure walked out of the hiding place behind them. Wake Up did not deliberately overhear, but he just happened to go out. Who knew that I heard the words of Duguyan? This also confirms the awakening, and the Dugugus really knows the location of the treasure of ice and fire. Also learned that Dugubo set up poisonous miasma around the treasure land, which is very dangerous. If this is not ready to go in, I don't know how to die. It's a bit difficult. I don't know how to poison, I can't make an antidote. Wake Up and realize that even if he succeeds in finding the treasure of ice and fire, he will not be able to enter easily. But it's not too difficult, just get a protective suit and a gas mask. Or there is a way to get the antidote from Dugugus. If there is a problem, there will naturally be a solution to the problem. The most important thing is to find the problem. In the next few months, Su Xing can be regarded as revisiting the life of the college. It's just not beautiful. The Tiandu Royal Academy's discrimination against civilians has always existed, and this kind of gaze has never been awakened. Even if they knew that Su Xing had joined the Heaven Do Imperial Academy Wuhan team, it was still the same. Such a situation makes Su Xing unable to integrate into the academy at all. I don't care when I wake up, just learn my own. After practicing every day, the most time spent waking up is reading. Tiandu Royal Academy is good. There are a lot of books and materials collected in the academy. There are all kinds of books at www.yunsha.com, which records the geographical environment, records the distribution of soul beasts. There are a lot of them, all of which can't be bought with money before waking up. It's a pity that there is no record of Xianpin herbal medicine. Wake Up is disappointed but not surprising, not only the academy does not have it, but even the Heaven Do Empire does not have it. Because of what the Heaven Do Empire has, it is impossible for Douluo as the guest secretary of the Heaven Do Empire to not know. However, Douluo did not recognize those fairy herbs, which shows that there is no information on fairy herbs in the Heaven Do Empire. Of course, you have to say that Douluo has never collected it, so I can't help it. It is impossible. Who would guard a bunch of powerful herbs without searching for information? After more than 4 months, the awakened spirit power also directly broke through the 30 bottleneck and soared to level 33. But Wake Up knows that this is not too strong for his improvement. What he is strong is his physical strength. He is still more than 40 levels, and he has improved a lot. He is currently about 48, but he has not broken through 50. Of course, compared to my peers, it is already very scary. Is only the soul master of Douluo continent, the physical level and the soul power level are generally equal, and have never been divided, so no one knows that the comprehensive strength of awakening is about to reach level 50. It's been 4 months, I just know that the treasure of ice and fire is in the Sunset Forest. I haven't been to Douluo once, or Douluo has come to take her there, then I can't find it. Today, some nobles in Soto City looked for a school and invited us to play in the great arena of souls in Soto City. I'm about to run into the 7 Shrek monsters soon. Chapter 23, Yu Xiaogang is blowing up rings. Thinking of coming to the key point of the plot immediately, he hadn't found the eyes of the ice and fire, so he was a little helpless to wake up. He only knows that the ice and fire 2 gazes are in the Sunset Forest, and he doesn't know the exact location. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to look for it rashly, it was too dangerous. It's okay to encounter a soul beast that is more than 10,000 years old. If you encounter a soul beast that is more than 10,000 years old, he will be very dangerous. The physical body didn't break through level 50, so he didn't dare to go to the Sunset Forest casually. First think of a way to prevent the team from confronting the Shrek 7 devils. There are many ways to do it, let's talk about the situation when the time comes. How to stop? There is a way to wake up. The easiest way is to find a reason to be absent. The Tiandu royal team is not enough to fight team battles, naturally they will not fight again. Or snipe the individual match of the Shrek 7 devils, and defeat one of them. Even if the Shrek 7 devils are uneven, there is no way to enter the team duel. Shrek Academy. At this time, everyone, including Tang San, looked nervously at Yu Xiaogang who was meditating. This is the 3rd time. Yu Xiaogang, this is blowing up the ring. After a lot of research and calculations, Yu Xiaogang decided to break through the ring. Just wanting to blow the ring is not so easy. After many attempts, Yu Xiao has just mastered the essentials of the ring. After the first successful ring explosion, Yu Xiaogang didn't get the result he wanted. He felt that he had more spirit power, but he couldn't help him break through level 30. The remaining spirit ring, Yu Xiaogang suddenly did not dare to continue to explode. God knows how desperate Yu Xiaogang was at that time, not only did not break through, but there was no spirit ring. Until a few days later, the spirit ring condensed again, and Yu Xiao just discovered that his spirit ring had not completely exploded. Yu Xiaogang was also dumbfounded at first, not knowing why his spirit ring exploded and reappeared. He didn't realize that he couldn't completely blow up the spirit ring once again until he collected more information about the explosion ring. Boom! Under the attention of everyone, Yu Xiaogang's first spirit ring exploded, and a powerful spirit power fluctuation shook away from Yu Xiaogang. Oscar and others just blocked it with their hands a little, not the first time they have experienced it. Yu said, "Can the master blow up the spirit ring completely this time?" Oscar looked at Yu Xiaogang, who had already exploded the spirit ring again, and said curiously, "It should be possible. The master has calculated it and said it will not exceed 3 times. Ma Hongjun said, "I just want to know if the master can really absorb the spirit ring of the spirit ring and break through the level after the spirit ring is completely blown up." Ning Rongrong was more curious about whether Yu Xiaogang could upgrade with this. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, she still has some insights, knowing what this conclusion would mean for Douluo continent. Means that the spirit master world is about to change. A large number of soul masters who are stuck in the same level will use this to break through. The low-level ones are nothing. Some high-level ones, such as the Soul Saint Contra, can break through with this. It would be terrifying. I believe the teacher will definitely break through. Tang San said, of course he hoped that Yu Xiaogang could break through. Like the third brother, I believe the master will definitely break through. Xiao Wu supported Tang San unconditionally. If it is really possible, aren't we being cheated by awakening? His talent is actually not that good, and he barely catches up to our level by blowing up the ring. Oscar touched his chin and suddenly raised to wake up. But even so, that wake up can think of this way, it is very powerful, no one in Douluo mainland can think of it for so many years. Ma Hongjun nodded, full of curiosity about the awakening of Oscar and other populations. This is a powerful character who defeated Boss Dai. Of course, he wouldn't say this. Hey! It's just a speculation. Dai Mubai snorted coldly, and he was full of resentment when he heard the name of awakening. This not only hooked up his fiancée, but also caused him to lie in bed for more than 2 months. Haha, what Boss Dai said is that our talents are not comparable to that of the kid. In the future, we will become stronger and stronger. The kid is limited in talent and will soon be unable to catch up with us. Oscar smirked and quickly agreed. Dai Mubai's words. Scolded himself secretly in his heart, why would it be okay to wake up in front of Dai Mubai? The only Shrek 7 devils in the field who didn't speak, was Zhu Zuqing. Looking at the effect of the explosive ring on Yu Xiaogang's body, Zhu Zuqing is also confused. She didn't expect that the fried ring made by awakening was so important. It's not that no one has blown up the rings before, but that no one has blown up all the spirit rings completely like they wake up. Others blow up the ring, because they are afraid that the spirit ring will be gone. It's good to wake up, I don't want the spirit ring specially. Because of this, the talent and age level of awakening will become an opportunity to be discovered by the master Yu Xiaogang. If the master is successfully verified, awakening can be considered as a contribution to the Douluo continent. And will definitely be recorded in the annals of history www.readaloud.com in the future, as long as a soul master reaches the bottleneck of the same level and cannot be improved, it can break through. It is strange that the name of the pioneer who wakes up is not remembered. Thinking that the future must be famous for Douluo continent's awakening, and that the person who offended and forcibly took his first kiss is the same person, Zhu Zuqing can hardly calm down. Zhu Zuqing doesn't know what's wrong with him, and often thinks of waking up. Every time I think of waking up to offend her, I feel angry, but I also think of the pictures of waking up all the way, especially when I recall the jokes that wake up and amusing her, I can't help but laugh. Especially after waking up to kill, he was very arrogant and domineering the first second, and then he vomited the next second. Zhu Zuqing would turn his mouth every time he thought of it. Take Xing, what are you laughing at? Xiao Wu saw Zhu Zuqing seem to be distracted, and immediately pushed Zhu Zuqing curiously, and then asked in a low voice. This is not the first time she has seen Zhu Zuqing like this. No, I'm happy for the master. Zhu Zuqing recovered and hurriedly covered up. Who believe it? I know you must be thinking about that wake up again. Don't worry, I won't tell Dai Mubai that guy. Xiao Wu curled her lips and smiled quietly in Zhu Zuqing's ear. No, how is it possible? Zhu Zuqing immediately shook his head and denied it when he heard it. It was impossible to admit it. He, do you know it yourself? Xiao Wu chuckled, but didn't continue to tease Zhu Zuqing, and ran back to Tang San. Zhu Zuqing heaved a sigh of relief when Xiao Wu did not continue to question, and then became entangled in himself. Why do I often think of that bastard? Chapter 24, Yu Xiaogang is stunned, why can't he absorb the spirit ring? It must be because of his offense to me, I am always thinking about finding him revenge. Right, that is it. After finding out the reason, Zhu Zuqing suddenly relaxed. Only after seeing Dai Mubai who came over here with the opposite eyes, Zhu Zuqing became irritated again. Although he was very disappointed with Dai Mubai, she was willing to stay in Shrek because she gave Dai Mubai a chance, hoping that Dai Mubai could change because of her appearance. Since Dai Mubai's injury healed, he has indeed changed, and he hasn't hooked up with girls anymore. But Zhu Zuqing discovered that after seeing Dai Mubai's changes according to her expectations, she did not feel very happy, or said that she had no idea of forgiving Dai Mubai at all. Seeing Dai Mubai's change, she should be very happy. Soul power shocks. While Zhu Zuqing was thinking about it, Yu Xiaogang finally finished meditating and opened his eyes. It is not difficult to find that Yu Xiaogang's eyes flashed with excitement at this time. Teacher. Tang San hurried forward, speaking suspiciously. Well, the teacher finally broke through, and his spirit power is just level 30. Yu Xiaogang exclaimed, but he broke through the bottleneck that had troubled him for half his life, unexpectedly. Congratulations, Xiaogang. I will help you hunt down suitable spirit beasts and help you get the spirit ring you want. Dean Flander also congratulated Yu Xiaogang happily at this time. Okay, this is the last step of verification. Yu Xiaogang nodded, and did not refuse. He can't wait to make the final step of verification at this time. Yes, although he successfully broke through to level 30, he is a soul sovereign, but the verification has not been completed yet. He still needs to hunt down a spirit ring before the verification is complete. Su Xing didn't know that because of his appearance, Yu Xiaogang had already broken through the 30th level. Didn't know, Yu Xiaogang had already gone on the way to hunt and kill the soul beast to obtain the soul ring. The awakening at this time has been led by Qin Ming, and Yu Tianheng and others have come to Soto City. As soon as they arrived in Soto City, of course, Su Hua and others would not go to a duel in the great arena of souls in Soto City all at once. Because some of the nobles in Soto City invited them, they naturally treated the awakening group well. After eating and drinking enough, I wake up and go back to my room. Routinely use thunder and lightning for exercise every day for an hour and a quarter of an hour. After waking up, he stopped the thunder and lightning exercise. It's a pity that now he can only use thunder and lightning for 1 hour and 1/4 of an hour every day. No matter how much, his body will not be able to stand it. There is a limit to how long the body's cells can withstand each day. But as the strength of awakening becomes stronger, the time is gradually increasing. Before, he could only use thunder and lightning for an hour every day, but now it's an hour and a quarter of an hour. After finishing the thunder and lightning body forging, it is to cultivate soul power, and the training of soul power is water mill kung fu, constantly absorbing external energy to refine it into one's soul power. In this regard, a person's talent will play a very important role. The higher the innate soul power, the faster the absorption of soul power. This is the most important factor that determines the speed of soul power cultivation. And the physical strength can also strengthen the training speed of the soul power to a certain extent. Many spirit masters have actually discovered this, and so is Yu Xiaogang. Shrek Academy only pays so much attention to physical exercise. It's a pity that they can only practice quite well, and the higher the level, there is no effect. Awakening soul power cultivation speed can catch up with Tang San and the others, relying on his strong physical strength after thunder and lightning forged. Of course, the awakening spirit power improvement can catch up with Tang San and the others, and it is also inseparable from the efforts to awaken oneself. Compared with the enjoyment of thunder and lightning body massage, cultivating soul power is a very boring thing. The solution to awakening is to stop and develop spirit abilities when it really can't stand it. At present, awakening has developed many spirit abilities related to thunder and lightning, both strong and weak. There is also a handsome spirit ability that is about to be developed by him. Lei Dun, Chidori. I saw the thunder and lightning intertwined in the palm of the right hand, and a large number of thunder and lightning were condensed in the palm of the right hand. In the end, the seemingly violent thunder and lightning gathered together and was completely controlled by the awakening. The power was relatively concentrated and no longer madly scattered. It's done. Looking at the chidori in his hand, he wakes up and smiles contentedly. This soul skill is not as powerful as the super electromagnetic gun, but it is more difficult to develop than the super electromagnetic gun. Of course, this is only for awakening. Others don't understand the principle of super electromagnetic gun, so they can't develop it at all. The super electromagnetic gun awakening is used as a killer feature, and it is not ready to be used in normal times, so the chidori was developed. In this way, Chidori is equipped with Thunder Dun armor, and his attack power is even stronger. If you head to head with Yu Tianheng again, you will wake up and be confident that you can just get through it. Boom! When Awakening successfully developed the Chidori, with the help of Flanders, Yu Xiaogang finally succeeded in hunting down a 1,000-year soul beast that made Yu Xiaogang satisfied. A purple spirit ring emerged from the spirit beast, waiting to be absorbed by the person who killed it. Well, Xiaogang, are you sure that the life of this soul beast will not exceed the limit you can bear? Flender finished work, but looked at Yu Xiaogang with some worry and asked. He couldn't see the specific age of this soul beast, he felt that it was almost 2,000 years, and that would have exceeded Yu Xiaogang's theoretical limit. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. No. The age of this dragon-horned wolf is a little more than 1,700 years, but not more than 1,760 years, just within the limit I can bear. Yu Xiaogang looked at the fallen dragon-horned wolf soul beast with blinking eyes, and said with excitement. According to his theory, the limit of the third spirit ring is 1,760. This spirit beast is just right and perfect. The most important thing is that this soul beast has a trace of dragon blood, which is very suitable for martial soul to absorb. Since this is the case, then quickly absorb it. Hearing that Yu Xiaogang was sure, Flender no longer worried about anything, and urged Yu Xiaogang to absorb the spirit ring. If you don't absorb it, the spirit ring will dissipate on its own. Okay. Yu Xiaogang didn't dare to neglect, walked to the dragonhorn wolf's body and sat cross-legged, looking at the purple spirit ring in front of him. He wanted to absorb it. Is also very simple to absorb. Who killed the soul beast? Just move the mind. Yu Xiaogang was also full of self-confidence, but with his thoughts, the spirit ring that appeared in front of him did not move. Yu Xiaogang's expression suddenly changed. Unbelievable! He tried to absorb the spirit ring again with a solemn expression. This is impossible. It's just that no matter how he absorbs it, the spirit ring that appears in front of him, which seems to be within reach, is so remote that it doesn't give the slightest response. Xiaogang, what's the matter? Flander became worried quickly on the side. The thing that worries me the most has happened. After exploding the spirit ring, it is impossible to continue to absorb the spirit ring. Wake up that kid, it's not that you don't want the spirit ring at all, but you can't absorb it after exploding. Yu Xiaogang's face is full of bitterness. Chapter 25, he can't break through the 30th level. Why? Flander was dumbfounded when he heard the words. Don't want to believe it. Yu Xiaogang also didn't want to believe it, but that was the fact. I thought it was just the exploded spirit ring that could not be absorbed again, but I didn't expect that the latter would not be able to absorb it either. Yu Xiaogang smiled bitterly. The exploded spirit ring can't be absorbed again. The Clear Sky School information he found is there, otherwise it wouldn't be said that if the explosion interval is too short, the spirit ring will be destroyed. The people of the Clear Sky School must have lost their spirit ring by blowing up the ring before, and they would not have thought of absorbing it again, because they could not absorb it again. The absorption of the spirit ring should be one link after the other, and there should be no faults. Actually, I should have thought of it a long time ago, it is because I have a fluke mentality. Yu Xiaogang sighed and looked extremely decadent. Originally thought that it was a discovery that shocked the entire Douluo continent, but it was a joke. It's not completely useless. How can you say that you are 30 now? You are a soul, but there is no third soul ring. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's silence, Flender quickly said with relief. And without a spirit ring, that little ghost named Awakening can create such a strong spirit ability. I believe Xiaogang, you must be able to do it too. Your theoretical knowledge is definitely stronger than that of the little ghost to create spirit abilities. It is not difficult for you, Yu Xiaogang, right? Say so, Flander thinks so too. In his opinion, Yu Xiaogang doesn't make sense if it's okay to wake up such a kid. Yu Xiaogang's expression was also shocked when he heard that, yes, he could also learn to wake up and create his own soul skills. I just thought of waking up a kid who was refused to accept his apprentice. Now he has not only learned the other party's explosive ring, but also learned the other party's own spirit skills. Yu Xiaogang is also a little ashamed in his heart. But even so, he still holds the same point of view. It is impossible for his awakening future achievements to be as high as his disciple Tang San. Yes, I still have an excellent disciple like Tang San who can prove myself. There is no need to be decadent, anyway, his original strength is not that good. When Flender and Yu Xiaogang returned to Shrek Academy, everyone was surprised when they knew that Yu Xiaogang had not successfully absorbed the third spirit ring. Originally thought it was such an amazing discovery. This is the result? Isn't the master very good? Why did you make such a big mistake? Daimyo Bai and the others, it was only then that the master was not a theoretically invincible master. Yu Xiaogang also noticed their gazes, but there is no way, who made him fail this time? Although the teacher failed, it also proved that there is no shortcut for a soul master. You have this talent, so you shouldn't even think about taking shortcuts. Teacher believes that each of you can become great soul masters in the future, because your talents are the top class teachers have ever seen in this life. Helpless, Yu Xiaogang had to use herself as a negative teaching material to teach everyone. Teacher, what's the awakening strength? Can we really surpass him in the future? Ning Rongrong thought of waking up when he heard the words, and couldn't help raising his hand to ask questions. Hearing the name of awakening, Yu Xiaogang's complexion became a little stiff. He will be so embarrassed today, and there are reasons for awakening. The teacher said last time that he is only more talented in creating his own spirit abilities, and his spirit power level is not higher than yours. By now, you have basically broken through level 30, and there is absolutely no awakening. No, it should be said that he who exploded the spirit ring, even at level 30, will be the same as today's teacher, unable to absorb the spirit ring breakthrough. He won't be able to break through level 30 in his entire life. This is the end of a shortcut, otherwise, with his talent, although not outstanding, there is hope to reach the Soul King, but now it is impossible. In terms of strength, since he was able to defeat Daimyo Bai at the beginning, he will not be weaker than you now, but these are temporary, and you will be able to surpass him soon. Yu Xiaogang said decisively. After exploding the ring by himself, he concluded that the awakening spirit power level increased so quickly is exchanged for the explosion of the ring. Also concluded that the awakening would be the same as him, unable to absorb the spirit ring, and it is impossible to continue to break through. It deserves it, this is the end of a shortcut. If Daimyo Bai hadn't taken into account Yu Xiaogang's presence, he couldn't help but cheer when he heard Yu Xiaogang's words. It's a pity. Ning Rongrong secretly said a pity. She still found it interesting to wake up, but she didn't expect that the other party was just a flash in the pan, and the future was destined to not be a strong one. Zhu Zuqing, who originally thought that he should be gloating when he heard Yu Xiaogang's words, now clenched his fists slightly and was not too happy. On the contrary, watching Yu Xiaogang talking about the fate of waking up, she felt a little unacceptable. She has heard about the rejection of Yu Xiaogang's apprenticeship. It was Yu Xiaogang who looked down on the gift of awakening and refused to accept awakening. Waking up therefore decided to rely on himself. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, even if it takes shortcuts, has to quickly become stronger. However, Yu Xiaogang not only did not feel guilty, but repeatedly devalued and regained consciousness. Yes, the talent for awakening is not very good, but he at least knows that he can change his destiny through his own efforts, even if he fails. And where is Yu Xiaogang? I don't have talent, so I don't want to work hard to improve myself, I just want to accept a talented disciple to prove myself. But is this useful? Still can't conceal the fact that he is a waste. The better the talent of the disciple, the more he proves his waste. Want to prove oneself, don't you train a disciple with ordinary talent to become a strong one? Of course, these arguments were unexpected to the original Zhu Zuqing. It was Zhu Zuqing who combined the ridicule and sarcasm made by Yu Xiaogang to Yu Xiaogang. I'm tired, I'm going back first. Don't want to listen to Yu Xiaogang's continued nonsense, Zhu Zuqing found an excuse and left first. What happened to Zuqing? She seems a little upset. Ning Rongrong looked at the back of Zhu Zuqing leaving, with some doubts. How can I say that awakening came with Zuqing, and I also like Zuqing? Of course Zhu Zuqing will be emotional when he hears the master say that about him. Even if you don't like the other person, it is a trash that no one wants to like yourself. Oscar had been pursuing Ning Rongrong. After seeing Ning Rongrong glanced at Dai Mubai in doubt, he didn't look here, and quickly whispered to Ning Rongrong. It turned out to be like this. Ning Rongrong suddenly smiled, she is really curious now. Waking up, would he jump up happily if he knew that the master had exploded his spirit ring and changed to what he is now? Chapter 26, Hone Combat Experience. I invite both parties to come on stage. On my right is the level 35 soul Venerable Violent King Kong, who has won 7 consecutive victories. The one on my left is a rookie, a 33 level soul. Oh, the title of this player is very interesting. Wake Up to Thunder. On the Battle of Soto City, the host Dudu is introducing the two sides of the duel. Rookie, still a kid. Don't underestimate the kid, haven't you heard his level? Level 33, this is definitely a genius. Yes, then it's really hard to say who will lose and who will win this duel. I am still optimistic about Violent King Kong, I buy Violent King Kong to win. Me too, Wake Up Thunder. This title is better called Thunder, after all, Thunder is a rookie, and shouldn't have much combat experience, so I came here to experience. Genius is not something we can understand, I buy Thunder. After introduced the two sides, the audience on the battlefield started talking. Those who can come here to watch a duel are either aristocrats or wealthy businessmen. Few civilians. While watching the excitement, they will also place bets. Double excitement, buying the right one is double happiness. You said, how long does it take to wake up to win? If you wake up with all your strength, it will take a few seconds. Wake up, this kid is a pervert, invincible below the soul sect. On the audience stage, the awakened teammates watched the duel with ease. Of course they will not be nervous, because they are all clear and powerful. Is as powerful as a monster. It is indeed a monster, and I don't need the guidance of my teacher. Qin Ming looked at the awakening in the field, and said in his heart. He was very satisfied with awakening. Was very helpless, because he found that he could not guide his awakening. What spirit ring to hunt, how to exercise spirit ability, these are all unnecessary for awakening. What is needed for awakening is a self-made spirit ability, but he can't teach this, so it is almost the same for Suo awakening to teach him. Great King Kong Ape. Boy, release your martial arts. On the duel stage, after the awakened opponent released his martial soul, he yelled at awakening. To deal with you, I don't need me to use martial soul. Awakening just glanced at the other person faintly, and slowly replied. Is not to wake up and have to say something arrogant, but there is no way. The opponent asked him so, he can't answer honestly that I don't have a spirit ring, right? It's okay for the opponent to believe it, but if you don't believe it, you have to ask a bunch of others. Therefore, this sentence is still the most efficient, and it can instantly provoke the opponent's mentality. What did you say? You kid, you are looking for death. The first spirit ability, Brute Force Reload. Sure enough, when he heard the words of awakening, the violent King Kong suddenly became angry, and instantly displayed his first spirit ability to strengthen his speed and attack. Boom! Then the violent King Kong rushed to wake up like a mad beast. Boom! Soon, the violent King Kong came to wake up and thumped his fist to wake up. Awakened without dodge, and directly rushed forward. The fists of the two collided in an instant. Boom! Then a powerful spirit power wave exploded from the collision between the two and swept all over the place. Boom! Immediately after the figure of the violent King Kong was shaken, he took a few steps backwards and went out, but he awakened and stood there unscathed. How can it be? I didn't use the martial spirit, but actually took my attack. Violent King Kong, who was shaken out, suddenly looked incredulous. It's amazing, how did he do it? Yes, Wuhan is useless, it's so strong. This guy is definitely a genius. Many spectators in the audience were also shocked by the scene before them. Only Qin Ming and the others, who had no trouble with the scene in front of them, were very clear about the strength of their awakening, especially the strength of their physical body. Your strength won't be the only point, right? That's too sorry for your title, you still have to give up. Wake looked at the shocked violent King Kong on the other side. Wake once again taunted. Damn it! The second spirit ability, Gravity Pressure. Violent King Kong heard this and was furious again. The opponent's second spirit ring is actually under gravity pressure, which is very rare in the second spirit ability. It's a pity that the face is awakening, and he still stands in place without changing his face. His physical level is at level 48, and the gravity pressure on the opposite side can't give him too much pressure. Can you not make these bells and whistles? Wakes up and taunts again. Had it not been for the purpose of sharpening the actual combat experience, waking up would have killed the opponent in seconds. Since the last time I played against Yu Tianheng, Su Xin realized that his actual combat experience was very lacking. This time I came to the Arena of Souls and remembered it, and planned to use the Arena of Souls to sharpen himself. Otherwise, Su Xin has no interest in participating in a personal duel. If calculated according to the spirit power level, there is no soul master at the same level as his opponent. Completely crushed battle. www.readaloud.com. It's boring to participate. To shut up. Violent King Kong was flushed with ridicule by Awakening, and after a roar, he attacked Awakening again. Awakening did not use any spirit abilities, and battled against the opponent. This kind of battle is still a little helpful to the improvement of the actual combat experience of Awakening. But after a few consecutive games, the opponent is too weak to wake up too much. So Waking Up quickly changed his challenge opponent. Put all the opponents in the duel on the Soul Sect above level 40. Soul Masters in the Arena of Souls cannot challenge opponents below their own level, but there is no limit to leapfrog challenges. After knowing that he would leapfrog to challenge his Awakening, Qin Ming disagreed at first because it was too dangerous. Yet, Wake Up, the Soul Price level challenge, even I can't guarantee that I will definitely win. Yu Tianheng also persuaded to Wake Up. He knew that Awakening was very strong, but he didn't think he was weaker than Awakening. Last time he only used 2 spirit abilities. Yes, Wake Up, the challenge of the Soul Sect level is too dangerous, so you should stop it. Ye Lingling was also persuading her to wake up. That is, it's too dangerous. We know that you are very strong. You have no opponents at the Soul Sovereign level, but it is still too reluctant to leapfrog challenge. Duguyan also persuaded to wake up. There is also the Graphite Stone Mill brother, Yu Feng, who also echoed everyone's opinions. All know that the strength of awakening is very strong, but the ultimate strength of awakening, they have always thought that it is similar to Yu Tianheng, who only used the first and second spirit abilities. Let's do it. I fight with the captain, the kind that makes every effort to shoot. Wake up, of course, without compromising, he looked at Qinming and said. Chapter 27, Fight Yu Tianheng again. You sure? Qinming was taken aback when he heard this, but he also realized that he wanted to use this to prove his strength to him. That's right. Wake up without nonsense, very confident. Wake up, don't you think you can defeat me with all your strength? Yu Tianheng also looked at Wake Up in surprise. Then I won't know until after the fight. Su Xing smiled slightly and looked extremely confident. He didn't know if he could defeat Yu Tianheng, but he wouldn't be defeated. Okay, let's do it. Qinming watched as he regained confidence and agreed. He also wanted to see how strong his awakening strength was. And against Yu Tianheng, if you lose, you will be injured at most, and your life will not be in danger. If it's in the arena of souls, that's not necessarily true. Awakening is determined to leapfrog the challenge, and he can't stop it, but if Awakening loses to Yu Tianheng, he has reason to stop it. And if Awakening can really win Yu Tianheng, he doesn't need to stop it. But if this is really Yu Tianheng defeated by Awakening, it would be too scary. Is it impossible? Qinming cried secretly in his heart, but he knew a lot about Awakening. Awakening is a very confident person, and since Awakening said that, it proves that he has a certain degree of awakening. After returning to the luxurious residence arranged by the nobles in Soto City to wake them up, Wake Up and Yu Tianheng quickly stood opposite each other in a clearing. Will you really be sure to defeat the captain when you wake up? Impossible, I also know that Awakening is very strong. We are not opponents once, but this time he is facing the captain who is going all out. Brother Graphite and Yu Feng looked at the two who were about to face off, and speculated. Does this still have to be guessed? Tianheng must be stronger. As Yu Tianheng's lover, Dugagoose naturally supports Yu Tianheng unconditionally. Of course, she thinks so too, not because Yu Tianheng is her lover who said so. Captain, take action, you know I don't have a spirit ring. Su Xing looked at Yu Tianheng and said with a smile. Well, then I won't keep my hands any more today. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. The first spirit ability, Blue Electric Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng was naturally aware, so he didn't wait for the awakening to summon the martial soul, so he rushed to the awakening. Good, come, lay down armor. Boom. Soon, I wake up and fight with Yu Tianheng. At the beginning, everyone thought that Xing Xing would face Yu Tianheng and would still be suppressed as before, but after a while, everyone discovered that Xing Xing had not been suppressed by Yu Tianheng. The captain can't suppress the awakening from the front. No wonder Awakening has the confidence to defeat the captain. The Graphite brothers and others were shocked. I didn't expect that my awakening strength improved so quickly. Yu Tianheng was also shocked. He originally thought that his progress was already fast, but he didn't expect to wake up faster than him. After confirming that he could confront Yu Tianheng head-on in the field, the awakened figure suddenly moved and began to change the attack method. Woke Up again, attacking with powerful speed. At this time, Yu Tianheng was completely passive. He found that he could still rely on experience to fight back, but now he has no choice but to be beaten passively, unable to fight back at all, and he will not be given a chance to fight back when he wakes up. Yu Tianheng immediately knew that if he didn't use the third spirit ability and the fourth spirit ability, he would lose sooner or later. I didn't expect to wake you up so fast, it seems that I really have to do my best. The third spirit ability, Wrath of Thunder Dragon. Yu Tianheng didn't hesitate anymore, and instantly released his third spirit ability. Boom! I saw an unchanging thunder and lightning burst out of Yu Tianheng's body, spreading out instantly centered on him. Yu Tianheng's third spirit ability is a group attack ability. It's the Thunder Dragon's Fury of the Captain. You can't hide it no matter how fast you wake up. Yes, this is a duel. You can't escape when you wake up. You can only take the captain's anger to the dragon. Seeing Yu Tianheng's method, Yu Feng and Graphite spoke one after another. In fact, it is true. Facing Yu Tianheng's all-round attack, awakening can only be forced to accept. Boom! Yu Tianheng's dragon's fury swept across the audience, and the awakened figure was also hit, and he stepped back a few steps and went out. Squeak! On the ground around awakening and Yu Tianheng, the remnants of thunder and lightning continued to interweave. Yes, this is the first time I have encountered a soul ability that cannot be avoided. Su Xin raised his head, watching Yu Tianheng grinning in praise. Under Yu Tianheng's move, he was injured, but it was not too serious. You can still stand. Seeing waking up, it seemed that there was no injury. Yu Tianheng was shocked. In his prediction, he was awakened by this trick. Even if he didn't completely lose his combat effectiveness, it would still be a serious injury. But looking at the way he wakes up now, it's just a little panting and embarrassment, and there is not much injury. You will not forget, I have a strong immunity to lightning, right? On this level of attack, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com doesn't have more than 10 or 20, don't want to bring me down. The question is, how many times can you release the captain? Su Xing smiled lightly and reminded Yu Tianheng. Immunity to lightning. Yu Tianheng's expression suddenly changed after hearing this, and almost forgot. Now, Yu Tianheng really has a headache. His third spirit ability is a mass attack skill, which consumes very much spirit power, and he can't use it too many times. It seems there is no way. If I want to defeat you, I have to display the strongest spirit ability. Yu Tianheng exhaled, and then fixedly watched to wake up, ready to release the ultimate move. His fourth spirit ability is Thunder Dragon Surgery, which is different from the mass attack of the third spirit ability. It is a single attack, which is more powerful, and it also has a lock-in feature, so it is not afraid of being awakened and avoided. I'm sorry, Captain, I won't give you a chance to release the fourth spirit ability. Su Weiken grinned after hearing Yu Tianheng's words. Boom! After that, the awakened figure disappeared in the same place, and he continued to attack Yu Tianheng again. I only saw the awakened figure, like a thunder and lightning, constantly wrapped around Yu Tianheng, constantly attacking, forcing Yu Tianheng to passively defend, and there was no extra time to release his fourth spirit ability. Regarding the soul ability of the lock characteristic, awakening has not found a way to break the lock, so Yu Tianheng can't release it. Of course, if he uses the super electromagnetic cannon, he is not afraid of Yu Tianheng's fourth soul ability, Thunder Dragon. The problem is that he doesn't want to be exposed, so he has to be a little bit mean. Yu Tianheng is called a stubborn sorrow. I never thought that he would be so rascal when he woke up. Chapter 28, Shrek 7 Monsters, here comes. Damn it! Facing such a despicable awakening, Yu Tianheng was also frustrated and angry. S attack is just awakening without stopping, and his fourth spirit ability is not an instant-on spirit ability, it can only be suppressed by awakening and can't be used. Teacher, it's a rogue to wake him up. The lone geese watching the battle saw Yu Tianheng being suppressed so frustrated, he immediately protested to Qin Ming. I feel that if I wake up and defeat Yu Tianheng, it is also impossible to win. This is a strategy of awakening, duels are not forbidden. Qin Ming shook his head and said. Seeing the awakening that had completely suppressed Yu Tianheng, Qin Ming's eyes were also shocked. He didn't expect that awakening would really defeat Yu Tianheng. Even with such a rogue tactic, Qin Ming can already foresee Yu Tianheng's defeat, because Qin Ming never sees Yu Tianheng's chance of comeback. As long as he wakes up and is not given a chance, Yu Tianheng will not have a chance to come back. And he believes that with a rejuvenated character, Yu Tianheng will never be given a chance. The truth is also true. Even if Yu Tianheng is not reconciled anymore, half an hour later, under the uninterrupted attack of awakening, Yu Tianheng finally fell to the ground and completely lost his combat effectiveness. Lost. The captain was really defeated. It's too strong to wake up this monster. The Graphite brothers and others are all shocked. Only the lone geese glared at Suixing. She knew that Yu Tianheng was a very proud person, but was defeated by awakening. She was worried that Yu Tianheng would not be able to accept it. Just got to the back, she saw Yu Tianheng going mad. Just wakes up and doesn't give Yu Tianheng a chance, and it's useless to let Yu Tianheng go crazy no matter what. Therefore, Douluo is really very angry at the act of waking up. If waking up is normal to defeat Yu Tianheng, she is not so angry yet, but waking up uses such a despicable means. Ms. Qin Ming, now I can leapfrog the challenge, right? Suixing ignored Douluo's angry eyes and smiled at Qin Ming. Yes. But be careful. The matter has come to this point, and Qin Mingzi naturally can no longer stop waking up, so he has no choice but to say. In this way, the next day after waking up, the leapfrog challenge began in the Arena of Souls in Soto City. S opponents are all soul sects above level 40, and he can't easily win when he wakes up. The soul sect here has rich combat experience. Although they can only use soul abilities, they can also use them to perfection. It is not simple. But in the end, all of them were lost in the hands of awakening. Wake up, the name of Thunder has also begun to resound in Soto City. Of course, everyone is more willing to call him the God of Thunder, invincible. Everyone knows that a monster-like genius has arrived in the great fighting arena of Soto City. He has only a 33-level soul power, but he can defeat an opponent that is one level higher than him every time. This is not the most amazing. The most amazing thing is that the awakening did not show the martial soul from the beginning to the end. Everyone didn't even know what the awakened martial soul was. I guess his martial spirit must be the best martial spirit. Nonsense, if it's not the best martial arts soul, can the Thunder God of War be so strong? Will it be the top beast spirit blue electric Tyrannosaurus? Possible. Maybe Lei Kailan. It's possible, but if the Thunder God of War is not released, no one knows what his martial spirit is. No matter what martial spirit he is, I only know that the of Thunder and War is awesome. The Thunder God of War has broken the record of becoming the fastest silver fighting spirit. I don't know if it will also become the fastest to reach the golden fighting spirit. The soul will be upgraded to the golden fighting spirit, it's impossible. When the Shrek Academy group came to the great arena of souls in Soto City, they soon heard the legend of awakening. Of course. At this time, they didn't know that this hotly discussed God of Thunder would be awakened. I also blame everyone for changing the title of awakening to Thunder God of War. Otherwise, if it is still Wake Up Thunder, they might be able to guess that it is awakening. Are they true? Someone can leapfrog the challenge and keep winning streak. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, feeling impossible. It should be true, the arena of souls should not be faked, and so many spectators watched it, they can't be faked. Yu Xiaogang said, but at the same time he was curious about the other party. Thunder God of War, what a domineering title. Ning Rongrong also exclaimed, but her focus is a bit different. You can defeat the soul sect at level 33. It's really a monster. Only Xiaosan can do it here. Oscar was also amazed, I didn't expect such a powerful soul master to come to the great arena of souls in Soto City. Brother, you can also defeat the soul sect, right? Xiao Wu directly turned her head and asked Tang San. It should be possible. Tang San was rather modest, and did not guarantee it. But Tang San was in his heart, but he didn't think he was really weaker than the Thunder God of War. Thunder God of War 33 can do this www.readaloud.com. He also has level 32. If he goes all out, he thinks he can do it. If a hidden weapon is added, he would dare to fight a level 50 Soul King. I knew the third brother would do it. Xiao Wu laughed happily when she heard the words. I don't know who this thunder god of war is. It's really scary to be able to do this at level 33. Flender exclaimed. Well, I heard it for the first time, but I don't know the age of the other party. If you are the same age as Xiaosan, it would be even more amazing. Yu Xiaogang also exclaimed. Hurry up, there is another duel of Thunder God of War inside. Really? That can't be missed. Of course it is true, I will continue to bet on the Thunder God of War. That's right for me too, it's right to bet with the Thunder God of War during this time. When Yu Xiaogang and the others were talking about waking up, there was another voice coming from nearby. Yu Xiaogang and the others only then realized that there was another awakening battle. Tang San and the others' eyes all brightened, they all wanted to see what this thundering god of war really had. Let's go in and take a look. Don't stand here. Dean Flanders spoke first, looking like he couldn't wait to get in. But Ning Rongrong, who knows who Flanders is, they all know that Flanders is eager to enter and bet. Let's go, and take a look. Yu Xiaogang nodded calmly, without exposing Flanders, and led the team in. He had some guesses, this thunder god of war, most likely came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Chapter 29, It's really him. Wake. I didn't use Wuhan. Soul abilities are all self-created. It's all thunder and lightning. Is it him? Impossible, he can't upgrade so fast. Zhu Zuqing, who was quiet and silent in the crowd, always felt that the of thunder and war was very familiar. But again, she felt that it was impossible to awaken so quickly. He used to upgrade so fast, that he had exploded 2 spirit rings in exchange for it, now he can no longer absorb spirit rings, he can explode without spirit rings. So it can't be his. Zhu Zuqing analyzed in his heart. But the analysis is like this, but Zhu Zuqing has a strange feeling in his heart that thunder and war god may be really just awake. Whether he is or not, it has nothing to do with me. Realizing that he was thinking about waking up again, Zhu Zuqing immediately snorted in his heart and shook his head to get rid of these unnecessary distracting thoughts. Is just her footsteps, but it has accelerated a bit. Yu Xiaogang and the others entered it, they found that today's arena is very lively, and the audience is almost full. Thunder God of War! Thunder God of War! In the audience, many spectators are still cheering. Tang San thought that the Thunder God of War had come out, and they quickly looked curiously at the duel stage below, no one. Can't even see anything secretly. Bang bang bang! At this moment, the dim duel arena, the speed of light shone down. All the speeds of light alternated, and finally concentrated on a beautiful shadow. Is the host, and today she is hosting again. I am Douluo, and welcome everyone to the great arena of souls in Soto City again. The next duel will be a highly anticipated duel. Although everyone may already know the two sides of the duel, let's just briefly introduce the two people who are waiting for the duel. Lightning Overlord, 48 level Soul Sect, 17 game winning streak Silver Fighting Spirit, Martial Spirit is the Lightning Leopard. Wake Up Thunder, level 33 Soul Sovereign, currently 21 consecutive victories, is the fastest in the history of Soto City to become the Silver Fighting Soul. Not only that, but also the youngest. No one knows what Wuhan is, because no one has ever forced him to use it. Because of his terrifying record, he is called the of Thunder and War by everyone. Now, it is up to us, welcome two players to play. Douluo gave a brief introduction to the two players, and really gave a brief introduction to the Lightning Overlord, but it talked a lot about the introduction of Su Xing. From the adoring tone of Douluo, it is not difficult to see that Douluo is also an audience who was convinced by his awakened record. Thunder God of War! Thunder God of War! Thunder God of War! As the voice fell, the audience was cheering for the title of Awakening. There are also Lightning Overlords, but one or two extraordinary people are completely covered up. Wake up, Thunder. Isn't it just waking up? Tang San Xiaowu and the others, after hearing the host's introduction, their expressions changed and they were surprised. Is really an introduction to the thunder god of war, which is too suitable for awakening. They didn't dare to think before, they didn't think that waking up could improve so quickly. But now that you know the true title of the thunder god of war, combined with the characteristics of the thunder god of war, with so many coincidences, it can't be someone else except for awakening, right? For a time, Tang San and the others were all in shock. Suspicion was awakening, but they were unwilling to believe it was awakening. Especially Yu Xiaogang, whispering impossibly in his heart. A few days ago, he and the students asserted that it is impossible to break through level 30 when awakened. Just now, he still guessed in his heart that the Thunder God of War is most likely a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Impossible, there is no way to absorb the spirit ring, he can't break through level 30. Yu Xiaogang comforted himself in his heart. It's just these words, he didn't dare to say it directly, otherwise, if the words that really came out after waking up, it would be too slapped. Is this waking up with me? Yu Xiaogang was secretly annoyed in his heart, as if he had been slapped in the face since he heard the name of awakening again, and his majesty as a master could hardly be maintained. With the cheers of the audience, a lean man with short yellow hair took the lead on the duel stage. Is just this man at this time, his expression is very bad. Also, as one side of the duel, all he heard was the cheers of his opponents, which could not be tolerated personally. Thunder God of War. Humph. Today I will show you who is stronger. A 33 level soul sect, dare to challenge me, the previous soul sects are all rubbish. Lightning Overlord's expression was cold, angrily said in his heart. Just when the Lightning Overlord was thinking about how to defeat the awakening, the awakened figure also appeared on the duel stage instantly accompanied by thunder and lightning. Lightning Overlord. It's a pity, there is no threat to me with martial spirits with lightning attributes. Wake up and look at each other, habitually taunting. Didn't know when, Wake had already habitually taunted his opponent before the battle. This is not waking up, but waking up to find that this can stimulate the opponent to lose his mind, and it is easier to deal with. It's awakening. It's really him. How is it possible, he is actually level 33. Little San is innately full of soul power. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is now only level 32. Is this kid on the hook? When you see the Thunder God of War appearing on the court, it is really after waking up. Even if there had been speculation, Ma Hongjun and others were shocked. This is incredible. Ning Rongrong opened his mouth in surprise, watching in disbelief awakening. It's him. When Daimyo Bai saw the wake-up figure, his eyes suddenly glared, and his fists clenched, as if he wanted to go up and kill the wake-up. It's really him. Zhu Zuqing also watched awakening with twinkling eyes, also a little unbelievable. Zhu Zuqing was equally surprised when he saw it, and at the same time Yu Xiaogang, who looked a little embarrassed, gave Yu Xiaogang a look. He is level 33. Zhu Zuqing exclaimed in a low voice as if he had discovered something. Correct. This is too fast. Last time he was at the same level as Zhu Zuqing, now he has surpassed Xiao San and Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun and Oscar also reacted to Zhu Zuqing's voice. The master didn't say it, he can't break through when he wakes up. After Ning Rongrong said halfway, he realized that he was hitting Yu Xiaogang in the face, so he stopped talking immediately. Ahem. Let's continue watching the game. Flander coughed quickly, diverting everyone's attention. Before, he was in the mood to laugh at Yu Xiaogang and gloat. Is different now, he is also embarrassed, as if the teacher he invited back is very unreliable. Looking at Yu Xiaogang again, his expression changed again and again, but he was unable to change the embarrassment. He clenched his fists, just as if he hadn't heard. Chapter 30, Yu Xiaogang's advice. How did he do that? But aside from embarrassment, Yu Xiaogang also really wants to know how to wake up so quickly. Moreover, he broke through level 30 without being able to absorb the spirit ring. Is he okay? Too slow. Also lightning leopard. The lightning turtle is pretty much the same. In the duel, he woke up and played against the opponent while taunting the opponent. If it is a soul sect with other attributes, it would not be so easy to wake up and deal with it. Is a lightning attribute, and it is basically to give food to wake up. The awakening thunder and lightning can hurt the opponent, but the opponent's thunder and lightning can only cause limited damage to the awakening. Therefore, the lightning overlord on the field was completely suppressed by awakening. So strong, how did he do it? It's really a monster, even more monster than us. The soul sect was so suppressed by him. It is hard to imagine that such a powerful spirit ability was actually created by him. His spirit ability seems to have been improved along with the increase in spirit power level. It's too powerful. What a monster! Ma Hongjun and the others, they were all amazed when they saw the awakening of the show of power in the duel arena. Even if I had heard about the power of awakening in advance, it was still unbelievable to see that awakening suppressed a 48-level soul sect into this way. You know, awakening is only level 33. Boom! In the duel field, after feeling that the opponent could not bring himself too much combat experience, he awakened and quickly defeated the opponent. Good job! Thunder God of War is mighty. It's good to wake up. Seeing that Suising once again leapfrogged and defeated the opponent, Brother Graphite took the lead in cheering. Ya Lingling watched the awakening with great power, her beautiful eyes flashed again and again, shining with the color of worship. Even if the Dugagoose was dissatisfied with awakening and defeating Yu Tianheng, at this time he had to admit that awakening was really strong. At least if Yu Tianheng played, he couldn't win so many games in a row. Is it Qin Ming? Flender glanced over there when he heard the voice, and suddenly found a familiar figure. Zhao Waoqi, who is that over there? Recognizing Qin Mingkai's Flander, he immediately smiled at Zhao Waoqi next to him. Who? Zhao Waoqi heard the words and looked at him curiously, his expression suddenly brightened. It's actually that kid Qin Ming. Why is that kid here? Seeing Qin Ming, Zhao Waoqi is also very happy. This is the best disciple of their Shrek Academy. Dean, who are you talking about? Tang San and the others became curious, as if they had met an acquaintance. It is your senior, the best among the students who have graduated. It used to be the youngest soul sect in Douluo continent. Speaking of Qin Ming, Flender's face will inevitably be proud. This is the student who went out of Shrek Academy. Amazing! It turned out to be our senior. Oscar, they were surprised. Go, I'll take you to meet your senior. Flander laughed and walked over there first. Let's go, keep up, I haven't seen that kid for a long time. Zhao Waoqi followed. Yu Xiaogang and the others, of course, they can only keep up. Before left, they looked back to wake up, their expressions were different. Ma Hongjun and the Oscar is the color of admiration. Ning Rongrong is similar. Dai Mubai just implies the color of resentment. Tang San also had some sharpness in his eyes, he wanted to know who was stronger than himself and Su Weiken. Tang San has never been a competitive person, because no one of his age is better than him. But the performance of waking up really aroused his eagerness to win. Don't look at the third brother, let's go over. Xiao Wu took Tang San's hand, she only cared about Tang San, she didn't care about waking up or something. Okay. Tang San retracted his gaze, and followed Xiao Wu towards the direction of the Wuhan team of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Zhu Zuqing was the last one. Zhu Zhu took a cold look at Wake before turning to leave. But soon, Tang San and the others discovered that after they had won the duel, they had walked in the same direction after coming down. Wake up, good job. Qin Ming smiled and praised when he saw Wake up. The performance of waking up is really not too much praise. Yeah, it's amazing to wake up. The cold Yelingling couldn't help cheering. Boy Qin Ming, it turns out that I finally woke up and joined your Tiandu Royal Academy. Qin Ming originally wanted to say something, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice from the side. It's Teacher Zhao. And the Dean. Qin Ming turned his head and looked at him, with a surprise on his face, and hurriedly greeted him. Good boy, have you joined Tiandu Royal Academy as a teacher? Flender stepped forward and patted Qin Ming on the shoulder, and said happily. Of course the disciples who went out of Shrek Academy could have such outstanding performance, he was of course happy. Yes, the Dean, I am now the teacher and leader of the Wuhan team of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Qin Ming responded excitedly. Wake up, Tianheng, let me introduce you to you, these two are the deans and teachers of the college I graduated from. Then Qin Ming introduced them to Wake Up. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. These should be my juniors and younger sisters, aren't they? The dean is so happy to have recruited so many people. Qin Ming then looked at Tang San and the others and guessed. Teacher Zhao Wao Qi, long time no see. And Tang San, Xiao Wu, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Awakening also watched Zhao Wao Qi and Tang San greet them. Also looked at Zhu Zuqing, nodded and said nothing. Looking at Zhu Zhu coldly at him, it's hard to speak when he wakes up. But I didn't expect that if I haven't been there for more than 4 months, Zhu Zuqing's figure would be even better. It's a pity that I didn't get it. Master, I didn't expect you to be here too. At last he woke up and looked at Yu Xiaogang and greeted respectfully. Wake up, Teacher Zhao, do you actually know each other? Qin Ming was surprised at this time, he didn't expect to wake up and still know Shrek Academy so well. Uncle. Then, Yu Tianheng stood up and saluted Yu Xiaogang, which surprised Qin Ming again. After some explanations, everyone sorted out the relationship. Wake up, may I ask you a question? After the introduction of the two parties, Yu Xiaogang was not in a hurry to find Yu Tianheng to talk about the past, but instead looked towards Su Xing and spoke. What's the problem with the master? Su Xing looked at Yu Xiaogang in surprise. Would you ask me questions? I heard about your situation. Blowing up the spirit ring to cultivate is an unprecedented initiative, but after blowing up the spirit ring, there is no way to continue to absorb the spirit ring. Can you tell me how you improved to 33 grade? Yu Xiaogang couldn't wait to ask. Chapter 31, The Awkward Master. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's question, everyone in Shrek Academy looked curiously towards Awakening. Even Dai Mubai, who hated Awakening, couldn't help but wonder how this leveled up so quickly and had such a strong combat effectiveness. After watching the battle that Wake had just done, Dai Mubai realized that even though he had broken through 40, he didn't seem to be the opponent to Wake Up. This makes him very frustrated. It's a good thing to know why Awakening is so strong now, and we can better target him in the future. As for the people at Tiandu Royal Academy, they were at a loss when they heard Yu Xiaogang's question. Although they were also amazed at the rapid level of Awakening, they were not clear about what they could not absorb the spirit ring after the ring was blown up. I don't even know about the fact that explosive ring can increase the spirit power level. Su Xing was also surprised when he heard this. He really didn't expect Yu Xiaogang to ask about this. Isn't this what Yu Xiaogang would study? And, where did your face ask me the question? Can't I absorb the spirit ring after the ring is blown up? Su Xing temporarily suppressed the mockery of Yu Xiaogang from the bottom of his heart, and asked what he wanted to know. Of course, don't you know this? Can you continue to absorb the spirit ring later? Yu Xiaogang was taken aback when he heard the words of Awakening, and then asked excitedly. Is it okay to wake up? I don't know, I don't plan to absorb the spirit ring again. Su Xing shrugged and said that he didn't know. After was surprised at the beginning, Su Xing also guessed why Yu Xiaogang would ask himself these questions. It must be Yu Xiaogang who went to Shrek Academy. He knew his situation and did some research before he asked. However, he didn't expect to be able to absorb the spirit ring after the ring was blown. He had always thought it was possible, but he didn't want it, so no matter it was level 20 or 30, he didn't absorb the spirit ring. The main reason is that he was afraid of absorbing the spirit ring. Even if it exploded, it would still restrict one's control over the spirit power. CO authored, even if he wanted to absorb it, it turned out that he couldn't absorb it. You didn't intend to absorb it. Yu Xiaogang was also shocked when he heard the words. He didn't expect that Wake had never absorbed the spirit ring again. Listening to the tone of Wake, he really didn't plan to want the spirit ring. Then how can your spirit power level keep improving? But Yu Xiaogang didn't care about those anymore, and immediately grabbed the key points and asked. Haha. That's cool. Looking at Yu Xiaogang, who refused to accept himself as a disciple, there will be a day when he is eager to ask his own questions, and I only feel comfortable when I wake up. At this moment, Wake actually wants to say a word. Why should I answer your question? Don't you claim to be theoretically invincible? Just wake up and speak out without being so impulsive, that would really tear up his face with Shrek Academy. Until now, he has never thought of being an enemy of Shrek Academy. Not joining Shrek Academy is because of self-esteem, and I don't want to be guided by Yu Xiaogang anymore. Wanted to the immortal grass, also because he had offended Dai Mubai by drifting before. This time, I can't drift anymore. Even if Yu Xiaogang is unhappy, he can't offend him on the bright side. Yu Xiaogang's backstage includes not only the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but also Bibi Dong. However, thinking of Yu Xiaogang's problem, he woke up and realized that he didn't need to ridicule at all, and he could slap Yu Xiaogang in the face. This, Master, are you trying to test me? Even if I didn't get into the Master's door at the beginning, I still take the Master's theory seriously. This problem is in the Master's theory. If a Soul Master continues to practice without obtaining a breakthrough in the Spirit Ring, his spirit power will continue to increase. The Master is worthy of being a Master. I didn't believe it in the past, but now after practicing, I find that it is like this. Woke up, thinking that Yu Xiaogang was testing him, and replied respectfully. After Yu Xiaogang refused to wake up, he did ask Suixing to read more about his published content. Boom! Hearing the words of awakening, Yu Xiaogang only felt his head exploded with a bang, and he was all of a sudden. Yes, this seems to be what the teacher said in the theory. Teacher. Tang San was also taken aback when he heard the words, and soon thought that there was such a thing in Yu Xiaogang's theory. It's just that not only the Master forgot, he actually forgot. At this moment, Tang San could realize how embarrassing Yu Xiaogang was. The question he had always wanted to ask, the answer was always in his hands. However, Tang San also felt that he could not blame the Master. Although the Master's theory mentioned it, he didn't know the specific level if he didn't absorb the spirit power that the spirit ring continued to improve, but he knew exactly how much he was when he was awakened. Not only Tang San, but Dai Mubai and the others could also feel the awkwardness of the Master at this time. One by one, their faces are weird. Flender and they all felt embarrassed. Of course, so did Yu Xiaogang himself. He really felt a sense of self-confidence at this moment. The answer I always wanted to know was in my hands. What a big irony. Yes, it seems that you are taking my words to heart. Yu Xiaogang barely maintained his expression, and responded with a slightly stiff mouth in response to awakening. As for the question of why the speed of awakening is so fast, Yu Xiaogang didn't have a good face and continued to ask. Now, Yu Xiaogang just wants to find a crack in the ground to get in. Dean, Teacher Zhao Wao Qi, you are here to train the younger students through actual combat, right? Although Qin Ming didn't know the specific situation, he saw that the atmosphere was a little wrong and quickly changed the subject. Haha, yes, we just want them to come here to exercise their actual combat experience. Flander took the conversation quickly. Then some of them didn't chat with Qin Ming, not letting everyone continue to focus on Yu Xiaogang. That's too embarrassing. For Awakening, Flander saw it for the first time today. Seeing the performance of Awakening in the duel, Flander really regretted that he was not in the academy at the time, otherwise he would definitely not let Awakening go. This is the real monster. Are more monsters than the little monsters in their Shrek Academy. Just now, Flanders actually thought about whether he could dig his Awakening back to Shrek Academy. Nowadays, Su did not dare to think about it. Flender believed that Yu Xiaogang would definitely not want to. This time he was beaten too badly. Flander doubted that Yu Xiaogang would be able to control the little monsters in Shrek Academy. Chapter 32, Uncle and Nephew. After talking to Qin Ming for a while, Flender separated from the Heaven Do Imperial Academy Wuhan team on the pretext of something. Is not an excuse, the 7 Shrek monsters are also going to fight souls. After slapped Yu Xiaogang on the face, he woke up and focused more on Zhu Zuqing's body. Even though he had given up, he still wanted to know if Zhu Zuqing had forgiven Dai Mubai, and whether the two had gone together. But from the beginning to the end, I didn't see Zhu Zuqing and Dai Mubai interacting with him, and Zhu Zuqing deliberately avoided Dai Mubai. On the contrary, it was Dai Mubai, who wanted to get close to Zhu Zuqing from time to time, especially after seeing Su Xin put his gaze on Zhu Zuqing. It's a pity, Zhu Zuqing didn't let Dai Mubai come near. When parted, Zhu Zuqing still gave a cold look at regaining consciousness. Seems to be telling Wake, I still remember you. Su Xin just responded with a gesture of licking his lips and twisted Zhu kinky. This bastard! Zhu Zuqing cursed Awake in his heart. Others don't know, but she is very clear about the attitude towards Yu Xiaogang when she wakes up. So just now, Awakening deliberately embarrassed Yu Xiaogang, but others couldn't find out. But Zhu Zuqing didn't intend to expose it. Even seeing such a scene, she still felt very happy. Yu Xiaogang repeatedly belittled Awakening in Shrek Academy, and she had long seen him uncomfortable. No, it's not because of him that I disagree with the master. It's the master's theory that has a problem, and I have an opinion on the master. Uncle, where have you been now? In the evening, Yu Xiaogang and his nephew Yu Tianheng met in a quiet place. Uncle is now a teacher in Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang responded. Did not explain the situation of Shrek Academy, he believed that Yu Tianheng must have learned from Qin Ming. Uncle still doesn't want to come back. Yu Tianheng asked sadly. There will be a chance in the future. Yu Xiaogang sighed, he didn't want to go back. Well, is it something Uncle called me out today? Yu Tianheng sighed, knowing that he couldn't persuade him. Can you tell me more about the situation of Awakening? Yu Xiaogang doesn't know what he thinks about waking up, anyway, he has no face to ask about waking up. But Yu Xiaogang really wanted to know how he was waking up, so he asked Yu Tianheng's words to wake up reminded him that the increase in spirit power is indeed not restricted by spirit rings. But there is no way to explain, why wake up and upgrade so quickly. Wake up! Speaking of waking up, Yu Tianheng's expression was also slightly stiff. He lost to wake up before, and he has not been able to fully accept it yet. If the person who asked was Yu Xiaogang, he didn't want to talk about Awakening at all. But since it was Uncle Yu Xiaogang who asked, Yu Tianheng had no choice but to tell Yu Xiaogang what he knew. Uncle, I think his spirit power level can rise so quickly, it may be related to the fruit he ate. Yu Tianheng even said about waking up and eating a different fruit. Yu Tianheng hadn't thought about it at all, and just telling the situation of waking up like this was a betrayal of waking up. Different fruit? Yes, only the legendary treasure of heaven and earth can explain the situation of Awakening. I don't know what kind of legendary treasure he was eating. It's a pity, his spirit ring exploded, and it will be impossible to absorb the spirit ring in the future. That foreign fruit was wasted for nothing. This supernatural fruit can wake up as quickly as the innate spirit power is only level 3, and it must be extremely precious without absorbing the spirit ring. It was wasted. Yu Xiaogang suddenly realized that he was able to explain it. After enlightened, Yu Xiaogang looked a pity, feeling that the strange fruit was eaten by the awakening of the explosion of the spirit ring. It was pure waste. It's not all, the self-created spirit abilities of awakening are still very powerful. Yu Tianheng felt that he needed to defend awakening. Otherwise, he who is awakened and defeated, wouldn't it be even more unbearable? That's only now. It's a watershed at level 70. Only the spirit master who has absorbed the spirit ring can use the spirit body. It's impossible for him. Without the spirit body, even if he can be upgraded to level 70, he will definitely, basically no match for opponents with the spirit body. What's more, his self-created spirit abilities may not be able to keep up with the spirit power level. Low-level spirit abilities are easy to create, and high-level ones are definitely not that simple. Yu Xiaogang shook his head. Knowing the situation of his awakening, he could analyze the situation again. Uncle thinks his progress will be slower and slower. Yu Tianheng frowned upon hearing this. Although I was a little bit happy when I heard this, Yu Tianheng didn't want to wake up and progress when thinking about the future all-continent advanced Wuhan Academy competition. I can't guarantee the improvement of his spirit power level, but it is extremely likely that his spirit power will not be able to keep up. The spirit master's spirit skills are getting stronger and stronger. His spirit skills need to be created by himself. Do you think his self-created soul skills can keep up? Yu Xiaogang replied. I don't know why, Yu Xiaogang just wants to deny the awakening, and does not want to see the awakening succeed. It may be that the more successful Wake is www.readaloud.com, the more it proves how blind he was at the beginning, so he refused to accept Wake as a disciple. Zhu Zuqing, how can you forgive me? As long as you say it, I promise to do it. Dai Mubai. At the door of Zhu Zuqing, Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zuqing who was cold, and spoke to Zhu Zuqing in a compromising tone. He cares about Zhu Zuqing. After Zhu Zuqing came, he changed and rebuilt, but Zhu Zuqing ignored him all the time. This made Dai Mubai very angry, but he also knew that it was his fault, and also knew that Zhu Zuqing was able to find it, and he was also giving him a chance. But Dai Mubai found that no matter what he did, it was useless, only sulking. Today, after seeing awakening again, not only awakened his hatred of awakening, but also made Dai Mubai really nervous. Because he knows that wake up and like Zhu Zuqing. Therefore, Dai Mubai lowered his noble head for the first time and directly prayed to Zhu Zuqing for forgiveness. Looking at Dai Mubai who was begging for mercy, Zhu Zuqing's eyes flickered. In her plan, Dai Mubai's attitude was enough for her to forgive Dai Mubai. But now, she can't say anything to forgive. On the contrary, he felt that Dai Mubai, who was begging for pity, could still stand up again. Furthermore, Zhu Zuqing thought of waking up again inexplicably, and compared it with Dai Mubai. Damn it! When Zhu Zuqing discovered this, his heart suddenly became irritable. Although he didn't want to admit it, Zhu Zuqing sadly discovered that the strong kiss he had awakened last time not only made her hateful and awakened, but also made her awakened figure imprinted on the bottom of her heart. Zhu Zuqing knew clearly that he shouldn't be like this. Chapter 33, Evening Party. Zhu take Kiyoshi. One day you defeated awakening, I will forgive you. After taking a deep breath, Zhu said coldly. Zhu Zuqing was still giving Dai Mubai a chance. He felt that if Dai Mubai defeated awakening, he should be able to remove the brand of awakening in her heart. It is good. I will defeat him and prove it to you, only I am worthy of you. Hearing Zhu Zuqing's condition, Dai Mubai directly agreed. At this time, Dai Mubai's eyes were full of anger. He was very angry. Zhu Zuqing actually compared him with Su Xing. Otherwise, Zhu Zuqing would not say this condition. Boom! After speaking, Dai Mubai turned and left. He was afraid that he would say something nasty to Zhu Zuqing if he never left. "I hope you can do it," Zhu Zuqing said silently, and then came to the balcony of the hotel room. Zhu Zuqing wanted to blow the cold wind and calm the mood. Just when Zhu Zuqing's gaze saw a man and a woman on the street in the distance below, his expression suddenly became cold. "Asshole, just like Dai Mubai. Brother Suxing, do you think this looks good?" On a brightly lit street, in front of a paving, Yalingling held a pair of exquisite earrings, contrasted her earlobe, and asked her to wake up. It suits you. Wake up and took a look, it's really good. Then I want it, I want this boss. Yalingling became happy when she heard the words, and when she turned around, she bought it with the boss. Suxing watched silently. In fact, he didn't really want to go out shopping with Yalingling. Yalingling has a good impression of him, and she has found out after she wakes up. Yalingling is also very beautiful, but she can't give her the feeling of waking up and she doesn't have the strong urge to get her. Besides, I had a hunch when I regained consciousness that I might leave the Tiandu Royal Academy soon, so I didn't want to tease Yalingling. If you don't need to be responsible, Wake has already taken her to open the room. Don't laugh, in Douluo continent, 10 years old is considered an adult. Ma Hongjun was taken to such a place by Flander a long time ago. Coming out with Yalingling this time, she really couldn't stand Yalingling's coquettish begging. Yalingling, who is usually cold and undisturbed, can't stand it when she wakes up from acting like a baby. I hesitated to wake up when she thought of Yalingling's act of acting like a coquettish cute girl. Would you like to really pull Yalingling to the hotel tonight? Okay. Suddenly, I woke up feeling a little strange, and looked up at the source. Zhu Zuqing. As soon as he raised his head, he awoke and saw Zhu Zuqing. Humph. And when Zhu Zuqing saw her wake up and found her, he turned around with a cold snort and went back to the room. So they live in this hotel. Awakening secretly said in his heart. Zhu Zuqing was on it, and after waking up, he was moved to talk to her. Wake brother, what are you looking at? Yalingling looked back when she was awake, and couldn't help asking curiously. It's nothing, Lingling. I suddenly remembered that there are other things, let's go here today. Su wakes up and smiles, then said. Pull her to the hotel or something, forget it. Or, next time. I'm going back now. Okay. But next time I find brother Suxing, you can't refuse. Yalingling was a little lost when she heard that, but she had been wandering with her for more than an hour. She was also satisfied. If Yalingling knew that she wanted to go to Zhu Zuqing to leave her behind, she would definitely call him a scumbag. I'll take you back first. Suwa nodded, and did not dare to let Yalingling go back alone. Even in the city, it is dangerous. Especially a young and beautiful girl like Yalingling, it is very dangerous. Yalingling's martial spirit has no fighting power, and it would be dangerous if she encounters a gangster. Okay. Everyone is a bastard. A scumbag. Zhu Zuqing was sitting on the bed, the pillow was constantly torn by her hands, and she regarded the pillow as someone. Zhu Zuqing also knew that she didn't need to be angry, nor was she qualified to be angry, because she didn't give her a chance to wake up, and she had already given up pursuing her when she woke up. But looking at the awakening that took her first kiss while shopping with other girls, she was just angry. Ding! When Zhu Zuqing took the pillow to vent, there was a sudden ding sound. Who? Zhu Zuqing stood up immediately, and lowered his head to realize that a coin had come in from the direction of the balcony. Then, she saw that the coin disappeared out of thin air. It's his martial soul. Zhu Zuqing's expression became cold, and he guessed that the coin was a awakened Wuhan. In other words, wake up outside? Humph! Zhu Zuqing snorted coldly. After putting on his shoes, he slowly walked to the balcony. Sure enough, at this moment, there was a person standing on her balcony, who was awakening the scumbag. What are you doing here? Intrude into private realm, I can tell the guards of Soto City to arrest you. Zhu Zhu coldly watched awakening, and asked. Don't be so cruel, right? I just came to see you and want to ask you something. Su Xing smiled, not afraid of Zhu Zuking's threat. They were all invited by the nobles of Soto City. As long as they didn't really commit a serious matter, those nobles would take care of it. Aren't you staying with your girlfriend? Aren't you afraid of her misunderstanding when you come to me? Zhu Zuking didn't continue to bother with that question. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com sneered back. Don't talk nonsense, she is not my girlfriend yet. Su Xing retorted. Isn't it? So soon? Zhu Zuking snorted coldly. After the words fell, Zhu Zuking realized that his tone of voice seemed to be wrong. This was a reaction only when he was jealous. It's not you, Zhu Zuking, be normal. After understood, Zhu Zhu was secretly embarrassed, his face was still cold, and he didn't wake up to find her strange. No, Lingling likes me, but she can't give me the feeling of heartbeat, so far only you have given me that feeling. Su Xing shook her head and denied. Although he had just thought about La Ya Lingling going to the hotel, didn't he go there? That doesn't count. Bang bang bang. Facing the reply from Wake, Zhu Zuking found that his heartbeat suddenly rose. There is a share of cheer. But Zhu Zuking quickly pressed it down, which was not what she wanted. I don't think you and Dai Mubai have reconciled at all, are you not going to forgive him? Indeed, that waste is not worthy of your forgiveness. Leave Shrek and go with me. You have seen it during the day. Yu Xiaogang is also a trash. If you stay there, he will only be abolished by him. Seeing that Zhu Zuking did not respond, Su Xing continued to speak. Although Zhu Zuking gave up before, but now that he has encountered it, it does not prevent him from trying again. What if it succeeds? It's just that I wake up to know that if Zhu Zuking accepts himself before, he will love her very much. Right now? Maybe it will or it won't. Chapter 34, Xiaowu in Distress. Zhu Zhu's cold eyes moved slightly. To be honest, there was a moment when Zhu Zuking wanted to agree, and then no longer care about the so-called fate of his family. But, just like that, Zhu Zuking quickly suppressed the impulse. She will not evade and admit defeat so easily. Besides, she is not sure if she really likes to wake up. She doesn't believe that she will like him because of the offense she awakened last time, nor does she want to believe it. That kind of feeling, as if she was conquered. Not there. Impossible. You are wrong, Dai Mubai and I just haven't reconciled yet. I told him, one day he beats you, I will forgive him. Zhu Zuking snorted coldly, even if the bottom of my heart is concerned about waking up, she will be angry when she sees Wake up with Ya Lingling, but she will never let Wake know about this. Really? Su Xing, his eyes lit up when he heard the words, and his expression was a little excited. What does this mean? Are you sure that Dai Mubai can't beat you? Seeing the look of awakening, Zhu Zuking secretly gritted his teeth. If you just come to say these things to me, then you can leave when you are done. She would be angry when she saw Wake up with Ya Lingling, but she was even more angry when she saw Wake up. It was this bastard's offense that made her abnormal. Dai Mubai's trash, it's impossible to defeat me. Then you won't forgive him for the rest of your life, what a good thing. Zhu Zuking, you didn't intend to forgive that waste at all, so you gave him such a request. Su Xing didn't care about Zhu Zuking's rushing, and said to himself. Finally, he looked at Zhu Zuking with suspicion. Hearing the words of awakening, Zhu Zuking panicked in his heart. Although she let Dai Mubai defeat the awakening, she wanted to use this to clear the brand of awakening in her heart, but there was no meaning to awakening. Humph! Dai Mubai may not be your opponent yet, but no matter how you say he is also a genius with top beast spirits, he will become stronger and stronger. And you can no longer absorb the spirit ring to obtain the spirit ability. At the back, can your self-created spirit ability still keep up with your spirit power level? Dai Mubai will defeat you sooner or later. Zhu Zuqing retorted coldly. Su Xing's expression became stiff when he heard this, and it was right for Zhu Zuqing, who didn't know his own details, to think so. Ma Dan, so Zhu Zuqing still thinks about forgiving Dai Mubai, and by the way teaches him through Dai Mubai? Regardless of whether Dai Mubai could do it or not, Zhu Zuqing's choice would undoubtedly make him angry. Still lost to Dai Mubai's rubbish? Don't worry, there won't be such a day. Regained consciousness and said coldly. Seeing awakening and angry, Zhu Zuqing felt refreshed in his heart. And whether or not I really like to wake up, it is true that wake up likes her. I believe that Dai Mubai can do it, and I have finished what I have to say, you can go now. Zhu Zuqing spoke for Dai Mubai again, and then drove people away. After speaking, she turned around and went in. Looking at Zhu Zuqing's back, he woke up and looked annoyed. Because Zhu Zuqing had always been cold and hidden, so Wake had no idea that he had disrupted Zhu Zuqing's heart long ago. Wake up and feel very angry at this time. I knew I would not come. Wouldn't it be fragrant to take Yalingling to the hotel? Zhu Zuqing made him feel once again that he had lost to a waste like Dai Mubai. Humph! Snorted angrily, then turned around and left after waking up. Zhu Zuqing, who entered inside, noticed that he woke up and left with anger, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. She is happy when she wakes up and gets angry. Go to bed. With a slight smile, Zhu Zuqing turned off the lights and went to bed with a beautiful mood. 8-stage throw. Bang bang bang. Boom. A figure was kicked and kicked continuously in the air by a smaller figure, and finally it was blasted to the ground fiercely. Wow! After being blasted down by Unhappy, he vomited blood and passed out into a coma. Before he fell into a coma, he felt extremely remorseful in his unhappy heart. He made the wrong person. He shouldn't provoke such a cruel little girl. He felt all bones in his body broken. But who knows that such a petite and lovely girl is so cruel? Humph! I dared to hit your grandma's idea, deserve it. After Xiao Wu landed, she clapped her hands and smiled triumphantly. Then, Xiao Wu saw that she was still holding a handkerchief in her unhappy hand. I still need to drug my grandma, Looking at it, Xiao Wu guessed that the handkerchief must be medicine. Beautiful eyes flashed, Xiao Wu smiled and squatted in front of Unhappy, took the handkerchief and opened it to see that there was medicine on it, and it was powder. Xiao Wu cautiously sniffed with the tip of her nose. Hey, it's this kind of medicine, disgusting guy. Xiao Wu also knew some herbal medicines, and immediately recognized the medicinal effects of the powder. Not only was it a drug, there was also that kind of medicine, a mixture of the two. I want to harm my grandma, please give it back to you. Xiao Wu let out a shame, and immediately put the powder on the unhappy body of the coma, letting him eat the fruit for himself. Unhappy? Did you succeed, kid? You must not eat alone. But at this moment www.readaloud.com, the voice of two men broke through outside the alley. No, there are accomplices, cough cough. Xiao Wu was shocked when she heard the sound. Then, because of excessive breathing, I inhaled a lot of the powder on the handkerchief in my hand. Not good. Xiao Wu, who noticed this, looked even more ugly. Run quickly, go to the third brother. Xiao Wu was anxious, she already felt a little dizzy and hot. At this time, she didn't have time to blame Tang San for not accompanying her out for caring about cultivation, just want to find Tang San as soon as possible. She believed that Tang San had a way to help her interpret it, and even if there was no way, she had to lose her body to Tang San. So Xiao Wu didn't care about consuming her soul power, and from time to time she used the third soul ability to move away instantly. When the two unhappy companions entered the alley, Xiao Wu's figure had disappeared. Wake up after leaving Zhu Zuqing and their hotel. Within a few minutes, he suddenly felt that his eyes dimmed slightly, and when he looked up, he found a petite figure hitting him. Xiao Wu. After seeing who it was, he didn't avoid it when he woke up, opened his hands and hugged Xiao Wu. He already saw that something was wrong with Xiao Wu. Three brothers. I'm so hot. After Xiao Wu smashed into Cixing's arms, she raised her head and glanced at Cixing. She was an acquaintance, and then she saw that it was Tang San, and immediately hugged her to wake up. How did it happen? Xiao Wu was actually drugged? Where's Tang San? Seeing Xiao Wu's situation, she wakes up and instantly determines the cause. Chapter 35, Take Advantage of. San, brother, I'm poisoned, you help me detoxify. Xiao Wu is held by the awakening princess, grabbing an awakening. I will take you back. Looking at Xiao Wu, who admitted that she was wrong, she woke up and smiled, holding Xiao Wu and walking back. Is only the pace of awakening, but it gradually slows down until it stops. Su Weiken's first reaction just now was indeed to send Xiao Wu back to Tang San. He believed that with Tang San's poison power, there would be no problem in detoxifying Xiao Wu. But after walking a few steps, holding Xiao Wu's hot body, feeling the softness of Xiao Wu's bonelessness, her breath awakened slightly. He was irritated when he came back from eating at Zhu Zuqing's side. There is anger burning in his heart, and he wants to vent. And now Xiao Wu, who is here, is just right for her to vent? Especially this woman, I used to ignore her when I wanted to get closer to her. Waking up in place, hesitated for a while. I don't mind when I wake up when people are in danger. Wake up and hesitate to really do Xiao Wu, and that would completely offend Tang San. No, Xiao Wu didn't recognize me, she just put on her pants and left after finishing the work. But soon, Su Wake realized that Xiao Wu hadn't recognized him, but had mistaken him for Tang San under the influence of the drug. So as long as it's not known, it's okay. As for Xiao Wu discovering her own situation after waking up, she must have no face to talk to Tang San. So the opportunity is rare, and there are no consequences. After making a decision, Cixing held Xiao Wu and suddenly changed directions. Three brothers. This is not the way back. Xiao Wu had mistaken Cixing for Tang San, and she could still recognize the way, and muttered in Cixing's arms. Well, wait for the third brother to detoxify you, the movement will not be small, so we change the hotel, and we won't bother the dean and them. Cixing smiled, and said casually. Xiao Wu answered and she was fine. Wake up and no longer talk nonsense, hug Xiao Wu and speed up to the nearest hotel. Tang San is in the hotel where they are staying. Under the stimulus of waking up, Tang San, who was working hard in his cultivation, suddenly stopped his cultivation. What's the matter? Suddenly feel a little flustered? It seems that something bad is about to happen. Xiao Wu. Tang San also suddenly felt a whim, and then immediately worried that Xiao Wu was coming. After going out and asking, Tang San found out that Xiao Wu hadn't come back yet. This made Tang San no doubt more worried. Mistress, what happened? Yu Xiaogang found that the disciple was wrong, and asked. I suspect that something happened to Xiao Wu, I'm going out to find her. After Tang San dropped a word, he jumped out of the hotel window directly. Looked for the direction in which Xiao Wu went out. It's a pity that Tang San was too late to look for it at this time. Xiao Wu at this time has been successfully awakened by Yetu. Although Xiao Wu called the third brother all the way, she didn't mind when she woke up. I didn't even think that the first time she got Xiao Wu, she would be able to make her fall in love with herself. That's impossible. If Xiao Wu is soberly aware that it is herself who has taken her down, she wakes up and suspects that she can call Daming Erming to avenge her. Zhu Zuqing is so difficult to do, and Xiao Wu, who has long loved Tang San, must be even more difficult. So after all the dust settled, he woke up, lifted his pants, and left quietly and refreshed. I'm sorry, Xiao-san, I put a green hat on you. But Xiao Wu, I have tested it for you. It is really good. It doesn't look very good. I know it is the best when I get started. It perfectly explains what is the soft bone charm rabbit. Even though he muttered so much in his heart, Awakening didn't really feel embarrassed about Tang-san being green. Last night, it was the happiest night since his journey. It's a pity that it's not Zhu Zuqing, otherwise he would be happier. Fortunately, Zhu Zuqing didn't know, otherwise he would definitely call him a scumbag. Her sister, and still missed her. At noon, Xiao Wu came out of the hotel in despair. At this time, she already knew that yesterday was not her third brother. After discovering that he was defiled by other men, he still didn't know which man it was. In the hotel room, she had already cried. Xiao Wu thought about death, and thought about escape, and returned to the Tiandu forest. But in the end, she was still reluctant to Tang-san, so she decided that nothing happened before, and she had to hide Tang-san from letting him know. Xiao Wu. As soon as he returned to the original hotel, Xiao Wu heard Tang-san's voice. Xiao Wu's body trembled slightly, then she put away her original desolation, and put a cute and sweet smile on her face again. Three brothers. It's great that you are fine, where have you been, why didn't you come back last night? Tang-san quickly came to Xiao Wu, and saw that Xiao Wu was safe and sound. He was relieved immediately, and said with joy. How could it be okay, I'm not pure anymore. Xiao Wu's heart is dripping blood. You reading www.youkansha.com. It's okay, I met the bad guy last night, and chasing the bad guy down, the day after tomorrow is too dark to find the way back, so I found a hotel nearby to stay. Hee hee. Three brothers, don't you know how badly the bad guy was beaten by my 8th segment last night? I don't know if the bones of his whole body are intact. I think I have to lie down for half a year. Xiao Wu explained, this was an excuse she had planned in advance. After, she didn't lie to Tang-san either, so her expression was not unusual. It turned out to be like this, you scared me to death. Don't go out alone next time. Tang-san smiled, imagining the miserable situation of that bad guy. Xiao Wu's 8th-stage fall, he dare not tolerate it. Within a while, Yu Xiaogang and the others also came, and they were relieved when they found that Xiao Wu was fine. Teacher, we have won many team matches in a row. There are basically no decent opponents here. When will we go back to school? After winning another team match in the Great Arena of Souls at Soto City, he awakened and proposed to Qin Ming to go back. Not only wanted to avoid Xiao Wu, for fear of being recognized, but also didn't want the Heaven Do Imperial Academy Wuhan team and the Shrek 7 Devils to confront each other. This has always been his goal. Because of waking up, Shrek Academy came here a little later than the original. This is not anxious, the Dean of Shrek Academy hopes that our team can compete with their team, so that they can see the strength of the top team. So we have to play a friendly match with them. Qin Ming smiled upon hearing this, and said the reason why he did not go back. Chapter 36, Daimyo Bai, Come to Fight. Wake up, I didn't expect that they had already left, but in the end they still had to face up with the Shrek 7 Devils. Besides, Qin Ming discussed with Shrek Academy in his absence. Now, it is impossible for Qin Ming to leave directly. This is something I didn't expect from Awakening, and it can't be stopped. It's hard to operate on the excuse of having something or killing one of the disabled Shrek 7 monsters. They don't need to rush back to school. Shrek Academy just came. They didn't leave so quickly. Today, they can't do it tomorrow. Qin Ming and Shrek have agreed, so they will always fight. Beauty's mistake. It would be nice if he was there when Qin Ming and Shrek made an appointment last night. Forget it, one more chance, I will still make the same choice. Can't stop it, Just wake up and just don't stop it. Douluo will notice that Tang Sanhe and Douluo mentioned, the most important thing is that her snake venom was cleverly cracked by Tang San with spirits and realgar. As long as you don't let this happen, it's fine. By the way, I can also teach Daimyo buy another meal, and let Zhu Zuqing see that waste is always waste. Two teams want to face off in the arena of fighting spirits. It is still possible to find the person in charge of the arena of souls. Especially when I heard that Tiandu Imperial Academy Wuhan team will leave after this game, I immediately went to arrange it. During this period, they really lost miserably, and they hoped that Tiandu Royal Academy would leave quickly. You have known about the 7 Shrek monsters. To be honest, their talents are better than yours overall. So don't care about this pair of rounds today, especially this Tang San, you must pay attention. There is also a lone geese. For today's duel, you don't need to use poison. Just give everyone an increase to avoid casualties. Qin Ming reminds them of today's battle to wake them up. It was said that their talents were not as good as Shrek. Everyone would inevitably be dissatisfied, but they couldn't refute them. The overall age of the Shrek 7 devils was a few years younger than them. At this age, they are not as good as the Shrek 7 monsters. Except Yu Tianheng and Wake Up. Ye Lingling's words were the same as Zhu Zuqing, the lowest level of the Shrek 7 devils. I know the teacher. Douluo nodded. She is a control spirit master and can restrict enemies through the poison circle. Is just more toxic, a bad one will really hurt the other person. Knowing that the Shrek 7 devils are all the younger brothers and younger sisters of teacher Qin Ming, Douluo feels that it's okay to let it go. She can also hit the auxiliary ones, and increase the state of her teammates through the aggressive poison. And there is awakening, she doesn't think there is any big problem. Although it was very uncomfortable to Wake Up and defeat Yu Tianheng, as a teammate, Wake Up is still very reliable. Until now, I have never tried my best when I wake up in the team competition. It's not just the lone goose, but also the Graphite brothers and others. He didn't pay much attention to what teacher Qin Ming said. Yu Tianheng in their team, sometimes just can single out the existence of a team of others, plus the awakening of defeating Yu Tianheng, they think the problem is not big. The Shrek 7 devils had outstanding talents, they admitted, but that was only a talent, and the current Shrek 7 devils had a lower level than them. Forget it, just pay attention, don't let them lose too ugly. Qin Ming sighed when he saw this, he himself didn't think that the Shrek 7 devils could bring too much threat to their awakening. Wake Up beside him, saying nothing. Originally, he wanted to suggest that Douluo don't use snake venom, but Qin Ming said it, so he didn't need to say it. Qin Ming and the others are deploying before the war, and the Shrek Academy is the same. In this duel, the teacher hopes that you will fight for the purpose of training. You want to win, it's too difficult. Little San, I allow you to use the 8 spider lances and hidden weapons in this game. As long as it is not the kind of hidden weapons that can kill people, you can use it in this game. Yu Xiaogang explained to Tang San at the end. Xiaogang, this. Next to Flander heard Yu Xiaogang's words and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. It was indeed too cruel for Tang San to use a hidden weapon, it was something that even Zhao Waoqi would suffer. But Flanders also knew the reason, Yu Xiaogang didn't want Tang San to lose to resuscitation. Recently, Yu Xiaogang has become less dignified in front of the students. If the Shrek 7 devils can defeat them and awaken them, it can indeed save some of Yu Xiaogang's face. But Flender is worried that if this fails, Yu Xiaogang will lose the majesty of a teacher. Hello everyone, I am your host to go around. Welcome to the great arena of souls in Soto City again, and a team fight will be held soon. Is the host of Beauty Douluo again. Under Douluo's introduction, the Shrek 7 devils and Su Waken took the stage one after another. The two teams stand opposite each other. Wake Up here, Wake Up, and Yu Tianheng stood directly at the forefront of the team. The Graphite Mill brothers are in the center and are responsible for guarding the defense. Yu Feng conducts long-range attacks and interference from behind, and takes control. Ye Lingling and Duguyan are in the back www.readaloud.com to assist. There are no bright spots in the well-behaved position. It is clear who and what is in the team. However, it was precisely this kind of the most conventional position that made Tang San look dignified on the opposite side. Because of such a position, it is difficult for them to find opportunities. In order to defeat them, the 7 Shrek Devils must defeat Awakening and Yu Tianheng head-on. Now, ask both parties to release your martial souls. Of course, wake up Thunder, our Thunder God of War is no longer needed. Everyone knows that he never releases martial arts. As the host talked about it, except for waking up, everyone released their martial souls. For a while, various spirit rings and martial spirits flashed on the entire duel stage. One by one, they look very cool. Should I have to make an appearance mode too? Wake up and see it. For the first time, I feel that I have to make an appearance ceremony. Without him, he is handsome. Unlike him, he just stood still, without any special effects. Thunder Escape Armor. Finally awakened and directly released his Thunder Dance Armor, flashing dazzling thunder and lightning all over his body. Captain, I've handed that Dai Mubai to me. Then when he woke up, he looked at Dai Mubai and spoke to Yu Tianheng next to him. It is good. Yu Tianheng is unclear, but there is no opinion. Among the 7 Shrek monsters, Dai Mubai had the highest level. Wake up and willing to eat the hardest, he is more relaxed. Dai Mubai, come to fight. It's not polite to wake up. After taking a step forward, he looked domineeringly at Dai Mubai on the opposite side and spoke. Chapter 37, Xiao Wu, it's you. After speaking, Su Xing also glanced at Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. Zhu Zuqing still looked cold and couldn't see anything. Xiao Wu is no different from usual, and she can't see the impact of last night at all. Su wakes up and sees her that she is not strange, and she feels relieved immediately. Is there anything to be afraid of? Even if she knew it was me, she wouldn't dare to say it. It's even more impossible to call Daming and Erming. If you dare to leave the Tianda forest, you are looking for death. Su Xing secretly said twice in his heart, so he didn't pay attention to Xiao Wu at all. Third Spirit Ability. White Tiger King Kong Transformation. Facing the provocation of Xing Xing, Dai Mubai also shouted angrily, and then rushed to Xing Xing. Tang San fights control, except for him, no one in the team can pose a threat to Awakening. The first Spirit Ability, Blue Electric Dragon Claw. After waking up and Dai Muabai's hands, Yu Tianheng also rushed to the opposite side. Boom! When just started, he awakened and flashed in front of Dai Muabai, directly knocking Dai Muabai back out. Dai Muabai, who had been on the bed for several months to recuperate, was now only level 39, and he was not an awakened opponent at all. Those who are less than level 40 Soul Sect have no resistance before Awakening. How can it be? Dai Muabai, who was knocked out instantly by his Awakening, was full of disbelief. A few months ago, he still had a stalemate with Reawakening, but now he can't even handle the Awakening move? Although I saw Awakening kill the quartet in a leapfrog challenge before, Dai Muabai really did not expect that the gap between himself and Awakening was so big. This made Dai Muabai, who was still thinking about defeating Su Xing and revenge, and was forgiven by Zhu Zuqing at the same time, suddenly a little confused. Boss Dai. In the end, it was Tang San who controlled Lan Yinko to catch Dai Muabai and at the same time woke him up. At the same time that he caught Dai Muabai, Tang San also looked dignifiedly to wake up. Neither did he expect that Dai Muabai would be so vulnerable before waking up. This battle is difficult. How could it be so strong? In the audience, they were all shocked to see Yu Xiaogang and Flanders in such a scene. He is a real monster when he wakes up. Even Yu Tianheng was defeated by him before. Only Qin Ming didn't feel much surprise. Really? Yu Xiaogang was taken aback, he didn't know this before. Okay. With awakening and Yu Tianheng, to be honest, the 7 Shrek monsters have no chance of winning at all. It's almost zero. Qin Ming nodded and said. Speaking out first, it also gave Yu Xiaogang and the others a psychological preparation, not to expect too much from the performance of the Shrek 7 Devils. Flander and Yu Xiaogang heard the words, but they were silent. While the people in the field awakened, they had already charged Dai Mubai again at this time. Boss Dai! Tang San reminded Dai Mubai, and at the same time he fired a hidden weapon of Shijian to restrain his awakening. Ding ding! Tang San's hidden weapon is very fast. If he wakes up and continues to attack Dai Mubai, he will only be attacked, so he has to avoid it. In addition to Dai Mubai's side, Yu Tianheng also gave Ma Hongjun and the others a powerful suppression. Faced with this situation, Tang San no longer concealed it, and used various hidden weapons to provide support. Awakening attacked Dai Mubai several times in a row, and they were all disturbed. In this case, I will solve you first. Awakened a little impatiently, with a cold snort, he turned his head and attacked Tang San. 3 brothers. The third spirit ability, teleport. Seeing that Tang San was in danger, Xiao Wu suddenly flashed in front of her awakening. Second spirit ability, charm. After appeared in front of awakening, Xiao Wu immediately used the second spirit ability charm. Xiao Wu, it's up to you. Tang San secretly said. He had known that the strength of awakening was very strong, but the soul power of awakening was only 33, which was only 2 levels higher than Xiao Wu. The difference was not big. So Tang San wanted to see if Xiao Wu's second spirit ability charm could make a difference. The characteristics of waking up, he knew that the speed was so fast that his blue-silver grass couldn't keep up. But as long as Xiao Wu's spirit power can affect his awakening, he can immediately restrain his awakening with the blue-silver grass. Charm. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was showing her charm to herself in front of her, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. His thunder dance armor, but it stimulates his spirit all the time, and charm skills have little effect on him. Besides, Xiao Wu's whole person awakened from the inside out and enjoyed it last night. How can he be charmed by Xiao Wu's eyes? No, Xiao Wu, come back soon. Tang San saw the look of awakening, and immediately asked Xiao Wu to retreat. It's a pity that it's too late, and the awakened figure instantly humiliated Xiao Wu in front of him. The injury I suffered last night is not healed, so don't bounce around, go and rest. With this kind of heart in his heart, Wake directly hit Xiao Wu's abdomen with a punch. Tsitsizi. At the same time, a large number of thunder and lightning gathered, spreading Xiao Wu's whole body from the awakening fist. Waking up is not too ruthless. The moves seem terrifying, but in fact it doesn't hurt much. It just happens to make Xiao Wu paralyzed and lose his combat effectiveness. Humph! Xiao Wu snorted, and her body collapsed. Still awakened his conscience and found that Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com hugged Xiao Wu and placed her gently on the ground. Xiao Wu! Tang San in the distance yelled at the sight of Xiao Wu's injury. His figure rushed over, and at the same time a large number of hidden weapons were thrown out and shot towards awakening. Don't worry, she just lost combat power. Awoke and jumped away, and said something calmly. It's you. Just to wake up. The unexpected is that Xiao Wu fell to the ground, but at this time, his eyes looked at Awaken in angrily. She recognized it, and when she woke up, it was the man who defiled her last night. Although she didn't remember the appearance of waking up, she always regarded waking up as Tang San, but she was a spirit beast with a more sensitive sense of smell, and she remembered the smell of waking up. If she doesn't get close, she still can't smell it, but Xiao Wu naturally recognizes it when she wakes up so close to her. Xiao Wu watched her awakening fiercely. She didn't expect that it would actually wake up. What? Waking up was a little inexplicable. At first I didn't know what Xiao Wu said. But after seeing Xiao Wu's eyes, he woke up and suddenly thumped. knowing that Xiaowu knew. How come you were suddenly recognized? Wake Up secretly called unlucky, but he was not too nervous. Before seeing Xiaowu again, he had anticipated that the people of Xiaowu would recognize him. It's nothing, he was sure Xiaowu wouldn't say it. Xiaowu, are you okay? What did he do to you? Tang San rushed over and quickly checked Xiaowu's injuries. I'm fine, third brother, you want to avenge me, he is too damn, he actually killed me in seconds. Sure enough, after Tang San came over, Xiaowu quickly closed the strangeness in her eyes. Chapter 38, Use all hidden weapons. Hearing that Xiaowu didn't dare to say it, Wake was relieved again. What you really want to sue is not to be killed in seconds by me, but to be killed by me repeatedly for a long time, and I lost my armor. Then regained consciousness and couldn't help feeling amused by Xiaowu's complaint. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xiaowu really just lost his combat effectiveness, and nothing happened. But he would still listen to Xiaowu's request. While Tang San said, he rolled up Xiaowu with blue-silver grass and put her out of the field. This was defeated. Before Xiaowu left, when she turned her head to look at Awakening, her eyes fixedly looked at Awakening. There is anger, shame, and plea in his eyes. She hopes that what happened last night can be kept secret. At this time, she was a little regretful, she had known long ago not to let Suixing know that she recognized him. How good it is to know nothing. Wake up, you hurt Xiaowu, be careful, I won't be polite anymore. Tang San said in a deep anger when he watched Wake Up. It's as if you can beat me. Suixing smiled contemptuously. Speaking of which, I have always wanted to fight with you to see how strong the disciple taught by the master is. He didn't like me at the beginning, then I have to see, who is the best one of us. Then, the look of Awakening became serious. Awakened mind is not big, even if it is necessary to report, he also has some self, he now looks down on Yu Xiaogang's trash, but he will not forget the fact of rejection. As long as there is a chance to slap Yu Xiaogang in the face, he will not be polite to Wake Up. Defeating Tang San is undoubtedly a face-slapped fact for Yu Xiaogang. You really care about this? Hearing the words of Awakening, Tang San said solemnly. He had felt it before, but he also understood that if it was him, he would probably care. Will prove to Yu Xiaogang that the other party has missed it. I will do my best, be careful. 8 spider lances. Tang San didn't say anything, the 8 spider spears attached to the spirit bones were directly released. Purple and black 8 spider spears appeared on Tang San's back, making Tang San look like a spider spirit. The first spirit ability, Entanglement. Then Tang San pressed the ground with one hand, several blue-silver grasses rose from the body around the wake, and then grabbed it towards the wake. Facing Tang San's offense, he awakened and avoided easily, and then kept leaning close to Tang San. Purple Demon Eye. Seeing the ghostly speed of Awakening, Tang San quickly opened the purple magic pupil to see the Awakening movement completely. Then, Tang San threw out hidden weapons one by one, sealing the route of Awakening. Boom! The awakened figure backed away, avoiding those hidden weapons. It is good. It's a mistress. Yu Xiaogang in the auditorium, seeing Tang San actually restricting his awakening, his expression suddenly lifted, his eyes filled with satisfaction. His junior, he did not disappoint. Unfortunately it's not very useful, Daimyo Bai and the others can't hold on. Flender sighed beside him. Although Tang San restrained awakening, Tang San was also restrained by awakening, unable to take care of others. Without Tang San's control, Yu Tianheng was able to suppress Daimyo Bai and the others. In addition to the remote output of Yu Feng behind, Ye Lingling would treat Yu Tianheng again, and Yu Tianheng could output crazy, Daimyo Bai and the others were in danger. Yu Xiaogang heard the words and saw it, and sure enough, the joy on his face immediately reduced and became heavier. Whether Tang San can defeat Suixing is not certain, but the team is about to lose. If others lose, it will be a matter of time for Ziosan to lose. All use hidden weapons. Dai Mubai roared after being repelled by Yu Tianheng again. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Oscar and the others did not hesitate, and all took out hidden weapons. Swish swish swish. I have to say that the hidden weapon of Tang sect brought by Tang San from his previous life is really cheating. Easily leapfrog challenges. Yu Tianheng was forced to retreat in an instant, with a lot of hidden weapons on his body. If this is a poisonous hidden weapon, Yu Tianheng probably will have to die. Damn, what weapons are these? The injured Yu Tianheng couldn't help cursing, feeling that the rhythm of the battle in peace was completely different. Wake up and did not expect that Yu Xiaogang would let all the Shrek 7 devils use hidden weapons. No wonder I dared to fight them. If they all use hidden weapons, they might be defeated if they are not careful. Tianheng. Behind him was just hitting the supporting Dugagoose. Seeing that Yu Tianheng was injured and was still attacked by a group of people with inexplicable weapons, he suddenly became angry. The angry lone geese stood up directly. Do you want to use the green snake venom? Fat man, get ready. Tang San immediately reminded Ma Hongjun when he saw this. Dugagoose's snake venom, he had already thought of a way to deal with it, adding hard liquor to realgar, and then igniting it by Ma Hongjun's phoenix flame, can detoxify all snake venom. Stop the Dugagoose. Lingling treats the captain, and then the captain doesn't care about consumption. You come and pester Tang San, and I will clean up the others. Seeing that Dugagoose was using snake venom, he awoke and stopped him immediately. His biggest goal today is to prevent Tang San from cracking the dungeon goose venom from happening. For this reason, even if he loses the duel, it doesn't matter. So I wake up and stop it. Hearing the words of awakening, Dugayan hesitated for a while before retreating. Fourth soul ability. Blue Lightning Dragon Sickness. Yu Tianheng also did not oppose the allocation of awakening, and after standing up under Ye Lingling's treatment, she directly activated her big move and blasted Tang San. Roar. A dragon shadow made up of thunder, roared and swept up to Tang San, with an astonishing aura. Not good. Tang San, who felt that he was locked, had a bad secret path, and immediately wrapped himself in blue-silver grass. The 8 spider spears behind are also guarding the body together. Little San. 3 brothers. Ning Rong Rong Xiaowu and the others, they all exclaimed when they saw that Tang San was in danger. Ning Rong Rong quickly blessed Tang San. Xiaowu is in a hurry. At this time, you should care about yourself. Ning Rong Rong just gave Tang San a blessing, and came to her when he woke up. He didn't know if Yu Tianheng's ultimate move could directly defeat Tang San, he probably couldn't, he didn't care anyway. What he had to do now was to clean up all the others while Tang San was overwhelmed. Otherwise, he can avoid the hidden weapon, Ye Lingling, and the others can't hide, and finally angered the Dugagoose and forced her to use snake venom. What? Ning Rong Rong only realized that Wake had come to her, and couldn't help being shocked. Rong Rong! Oscar exclaimed even more, rushing over to save Ning Rong Rong. Boom! It's just that Oscar's speed is too slow, and he wakes up just like Xiaowu just now, putting Ning Rong Rong down. Chapter 39, Go It Alone. When you come over, let's fall down together. After waking up and putting down Ning Rong Rong, when he saw Oscar, he knocked Oscar down with his hand. Boom! Wow! It's just that Oscar doesn't have the same treatment as Xiaowu and Ning Rong Rong, so he can control his shot power and the intensity of lightning. Oscar directly took a powerful punch from Awakening, and after vomiting blood, he rolled his eyes and passed out. Boom! Then, even if Oscar fell to the ground, he awoke and didn't hold on a little. This made Ning Rong Rong next to him look terrified. Fortunately, he was not that miserable. This guy is really powerful. Is also very gentle at the same time. Ning Rong Rong sighed in his heart, and for the first time intuitively felt the power of awakening. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong's innermost words were not heard by Oscar, otherwise she would definitely complain about whether she has a misunderstanding of the word gentle. Then there was Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who were awakened and put down one after another. Regarding the attack of awakening, they all use hidden weapons to force them back to awaken. It's a pity that they are not Tang San. The same hidden weapon in Tang San's hands is completely different from theirs. Tang San was able to observe his movement trajectory through the purple magic pupil, and the hidden weapon technique was also superb and free to move. It was able to seal the awakening movement, and Ma Hongjun and the others would be impossible. They can't even see the awakened figure. So I was awakened and put down easily. Ma Hongjun ended up similar to Oscar, and passed out directly. Dai Mubai was a bit miserable, and he had cracked a few ribs. It was Zhu Zuking's turn at last. I surrender. Zhu Zuking didn't give Wake a chance to get close at all. After seeing Wake and knocking Dai Mubai down and looking at her, Zhu Zuking directly gave in. Her character is not easy to admit defeat, but that depends on the situation. Knowing that it is not an opponent, plus it is not a life and death battle, even stronger is stupid. Boom! Wake up here to solve Dai Mubai and the others, and Yu Tianheng's attack also stopped. Su Xing turned his head and looked at Tang San, and found that the opponent was not so easily defeated. Except for a few meters away in embarrassment, Tang San didn't suffer much trauma. The biggest credit still fell on Tang San's 8 spider lances with external spirit bones. How can it be? Yu Tianheng was a little shocked when he saw this. Tang San actually took over his 4th spirit ability. Even if he wakes up, he dare not hold on to it. Of course, he didn't know whether he could take it through when he was awakened. He didn't dare to let him go when he was awakened. Instinctively, he thought that he couldn't take it when he was awakened. Tang San, you lose, you are the only one left behind for the 7 Shrek monsters. But the shock returned to the shock, glanced around and found that Dai Mubai and others had all been awakened and eliminated. Yu Tianheng suddenly laughed. They won. Brother awakening is amazing. Ye Lingling worshipped in the back and watched her wake up. This is a win. The Graphite Mill brothers touched their heads a little embarrassingly. They didn't make any effort at all, but simply released the martial arts and did nothing else. Lost. Yu Xiaogang saw that all the Shrek 7 devils had been eliminated except Tang San, and he also thought that the Shrek 7 devils had lost, and suddenly felt a little frustrated. It's okay, it's good to let them meet a stronger opponent. Flander was mentally prepared for a long time, so he was not too sad, but opened his mouth and smiled calmly. That said, that's right. But Yu Xiaogang just feels uncomfortable. To whom the Shrek 7 devils loses, he doesn't want to lose to a awakened team. Qin Ming was on the side, and he saw that Yu Xiaogang seemed a little unacceptable, but he didn't say any comforting words. It seemed too hypocritical. But, isn't it just a loss? Is it necessary to be so unacceptable? Until now, Qin Ming didn't know about the fact that Wake had been rejected by his teacher Yu Xiaogang. No one at the Tiandu Royal Academy knew about such a shameful thing. Of course he would not come up with it when he woke up. Said in front of Zhu Zuking before, also in order to belittle Yu Xiaogang in front of her, so that she can see clearly. Tang San watched Dai Mubai and the others were eliminated, and he was the only one left on the court. He also helplessly dropped his hands and put away the spirit bones on his back. Then Tang San was ready to admit defeat. Wait! But at this moment, Wake stopped Tang San, and then said, we haven't decided the winner yet. Captain, you go down first, I want to fight him alone. Then he woke up and waited for Yu Tianheng. What? Why? Yu Shenheng suddenly puzzled. It's nothing, I'm going back anyway. Before I go back, let me be willful. Su Xing shook his head without explaining clearly. I can't explain it clearly in a while. Well, if you insist. Seeing that waking up didn't seem to be a joke, Yu Tianheng frowned and agreed. Although I don't know why, if Awakening wants to fight Tang San single-handedly, then it's okay to wake up. He also wanted to see what kind of sparks Tang San, who had just given him a shock, could fight with Su Waken. Are you serious? Tang San also watched Awakening in surprise at this time. Yes, what? Don't you want to tell me a victory or defeat? Su Xing looked at Tang San. He didn't believe that Tang San would give up so easily. www.readaloud.com just wanted to give up because of this. With all the members on the side, he conceded defeat without seeing hope. If there is only one person who wake up and believe that Tang San will definitely not be persuaded. It is good. As expected, Tang San nodded and agreed. But this result doesn't count for the team. No matter what the result is, our Shrek 7 monsters lost the team match. But Tang San also added, he didn't want to take advantage. Agreed to continue to fight with Suwa because he himself wanted to see if he could defeat Suwa. Plus, even though Yu Xiaogang didn't say anything, Tang San knew that Yu Xiaogang didn't want him to lose to wake up. With his own aggressiveness and the teacher's wishes, Tang San was not free to admit counsel. How is this going? We saw our Thunder God of War eliminated all 6 of the Shrek 7 monsters. In addition to the Thunder God of War, the players of the Thunder team have also retreated from the Arena of Souls. Are the 2 players going to face each other alone? The host saw the situation on the court all the time, and it was also a historical explanation and analysis. The audience who originally thought that the winner had already been decided, was also excited when they saw it. Sing alone. Can Tang San beat him? Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had retired, also looked at them in amazement. They didn't expect Tang San and Su Xing to have a heads-up match. Brother, come on. Teach him a hard lesson. Xiao Wu also saw it, and immediately cheered Tang San on. The guy who took advantage of the danger, third brother, must help me get revenge. Xiao Wu also secretly said something in her heart. Chapter 40, Magnetic Escape Sword is coming. Are they still going one-on-one? That's right, they all want to prove themselves. Flender was surprised when he saw the situation on the field, and then he was relieved. He knew that when he woke up, he wanted to prove that Yu Xiaogang had missed it. Tang San wanted to prove that Yu Xiaogang did not misread him. Hey! Flender shook his head slightly, and said nothing. In fact, he felt that when he was awakened enough to stand opposite Tang San in a one-on-one battle, it had already proved that Yu Xiaogang had missed his eyes. Regardless of the achievements after waking up, at the age of waking up, with the original talent of waking up, it is already very scary to have the current strength. Little San. Yu Xiaogang also noticed it, with a complicated expression. Yu Xiaogang did not expect that there would be such a day when the disciple he valued would fight against the one he rejected. To be honest, the achievement of waking up is indeed beyond his expectations, and it always shocks him. But want to say regret? No. Because Yu Xiaogang knows very well that his various research theories can only be verified by top talented soul masters. The talent is poor, and even the extreme age of the spirit ring may not be able to bear it. How to verify his various theories? Defeat him, Xiaosan, your talent is definitely the strongest that the teacher has ever seen. Looking at Tang San, who had resummoned the 8 spider lances with soul bone, Yu Xiaogang said inwardly. Looking at Tang San, who was fully armed, when he woke up, he slowly stretched out his right hand and pressed thunder and lightning to the ground. Magnetic escape sword coming. Tsitsizi. As the awakening right hand slowly rose, a super alloy sword was awakened and pulled out from the ground. It seems that there was a sword buried there. Cooperating with the flashing lightning, a 2-meter-long slender blade was awakened and held in his hand. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Tang San. This is the magnetic escape developed by Suwa according to the lightning soul power, and then use the magnetic escape to extract various metal minerals underground and aggregate them into super alloys. However, This magnetic escape has not yet been fully developed, and the magnetic force has to be attached to the lightning, and cannot be used separately. Otherwise, it shouldn't be too simple to use magnetic escape to deal with Tang San's hidden weapon. Of course, those metal hidden weapons. Unfortunately, it doesn't work right now. Awakening can only use the incomplete magnetic escape to refine the super alloy sword. This is also because without a weapon in hand, it is difficult to wake up close to Tang San, who has 8 spider lances. The domineering poisonous awakening of the 8 spider lances knows that with his current physical strength, he is still not immune, and he loses if he is injured. So handsome, Brother Suixing actually created another spirit ability. Yalingling cheered when she saw her awakening and handsome, but she didn't see her usual coldness at all. This girl. Only wake up. The graphite stone mill brothers and Yu Feng saw it, and they felt it was not good. This woman really likes him. Zhu Zuqing also glanced at Yalingling, her beautiful eyes flashed. Xiao Wu also took a look, and her mood instantly fell into a bad mood. Of course she is not jealous, so how could it be possible? She only likes her third brother. She was upset because she felt that all the beautiful women like him when she wakes up, and he still has Zhu Zuqing, who he likes, but he has defiled her. She is simply not human. If possible, she really wants to call Daming Erming to kill her for revenge. This spirit ability is useless, it's just creating a weapon. Yu Xiaogang looked at the awakened another self-made spirit ability, and shook his head. However, he was not convinced, and he was secretly surprised that he could use the spirit power of the lightning attribute to create a metal weapon. Because he hadn't been able to see the principle of this spirit ability, he didn't know how to wake up. Is it really that simple to create a spirit ability? Can I try it too? Looking at the awakened self-made spirit ability, Yu Xiaogang also thought about it. He is now a 30th level soul sovereign, but he only has one soul ring and soul ability, and it is embarrassing to say it. Especially compared to awakening, there is no spirit ring, but there are more spirit abilities than him. Who has been compared to, and cannot be compared to awakening? Come on, see who is stronger than you or me. In the field, after possessing a weapon, the genius awakened his figure and rushed towards Tang San with his sword. Was covered with thunder and lightning, turning into a flash of lightning and slashing towards Tang San. Purple Demon Eye. The first spirit ability, Entanglement. Tang San didn't dare to neglect. After displaying the purple magic pupil to see the awakening movement trajectory, the first spirit ability was displayed. Puff puff. Road after row of blue-silver grass appeared between him and awakening, blocking him in front of awakening. Tang San also knew that his blue-silver grass would not be able to wake up under normal circumstances, so he didn't intend to catch it, just interfere. Swish swish. Then his hidden weapon followed and threw a shot at awakening. Your hidden weapon can no longer stop me. Wake up holding a super alloy sword, he snorted when he saw it, and went straight up without avoiding it. Ding ding ding. Puff puff. All the www.readaloud.com that was blocking the front of awakening, whether it was a blue-silver grass or a hidden weapon, were cut and cut off by the sword in awakening's hand. What a sharp sword! Is it made of composite metal? You can create such a composite metal weapon in an instant. Tang San was surprised when he saw the scene before him. After that, he was extremely enthusiastic about the awakening with this ability. If he could master it, it would be too convenient to create hidden weapons. But soon Tang San condensed his other thoughts. After seeing Suixing rushing up, he didn't retreat but moved forward, directly facing Suixing. Wake up to get close to him, why is he not? With the speed of awakening, his hidden weapon and blue-silver grass are basically useless when the distance is far away. The only thing he can rely on is the spirit bone 8 spider spears. A ghostly shadow controlled the 8 spider lances, and Tang San also showed his ghost trail. Ding ding ding. Suixing and Tang San's figures collided afterwards, and Jin Ming's clashes continued to sound. The speed of the two is extremely fast, the audience outside the field can only see the two figures constantly flashing, only the short contact during the match will leave some afterimages. That Tang San can actually keep up with the speed of waking up. Yu Tianheng, who knew the speed of awakening, were secretly surprised when they saw it. Unexpectedly, there is such a pervert among the Shrek 7 devils. I can barely keep up with his speed, but his power is much stronger than mine. I can feel that my 8 spider lances are about to break. What should I do? I will lose if I continue like this. Do you want to use the clear sky hammer? However, Tang San, who was fighting with Su Xing at this time, was secretly anxious. Chapter 41, Fierce Battle. It is good. Yu Xiaogang couldn't see Tang San's state. He thought that Tang San's strength was really equivalent to that of awakening. He looked excited and secretly applauded. However, he didn't want to think about how much of what Tang San is currently using on the field was taught by him. The 8 spider lances with external soul bones were obtained by Tang San himself, and the hidden weapons and the purple magic pupil were all brought by Tang San himself in his previous life. He taught Tang San how to attach the blue silver grass to the spirit ring. It didn't have much effect at all. He could only restrain him from waking up a little bit, or protect himself, but it didn't have much effect. Ding ding ding! On the field, the fierce battle between Suwa and Tang San continued. But their intentions have been messed up. Has already consumed most of his soul power. But relatively speaking, Tang San consumes a bit more. The use of purple demon eyes and ghost shadow mistake all required his soul power. Haoshan hammer. Finally, after another collision, Tang San quietly summoned his clear sky hammer, and he used it as a hidden weapon to directly throw it up to Awakening. Awakening only thought that it was an ordinary hidden weapon, and still wanted to cut with the super alloy sword in his hand. No, it's the clear sky hammer. But soon, he woke up and found that Tang San had thrown out the clear sky hammer. It's too late to dodge anymore. When awakening, he can only put away the slashing action, and instead hold the sword horizontally in front of him to block. Regarding Tang San's clear sky hammer, he didn't dare to underestimate Tang San's awakening. Zhao Waoqi, who is as strong as a level 73 soul sage, was beaten with a swollen face after being hit by Tang San's clear sky hammer. Really hit the swollen face. Boom! After the awakening was changed to defense, Tang San's clear sky hammer instantly hit the awakened sword. Wake up only to feel a strong attack, and his hands shake. Click! Boom! Immediately afterwards, the super alloy sword in Wake's hand shattered. Humph! Awakened with a muffled snort, the figure retreated with the strength of the clear sky hammer. Chance! Although the clear sky hammer did not defeat Su Waken, Tang San felt a little regretful, but Tang San quickly seized the opportunity. The first spirit ability, Entanglement. While he was repelled by his awakening and was unable to stand firm, Tang San's blue-silver grass entangled directly. When woke up, he felt that his feet were tight, and his body was immediately entangled in the blue-silver grass. It is good. All in one go, I'm going to win. Yu Xiaogang outside the field was even more excited when he saw this. He saw that Tang San had just sneaked on with the clear sky hammer. Although it was blocked by awakening, the weapon in awakening's hand was gone. In addition to the battle up to now, the consumption of awakening is not small. At this time, being caught by Tang San's blue-silver grass, it is basically impossible to break free. Even if he broke free of Tang San's first spirit ability, his second spirit ability could not be parasitic. He believed Tang San, while he was entangled in awakening, the parasitic seeds must have been sprinkled on him. What was the hidden weapon just now? It's so powerful. At this time, Flanders still didn't know that Tang San was a twin martial spirit, and only sighed the power of Tang San's hidden weapons. That little hammer, I was swollen by that little hammer last time. On one side, Zhao Waoqi involuntarily touched his right cheek, the pain was the same. They are all monsters, it is unbelievable that they are only more than 30-level souls. Qinming was also shocked on the side, and at the same time watching the awakening on the court with some worry. Would he really be defeated, right? Wake up, brother, come on. Ya Lingling didn't want to see her awakening fail, so she held her hands tightly. Just let this guy fail once. Zhu Zuqing watched the awakening on the court, and was very happy to see the waking up and deflated. Three brothers, come on. Hit him. Hit him. Xiaowu just one opinion, hit him, or hit him. Humph. It's a pity, the awakening on the court will not let them do what they want. I saw an even stronger thunder and lightning burst out of Suwake's body for a short time, and then broke free from the shackles of the blue-silver grass. The second spirit ability. Tang San saw this and prepared to release the blue-silver grass seeds that had already been planted without a hassle. But when the spirit ability was halfway through, Tang San stopped. Because he was waking up, he didn't feel the breath of the blue-silver grass seeds at all. I was wiped out by the lightning just now. Tang San sighed secretly. He didn't expect that awakening would prevent his second spirit ability, and it would be able to remove those blue-silver grass seeds in a timely and effective manner. He had planned to use the second spirit ability and the third spirit ability together, but now he can only give up. Without the restraint of the second spirit ability, he was not sure to trap his awakening with the third spirit ability spider web restraint. As expected to be appreciated by the master, you are indeed very strong. But, your spirit power is almost gone, right? Su Xing pulled a little distance away, and smiled as he watched Tang San. At this time, his awakened breathing was also a bit short, and his soul power and physical strength were consumed more severely. This is more difficult than waking up and fighting against any soul sect before. Tang San, who shot with all his strength, was really terrifying. No wonder that Zhao Waoqi was bruised and swollen at level 29. If he kills, Tang San can even kill Zhao Waoqi. So for Tang San's strength in front of him, he was not surprised to wake up. You too. Tang San panted and regained his awakening. Next, it's over. Awakening didn't say anything. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com didn't want to give Tang San a chance to recover. His profound heavenly power could keep his spirit power alive and recover continuously. Drag on, and I don't know whose soul power is exhausted first. Magnetic escape sword coming. Said, waking up and used the magnetic escape again. Tsitsizi. It's just that this awakening did not extract the super alloy from the ground, and took the previously broken super alloy sword through the spread of lightning. Magnetic escape broken. Immediately afterwards, awakening did not refuse them, but directly shattered them, turning them into super alloy metal dust in the sky. Countless dust exploded immediately centered on awakening, covering the entire dual field. Tang San didn't know what he wanted to do when he woke up. He wanted to get rid of it, but he found that he couldn't get rid of it for a while and he had to be careful and wait for it to wake up. Thunder escape, thunderous all directions. Wake up naturally will not disappoint. I saw that wake up all over his body, and an astonishing thunder and lightning erupted from him in an instant. Not good. At the moment when he woke up and released the thunder and lightning, Tang San knew from a glance that the metal was conductive, and he had nowhere to hide. The third spirit ability, cobweb binding. Tang San could only be forced to use the third spirit ability. Before waking up before the thunder and lightning spread, he restrained himself in it, and used the enemy's defensive spirit ability. Zi boom. The moment Tang San restrained himself, the sky full of thunder engulfed Tang San's entire cobweb. Among these interweaving sounds of thunder and lightning, a denser interweaving sound of thunder and lightning also sounded from the position of awakening. Chapter 42, How many skills of Tang 3 did you teach? Lei Dun Chidori. The more dense interweaving sound of thunder and lightning, of course, was produced by the awakened spirit ability Chidori. That move thunderous in all directions just now, the lethality is limited, but the range is large, and it has a certain paralyzing effect, which temporarily delays the enemy's actions. The next move, Chidori, is the ultimate move for awakening. What is that? How can it be? A large amount of thunder and lightning are actually condensed in the hands, and they will not hurt themselves or energy riots. Yu Xiaogang and the others in the audience were shocked when they saw the Chidori who was on display by Wake. They could feel the terrifying and destructive power contained in this spirit ability. This soul skill is so powerful. Better than my blue lightning dragon disease. Yu Tianheng was shocked when he watched Awakening and displayed a brand new spirit ability. This bastard, how many self-made spirit abilities have been hidden and haven't been displayed? And one by one is amazingly powerful and the effect is amazing. Fighting against him before waking up, I didn't use all my strength at all. Does he really have no spirit ring? There are more soul abilities than we have soul rings. Ning Rongrong was also surprised at this time. For the first time he was admired for his ability to awaken his own soul abilities. It was really strong. Zhu Zuqing also has beautiful eyes. She has also seen the awakening super electromagnetic gun, which adds up to more. It's amazing, I knew it was the best to wake up brother. This is of course Ya Lingling's reaction, and she has a growing tendency to become a awakening fan. The Graphite brothers besides said that they were sour. Not only did the sour awakening be worshipped by Ya Lingling, but the sour awakening also had more soul abilities than them. 3 brothers. Only Xiao Wu looked at Tang San who had just been swept by the thunder with a worried expression, feeling that if Tang San was hit by the awakening move, it would be very dangerous. So strong. The body is paralyzed, I can't hide it. 8 spider lances, I can only look at you. Tang San passed the blue-silver grass and evil slits at this time, and saw that he was rushing towards him with 1,000 birds in his hand when he was awakened. His expression was extremely solemn. Boom! Awakening would not give Tang San time to relieve the paralysis, the Chidori in his hand quickly came to Tang San, and slammed up fiercely. Boom! The blue-silver grass outside Tang San was first crushed and exploded by the awakened Chidori. Accompanied by the harsh thunder and lightning, after awakening and smashing the blue-silver grass, the trend of the 1,000 birds in his hand continued unabated, and it blasted on Tang San's 8 spider lances again. Tang San's 8 spider spears hugged together, resisting the awakened Chidori. An astonishing thunder and lightning exploded from between the two of them. After a stalemate, Tang San's 8 spider lances gradually shattered with a crackling sound. Finally, it was Tang San's turn that his weapon was awakened and shattered. This was also in the previous collisions with awakening. Tang San's 8 spider lances originally had a lot of scars. Otherwise, awakening might not be able to crush it. Awakening the Chidori in his hand, at this time the power has also been consumed by most. Ended. But the rest is enough to wake up and defeat Tang San. Boom! The awakened 1,000 birds smashed Tang San's blue-silver grass and 8 spider lances one after another, and finally landed on Tang San's body. Boom! At this time, Tang San didn't have the energy to use Xuan Yu's hand to block again. He was directly hit by awakening, and his figure flew out backwards. Little San! Tang San! 3 brothers! Seeing Tang San being knocked out of the duel stage, Yu Xiaogang and the others exclaimed, and hurriedly ran to the place where Tang San fell. Don't worry, I finally regained my strength, he can't die. Woke up to see them, smiled calmly. If possible, Su Xin really has the idea of killing Tang San directly. After Tang San was green, he woke up and knew that he and Tang San would no longer be the same. He knew that Xiao Wu would conceal it, but he couldn't guarantee that Xiao Wu would not say it one day. It's a pity that he didn't dare. Even if he didn't dare to beat the disabled Tang San, maybe Tang Hao was hiding somewhere in the dark. In fact, after Tang San was green, he was afraid after waking up. He forgot that Tang Hao was actually guarding Tang San in secret, and Tang Hao was also the first to know Xiao Wu's identity. I did Xiao Wu last night. He didn't know if Tang Hao knew it, but he probably didn't know it. If he had secretly protected Xiao Wu, he might have been killed by Tang Hao now. But wake up and dare not completely bet that Tang Hao is not in the dark. It is also possible that Tang Hao already knew that he had done Xiao Wu. The reason why he didn't come out to stop it was because he didn't think much about the future of his son and the soul beast, and didn't want Tang San to be like him in the future, so he simply used the Hand of Awakening to destroy the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu. No matter what it was, he didn't dare to touch Tang San for the time being when he woke up. Yu Xiaogang and the others checked Tang San's injuries and found that Tang San was really in a coma and his injuries were not even as serious as Dai Muabai's, and they were relieved. Wake up, Yu Wan. Yu Xiaogang looked up at Su Xing, and sighed with complicated expression. I know, I don't need your acknowledgement. Actually, I'm more curious about one thing. www.readaloud.com Master, how much of Tang San's abilities now are you taught him? It might also be because he had just one Tang San, and when he regained consciousness, he couldn't help but questioned Yu Xiaogang. What do you mean? You want to say that Xiao San has nothing to do with me? Facing the doubt about awakening, Yu Xiaogang suddenly clenched his fists in anger to retort. But in the end, Yu Xiaogang couldn't say anything, his face was ashamed. Because he was also suddenly surprised, Tang San's many abilities seemed to really have nothing to do with him. After realizing that he could not refute, Yu Xiaogang was ashamed, and his face was blue and white. Yu Xiaogang has never been so humiliated. Xiaogang, the children are injured, let's take them back first. Flanders said quickly when he saw this. The matter between Yu Xiaogang and Su Xing, she can't say anything, but he can't see Yu Xiaogang being humiliated. Student Suwa, Master is the instructor of our Shrek Academy, please don't question the teachers in our school at will. It's me Meng Lang, sorry. And their injuries, I have tried my best to keep my hands on the court, and I also asked Dean Flanders not to be offended. Seeing Flanders stand up, she awoke and confessed very simply, and just humiliated Yu Xiaogang. There was no need to offend Flanders and the others. Even if it might be an enemy in the future, it is the same. It is a pleasure to say a few more words, and it is not good to be beaten. It's okay, I can't blame you for this. When he regained consciousness, Flander couldn't say anything anymore. He was about to preach to awakening, but it was like a punch on the cotton, powerless. Uncomfortable. Chapter 43, Holding Hands with Yelingling. At this point, the final settlement of this match is over. Awakening proved with strength that his path is correct. The performance of Su Xing and Tang San shocked everyone. This is not like the Battle of the Soul Lord at all, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the Battle of the Soul King. Tiandu Royal Academy Wuhan team has successfully completed its mission. It not only helped the nobles of Soto City earn money, but also achieved the goal of experience. Then Qinming asked Yelingling to heal all the injured people and awakened the unconscious Oscars. Yelingling's martial soul Juxin Begonia deserves to be a top martial soul, and everyone is quickly awakened. Even Dai Muabai's broken ribs recovered more than half of them under Yelingling's treatment, and he could move normally. Regarding this, waking up cannot stop it. Who made Qinming come from Shrek Academy? Yelingling didn't want to disobey Qinming's orders. After everyone was okay, Qinming offered to treat him to dinner. Flender agreed in one fell swoop. Following the conversation between Flender and Qinming, the two teams quickly became familiar with each other. Yu Xiaogang originally had a lot of questions about awakening, but after the question when he woke up, Yu Xiaogang had no face to ask about awakening. It was only this time that he knew that Su Xing had always had opinions on him. Because of him, he thought that if he had arrived at Shrek Academy earlier, he would wake up and know that he would not leave if he came. Wake up, I am Ning Rongrong, do you remember me? Can you tell me how many spirit abilities do you have? Without a spirit ring, you have so many spirit abilities. It's really amazing. Ning Rongrong even went to wake up for questioning, a little familiar. Hearing what Ning Rongrong said, the others were also very curious. Rongrong, this is someone else's secret, how can I just ask about it? Although Flanders also wanted to know, he knew that Ning Rongrong had taken the liberty and quickly stopped Ning Rongrong. Oh! Ning Rongrong responded weakly, knowing that he had taken the liberty, so he did not continue to ask. It's nothing, I've said it before, I am a genius in creating soul abilities, and creating soul abilities is as easy as drinking water for me. The spirit abilities currently created by Tang San have all been forced out by Tang San today. There is nothing else for the time being. Wake up, wave his hand, and replied nonchalantly. Really? Then can you teach me how to create soul skills? Ning Rongrong was willing to answer when he saw Su Xing, and he was immediately happy, and quickly continued to ask questions. Of course not. At this time, Ning Rongrong could not help but approaching Ye Lingling, who was awakened, and walked to the middle of Wake and Ning Rongrong to separate Ning Rongrong. Why? You are not awake, why can't you say no? When Ning Rongrong saw Ye Lingling, he immediately replied. The descendants of Nine Heart Begonia, and their Kai Bao Liulai sect are in competition. Because brother Su Xing hasn't even taught me yet, of course I can't teach you. Ye Lingling said, her pretty face suddenly became ruddy. It turned out to be like this. Haha, if Rongrong is jealous, don't ask any more. Ma Hongjun laughed when he heard the words. Yes, Rongrong. Oscar also quickly agreed. He didn't care about his own spirit abilities. He didn't want to see Ning Rongrong and other men too close. Haha. Flander was watching by the side, and he knew what was going on with the little ghosts, and he suddenly became amused. Haha. Qin Ming couldn't help but smile. Ye Lingling is jealous, and that Oscar is also jealous, which is really funny. Smart, you can see it all. Only Zhao Waoqi touched his head, wondering what Flanders were laughing at. I won't tell you any more. Ye Lingling was blushing with laughter, turned around and ran away, embarrassed to continue to stay. Are you awake? Why don't you go after it? Seeing that Dugagoose was awakening, there was nothing to do, so he urged him to wake up. Oh. Then you go first, I'll bring Lingling here later. Awakening responded, and then she chased Ye Lingling's direction and walked over. He wanted to catch up, because he didn't want to talk about how to create a spirit ability. Although Yu Xiaogang and the others may not be able to create it after listening to it, the things they have worked hard to research, wake up, have not been so generous to share with others. While watching Su Xing chasing Ye Lingling's back, Zhu Zuqing shook his hands subconsciously. Humph! The scumbag, what else did you say was only tempted by her alone? Is just cursing in his heart, Zhu Zuqing still feels dull and a little uncomfortable. So he already has a girlfriend. Dai Mubai said with a bit of hatred, there was a woman, and he actually came to hook up his Zhu Zuqing, even more it. Not yet, but Lingling is so beautiful, I believe she will accept her soon after she wakes up. Duguyan explained with a smile. Zhu Zuqing heard the words, and his heart was tight again, that Ye Lingling is so beautiful, it is really possible. Otherwise, I won't go shopping with the other person until I wake up, so I will catch up this time. Thinking of this, Zhu Zuqing feels even more uncomfortable. I don't even know if I really like him or not, and I will soon empathize with him when I wake up. And she can't say anything, but she has refused to wake up several times, and she has no right to say anything if she doesn't fall in love with others. Forget it, that's okay, so that he can quickly disappear from the bottom of my heart. Zhu Zuqing said to himself, from the bottom of my heart. But still very angry and uncomfortable. Ye Lingling didn't run far to www.readaloud.com wake up and soon caught up with Ye Lingling. Maybe because of her thoughts, Ye Lingling was shy when she was overtaken by her, but she was reluctant to run away. "Stupid girl, if you like me, you like me, what's so shy?" Ye Lingling looked at her pretty face drooping embarrassedly, and she immediately awakened and killed her. Then, what about Brother Awakening? Feeling the awakened hand, Ye Lingling's pretty face became more ruddy, but she quickly raised her head and watched her awakening boldly. "Lingling is so beautiful and cute, and boys would like it." Su Xing smiled slightly. Faced with a woman who likes herself, she is still so beautiful, and she took the initiative to send her to the door, and she wakes up thinking that if she pushes her away, she really is not a man. What's more, after doing Xiaowu yesterday, it also made him feel the beauty of women again, and there is just a woman around him to keep studying. After so many years of rebirth, he really almost forgot the taste of a woman. This is not good. Really? Ye Lingling's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up with joy when she heard the words to wake up. Of course. Su Xing smiled, and then directly reached out and grabbed Ye Lingling's cold little hand. Let's go back quickly, and we can't let teacher Qin Ming wait too long." "Oh!" Ye Lingling was awakened and held hands, and her whole person was dumbfounded. She didn't know what she was talking about, she just responded subconsciously. After walking with Wake for a while, Ye Lingling realized what she was shy and pleasantly surprised. She also tightly grasped Wake's hand. Is not willing to let go. Chapter 44, Xiaowu's Question. You can wake up. Lingling is not bad too, she finally got our wake up. When they saw Su Xing coming back holding Ye Lingling's hand, Brother Graphite and the others immediately started booing. "I know you are sour, but who makes you less handsome than me?" There is nothing embarrassed about waking up, but teasing them instead. Ye Lingling was shy, but her hand was holding onto her awakened hand tightly. Yu Tianheng and they were all happy for Su Xing and Ye Lingling, but the Shrek Academy gave Zhu Zuqing a glance. Because they all know that they liked Zhu Zuqing before waking up. Zhu Zuqing was cold and did not respond. Is just Zhu Zuqing's hands under the table, but they are grasping hard. This bastard, scumbag. Zhu Zuqing scolded in her heart, and felt uncomfortable in her heart. Xiaowu didn't feel anything to wake up holding Ye Lingling's hands, and she didn't like to wake up. But it's affirmation that getting angry is an eyesore. Awakening is an enemy to her. Of course she will feel an eyesore to see an enemy happy. After eating, Yu Xiaogang, like the original book, told Qin Ming that he wanted the Shrek 7 Devils to join the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Is to participate in the qualifications for the Soul Master competition of the mainland high schools more than a year later, because the Tiandu Royal Academy has 2 qualifications. Their Shrek Academy, not even an official school, is not eligible to participate. Yu Xiaogang didn't want Tang San and the others to miss such an event. This is what Yu Xiaogang has been thinking about, but he didn't know which college to join before. Now I met Qin Ming from Tiandu Royal Academy. Qin Ming happened to be out of Shrek Academy again, and Tiandu Royal Academy still had 2 teams. Yu Xiaogang thought it was just right. He believes that as long as Tiandu Royal Academy is not an idiot, he will definitely agree. Of course, Yu Xiaogang also has a request. That is, Tiandu Royal Academy must accept all the teachers of Shrek Academy, and the teachings after the Shrek 7 Devils are still taught by the original ones, and the school must not interfere. Su Xing heard the words on the side, curled his lips, said nothing. Where's the face? A group of talented students, who cannot be trained well. Stalking is fine. Wake up and say nothing, they will be driven away anyway when they go to Flanders. Of course Qin Ming welcomes him, but he is worried that this is Flanders' painstaking effort. Is it really good to do this? Yu Xiaogang immediately said something, saying that it was all for the good of the students. What kind of mimicry practice, the number of competition places, etc., are only available when you join the Tiandu Royal Academy. Their Shrek Academy doesn't have it at all. Let's talk, what can I do if you come out? Su wakes up looking at Xiao Wu, and asks knowingly. Anyway, Xiao Wu didn't speak, he wouldn't take the initiative to admit that the person last night was his own. The person from last night, were you right? Xiao Wu looked at Awakening bitterly, and asked. Xiao Wu came to seek Awakening without telling other people, just to ask about Awakening. Hey, why did you recognize me? Isn't it great if you don't think anything has happened? Wake up and look at Xiao Wu speechlessly, he really didn't expect Xiao Wu to find him. That's my innocence, how can it be that nothing has happened? Xiao Wu was very angry when she heard the words waking up. You obviously like Zhu Zuqing, and Ye Lingling also likes you. Why do you treat me that way? You have to be clear, it was I who saved you last night. Su Xing said, if it wasn't me last night, it would have been someone else, maybe more than one. I don't think you should hate me. Of course, you don't have to be grateful. You. Xiao Wu was taken aback when she heard the words of Awakening. She patronized the things that had taken her innocence away with hate. If you look at it carefully, it is indeed what Awakening said. But, she would never be grateful to wake up. Then why didn't you send me back to the third brother? Even if Xiao Wu knew that Wake was talking about the truth, she couldn't let go of her hatred for Wake. Her innocence can only be given to her third brother. I don't know where your hotel is. Wake up and shrug, then look at Xiao Wu and ask, you came to me, do you want me to be responsible? You and I. Xiao Wu was speechless when she heard the words of Awakening. According to Wake, it seems that we really cannot blame Wake for what happened last night. Whose fault is that? I was too careless. Xiao Wu realized this, feeling disappointed and regretful. Is my own fault? No, I don't want you to be responsible, just as you said, nothing happened between us. Then Xiao Wu looked at Suwa and refused. She just hated Awakening and tarnished her, and then came to question Awakening. She didn't want to make Awakening responsible at all. Now finds out that she can't blame Awakening, then she can only ask for Awakening to keep secret. All I need is your guarantee. What happened yesterday must never be known to others. Xiao Wu red eyes as she wakes up, still can't hide the hatred in her eyes. No problem. Su Xing smiled and agreed. He is stupid to tell things. Humph. Remember what you said, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com or I won't let you go. Xiao Wu still couldn't relieve her anger when she heard the words, but she also knew that she really couldn't blame her for waking up, so she grunted, warned her to wake up and turned and left. After a while, Xiao Wu's figure disappeared into Su Xing's eyes. It means, if I keep it secret, let me go. Su Xing smiled and didn't care. He would never go to the Stardo forest anyway, especially when Xiao Wu might be there. Who has the strictest mouth? Best to keep secrets? Dead man. Looking at Xiao Wu's appearance, he knew that he hadn't fully let go, but still hated waking up. Before it was because of Dai Mubai, now with Xiao Wu's affairs, I can't even hurt Tang San to get those fairy herbs. After I go back, I must go to the Sunset Forest to find it. No way. But soon, I wake up and realize that something seems to be wrong. After thinking about it carefully, I wake up and understand what's wrong. Tang San and the others only came to the Tiandu Royal Academy a few months later. The time is completely different from the original book. It's possible that they will still be driven away by Prince Xuexing. If Prince Xuexing doesn't rush people, Tiandu Royal Academy will definitely accept the teachers and students of Shrek Academy. Then the two teams will fight again sooner or later, and the number of times will not be less. Tang San's spirits and Realgar will be used to Devanam from the snake sooner or later will be known by the Dugagoose. She knows, and Dugabo will know soon, things are back to the original trajectory. Damn it, I must find the eyes of the ice and fire as soon as possible, even if I can't get the fairy grass, I have to destroy it all. I want to clear these awakenings, my face is a little gloomy. Chapter 45, Immortal Zone Ye Lingling. The next day, Qin Ming took them back to Tiandu Royal Academy. The experience of the Shrek 7 Devils in the Great Arena of Souls in Soto City has just begun, and it will take at least a month. It took them a month to wake up, rest and recuperate later, and then come to Tiandu Royal Academy. After returning to the Tiandu Royal Academy, he awoke and was not in a hurry to set off for the Sunset Forest. After spending a month in the Great Arena of Souls in Soto City, his physical level has reached level 49, and he is ready to wait for his physical level to reach level 50 before setting off. Guarantee your own safety to the utmost extent. Anyway, everyone in Shrek Academy hasn't arrived so soon, there is still some time. On the first night back from school, Yelingling, who had just confirmed the relationship with Xing Xing, went to Xing Xing dormitory and got crooked. Lay in the arms of Awakening and had a good conversation, talking about her. Brother Suwa, are you afraid of Wuhan Hall? Yelingling said, her tone suddenly became a little uneasy. Wuhandian? What do I fear they do? Suixing heard this and answered subconsciously. After that, Wake's heart moved slightly, and he remembered something. Remember, Yelingling seems to be the descendant of the undead sect among the so-called 3 sects of the earth, the sect that the Wuhan Palace wants to eliminate and then quickly. The soul of war, immortality, and flames are the so-called 3 sects of the earth. The 3 sects of the earth are 3 very special sects. Because each sect has only one descendant, it has been constructed into a sparsely populated situation. However, even in this case, the Wuhan Palace is deeply jealous. Because everyone in the 3 sects of the earth has great potential, once they grow up, the spirit hall cannot be eradicated. Among the Shrek 7 Devils, Ma Hongjun is the 9 Heavens Ni Phoenix martial spirit who belongs to the Flame sect. When he was less than 10 years old, his father was chased and killed by the martial spirit hall, until Ma Hongjun went to the Sea God Island to try. They all thought that their family members were all grass chicken martial arts souls. This was because the Dean Flander made up a lie to protect Ma Hongjun. And there is one lone seedling left in the Battle Soul sect. It is in the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass sect. Sword Douluo Jinexin. Sword Douluo possesses the 7 Kill Sword martial spirit. This martial spirit is called the War Soul, and only Sword Douluo was owned by himself, and his father was also killed by Qian Daoliu in the Spirit Hall. As for the undead sect, it is very easy to explain. It is super healing. As long as one breath is left, it can be healed. This is the undead sect within the 3 sects of the earth, and only the Ye in the royal fight team is in line with this particular Lingling. Ye Lingling possessed the 9 Hearts Begonia martial spirit. No matter how many spirit rings this martial spirit possesses, there is only one spirit ability in the end, and that is healing. However, these seem to be the original comic version of Douluo, or it can be said that they are supplements to the original work. I don't know if they are not. All he knows is that it is the animated version of Douluo mainland that he has traveled through. So, Ye Lingling asked, is it because Wuhan Palace is really her enemy? If the Spirit Hall wants to deal with me, will Brother Suixing protect me? Ye Lingling raised her head, her beautiful eyes staring at her eyes tightly. Definitely. Without thinking about it, Suixing replied with a smile. Regardless of whether or not, the answer at this time is this. Is really going to happen, and waking up will definitely protect her if she can be guaranteed to retreat. So, I didn't lie when I woke up, and answered very sincerely. Well, I knew that Brother Wake will protect me. Feeling the unhesitating and sincere words of Wake, Ye Lingling smiled happily, buried her cheeks in Wake's arms, and twisted happily. You and Wuhandian have an enemy, don't you? Waking up and curious, was Ye Lingling a descendant of the undead sect? Ye Lingling's delicate body trembled slightly when she was awakened, as if she was very scared, and her tone was a little trembling. Well, my parents were all killed by the people in the Douluo Palace. I also fled to the imperial capital of the Heaven Do Empire. I dare not chase in. Then, Ye Lingling told Suixing about her life experience. Sure enough, Ye Lingling was a descendant of the undead sect. Except for her escape to the imperial capital, everyone else died. The reason why she is okay is that Wuhandian dare not blatantly do it in the imperial capital. But as long as the spirit hall finds a chance, the spirit hall will definitely attack her. When I said this, I could feel Ye Lingling trembling when she woke up, because she was scared. The Hall of Martial Soul is too hateful, I will avenge you when I become stronger. Su Xing hugged Ye Lingling tightly, and said angrily. Don't. Ye Lingling panicked when she heard the words to wake up. Don't. Wake up, brother, I don't need you to avenge me, we just have to hide from the Wuhan Hall. My parents also warned me not to think about revenge, the Wuhan Temple is too powerful. Ye Lingling raised her head and looked at her awakening in fear, not wanting to wake up to help her get revenge. Wake up to have such thoughts, she is already very moved. Mom, I didn't see the wrong person. Then don't you hate them? Awakening hugged Ye Lingling affectionately, as if the Wuhan Palace had become her nightmare. No. I don't hate it. I don't want revenge either. Ye Lingling shook her head desperately. Okay, then we won't take revenge. Su Xing continued to comfort Ye Lingling. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. She could see that Ye Lingling still hated the Wuhan Temple, but she didn't dare to think about revenge. Because Wuhan Hall is too powerful. Wuhan Hall. Su Xing didn't expect this to happen. In fact, he still had a good impression of Wuhan Hall, because most of the people in Wuhan Hall were ordinary people, not aristocrats. Wuhan Hall is on the side of ordinary people. It is also the Hall of Spirits that awakens the spirits of all civilians who are old enough. Those sect imperial nobles will only awaken the children in their influence. Is the Hall of Wuhan, which gives ordinary people a lot of opportunities. Is just some of the actions of Wuhandian sometimes, it is indeed too domineering. Well. It's settled, we won't take revenge. Ye Lingling hugged tightly to wake up. Okay. Wake up and nodded, soothing Ye Lingling affectionately. Just over time, feeling the girly aura on Ye Lingling's body, she soon had a reaction when she woke up. What? Ye Lingling was in her awakening arms, and she quickly noticed the changes in her awakening, and her pretty face suddenly blushed after she understood it. I'm going back to sleep. Ye Lingling, blushing with shame, quickly wanted to get up from her awakening arms and escape from here. Although she likes to wake up, she didn't want to give herself to the wake up so quickly. So she has to leave quickly, or else she will have to do something to her if she wakes up. It's fine to sleep here when you are sleepy. We are now a couple. Sleeping together is also a must for couples. But shamelessly waking up, how could Ye Lingling, who had been sent to the door, escaped? Chapter 46, Yu Xiaogang thinks he's inferior. When Yu Tianheng and the others saw Ye Lingling the next day, they could feel that Ye Lingling seemed to have changed a little, but they couldn't tell where it was. Lingling seems to have become more beautiful, isn't it my illusion? No, it seems a little bit different. But it doesn't seem to be the same again, but it feels a bit more beautiful. Lingling is so beautiful, it's really cheap to wake up that guy, and she can actually get Lingling's favor. Yup. If you wake up so much, Lingling might like you. Hehe, then forget it, I can't compare. Graphite brothers and Yu Feng discuss secretly on the side. Lingling, your development is too fast, right? You can enjoy the nourishment of love so soon. Only Dugagoose could see it, and she couldn't help but pull Ye Lingling away and teased in a low voice. No. No, Sister Yan, don't talk nonsense. Ye Lingling blushed and denied immediately when she heard Dugayan's teasing. She was shy thinking about the things she did to her when she woke up last night, and now she feels embarrassed when she thinks about it. Her body is weak, those postures are really too shameful. Well, if you don't have it, there won't be. Dugayan smiled, seeing that Ye Lingling was shy and stopped bullying her again. But Ye Lingling's reaction has already confirmed her guess. I didn't expect that the guy who wakes up usually doesn't make a sound. After I make sure of the relationship with you, I will attack the thief. Duguyan smiled secretly in his heart. After returning to school, he woke up and resumed his daily practice, developing soul skills. Is just one more thing than before. That is to accompany Ye Lingling to review the affairs between men and women every night. Learning makes me happy. I was worried that Ye Lingling accidentally won the bid and killed her. Every time she wakes up, she uses thunder and lightning to kill the activity of those billion little things, so she doesn't have to worry about killing her, and she saves her little umbrella. Speaking of Xiao Wu outputting so much that night, she didn't take protective measures, so she wouldn't accidentally kill her, right? Waking up also thought of Xiao Wu's place, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. If it really killed someone, then Xiao Wu would definitely not be able to hide it. I don't want to be a father yet. Wake up and pray secretly in his heart, hoping not to kill anyone. After a month and a half, the physical strength of the awakened body finally broke through to level 50. Soul power level has also broken through to level 34. Crackling. After the breakthrough, he stood up and woke up, his body flashed with thunder and lightning. Awakened and squeezed a fist, he could clearly feel that after his body broke through level 50, he took a qualitative leap. Now let him fight Tang San again, it will definitely be easier to win. It's time to go to the Sunset Forest. Wake up, let go of his hands, converge the lightning on his body, and look towards the Sunset Forest outside the dormitory. He asked Qin Ming. There was a letter from Shrek Academy. In less than a month, they will come to Tiandu Royal Academy collectively. There is not much time left for him. Half a month ago, Tang San and the others completed the second stage of training set by Yu Xiaogang, which was the experience in the great fighting arena of Soto City. Both the team and the individual got the silver fighting soul. After returning to Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaogang asked them to rest for a month, and then set off for Tiandu Royal Academy. It's just that after Tang San and the others experienced the failure they faced to wake them up last time, they didn't want to waste time. Without Yu Xiaogang's instructions, Tang San and the others carried out training on their own every day. It seems that the failure last time was not a bad thing for them. Flender couldn't help but feel relieved to see the children working so hard. Well, just let them train by themselves. During this time, let them absorb and digest the harvest in the great battle arena of Soto City. Yu Xiaogang also nodded with satisfaction. By the way, how is your self-created spirit ability progressing? Speaking, Flender suddenly asked Yu Xiaogang about Yu Xiaogang himself. Flanders learned that Yu Xiaogang was secretly developing his own spirit ability a month ago. I haven't seen any movement from Yu Xiaogang for a month now, so I can't help but ask curiously. He felt that with Yu Xiaogang's cleverness, it shouldn't be difficult to create a spirit ability. Yu Xiaogang's face suddenly stiffened when he heard Flanders' words. No? Xiaogang, you can't create a soul ability, right? Seeing Yu Xiaogang's expression, Flanders' eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't believe it. Seeing that the kid who wakes up plays his own soul skills, it is really as simple as drinking water. Of course, he secretly created something and couldn't figure out anything, he wouldn't say it. Not all, the second spirit ability that I used to explode the spirit ring before was developed by me. However, apart from the recovery of the second spirit ability, I really can't study the rest. My martial arts soul, you know www.readaloud.com, there is only one attack method, no matter how I think, I can't think of how to create soul skills. Yu Xiaogang sighed. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that he couldn't create other spirit abilities. After starting the research on her own, Yu Xiao just knew the difficulty of creating a spirit ability. Asked him to think about how to combine and match the spirit abilities based on the existing spirit abilities, but he was good at it. But let him create his own spirit abilities based on the characteristics of his martial soul. Yu Xiaogang really said that he was powerless. He really can't think of how to develop his martial soul. Luo Sanbao is farting apart from farting. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, thinking of Yu Xiaogang's martial arts, Flender's cheeks twitched. It seemed really difficult. Then, what's the matter with that kid who wakes up? How can he create so many spirit abilities? Even though he knew that he shouldn't mention awakening in front of Yu Xiaogang, Flender couldn't help but ask. That should have something to do with the different fruit he ate, but I also have to admit that he is indeed a genius in creating spirit abilities, better than me. Yu Xiaogang looked a little embarrassed when he heard Wake's name, but in the end he reluctantly admitted that Wake was better than him in creating spirit abilities. What you said is correct, but I still think that Xiaogang, you are a bit more powerful. He has today's achievements. Didn't they all read your theory? That kid may have a strong ability to create his own soul, but his theoretical knowledge is definitely not as good as yours. And you're just that your martial arts are too useless. It's not that your ability is not good. Give your Luo Sanbao to that kid, he can't create any soul skills. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's decadent appearance, Flender quickly cheered him up. Chapter 47, Tang Hao appeared and forced Xiaowu away. You just martial arts are too useless. Yu Xiaogang heard Flender's comfort, and he was really speechless and choked. Are you not comforting? Well, I'm not that vulnerable yet, I don't need your comfort. The speechless Yu Xiaogang interrupted Flander quickly. Okay, haha. Flander saw that Yu Xiaogang was okay, of course he didn't continue. By the way, have you noticed that Xiaowu is a little abnormal these days? Then Flanders talked to Yu Xiaogang about the students. In the past few days, she found that Xiaowu was often in a daze and lost her soul. I asked Xiaowu, she said she was homesick. Yu Xiaogang replied, without any problems. It turned out to be like this. When Flander heard it, he was relieved. Is just a daze Xiaowu once again at this moment, but it's not that there is really no problem, but the problem is big. How to do? Xiaowu touched her belly with her hands, her face at a loss. She doesn't know what to do. Just a few days ago, she suddenly started retching, continuous. Xiaowu is not a real girl. She is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. After retching a few times, compare the time when she was awake and defiled last time, and she knew what happened. She is pregnant, and she is still pregnant with the awakened baby. Wake up and worry about it really happened, he likes to be a father. Of course, I didn't even know about awakening at this time, and Xiaowu didn't even want to tell awakening and find awakening responsible. What Xiaowu struggles with is, do you want to knock out the baby in her belly? If she doesn't get rid of it, she must leave Shrek Academy and leave Tang San, otherwise she won't be able to hide her pregnancy anymore. Xiaowu didn't want to leave Tang San. But to let her kill the life in her stomach, Xiaowu couldn't bear it either. She is also the mother of the baby in her belly, and her baby is in her belly. Mom. Xiaowu immediately thought of her mother coming. In order to protect her, her mother would rather sacrifice herself after the break. Compared with her mother's behavior, Xiaowu is even more unable to make the decision to kill the child in her stomach. But, she really didn't want to leave Tang San. So these days, Xiaowu has been very tangled. She also thought about telling Tang San the fact that her third brother would not mind or would accept her. But, if Tang San didn't know it, it would be okay to let Tang San know that her innocence had been taken away by others, and Xiaowu didn't even have the face to stay by Tang San's side. You should leave Xiaosan. And when Xiaowu was tangled, a low voice suddenly rang in her ears. Who? Xiaowu was shocked when she heard the words. She looked up and found that she didn't know when a figure appeared before her, but she didn't notice it at all. Who are you? Xiaowu looked at each other vigilantly, secretly anxious, and she was a little far away. I am Tang San's father. The visitor lifted his hat, revealing the face of a mature man full of vicissitudes. "Are you the third brother's father?" Xiao Wu was taken aback when he heard this, and looked at each other in disbelief. This is not just an ordinary blacksmith like the third brother said. Can walk in front of her without being noticed, at least it must be the soul sage. She transforms into a human, her strength is no longer there, but most of her mental power is still there. "You are not, the third brother's father is just an ordinary blacksmith." Xiao Wu didn't believe it. Boom! Facing Xiao Wu's doubts, Tang Hao didn't explain anything, but slowly released his spirit ring. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Seeing more and more spirit rings on Tang Hao, Xiao Wu was more shocked. After seeing the dazzling 100,000-year-old spirit ring, Xiao Wu suddenly fell to the ground. You are titled Douluo." After Xiao Wu knew that Tang Hao was a titled Douluo, despair was left in her eyes. She knew that the other party must have seen her identity. "Do you think I still need to deceive you?" Tang Hao saw Xiao Wu completely frightened, put away the spirit ring on his body, and then slowly said. Xiao Wu was shocked when he heard the words, and looked at Tang Hao in surprise. "So, you are really the third brother's father? You already knew I was a soul beast." "Yes, I found you when I was in Nodding City. In fact, I rarely leave these years, basically guarding the mistress in secret." Tang Hao nodded. Looking at Xiao Wu in front of him, he felt a little guilty, because the reason why Xiao Wu had what happened today was because he stood by and watched. Yes, there is nothing wrong with the suspicion of waking up. Tang Hao was indeed in the dark the night he had Xiao Wu. It's just that after Tang Hao struggled for a long time, he decided not to intervene, and let Xiao Wu be defiled by awakening. Xiao Wu was shocked again when he heard that. It turned out that the third brother's father had known that she was a soul beast, but he didn't hunt her to get the soul bone of the soul ring? Hearing what Tang Hao said, and then remembering the words Tang Hao said when he appeared, Xiao Wu was shocked. She looked up at Tang Hao in disbelief, and asked sadly, "So, what happened that night? In fact, you all know." "That's right." Tang Hao was silent for a moment www.readaloud.com and finally admitted. "Why?" Xiao Wu's eyes were red, with tears of grievance in her eyes. She wants to know why Tang Hao didn't save her. "You are a soul beast, and the combination of a soul beast and a human will have no good results. Little San and the others will soon go to the imperial capital of the Heaven Do Empire, where you may be exposed at any time. Even if you are not exposed by chance, you will definitely be discovered in the Soul Master competition a year later. I don't want to see Ziosan suffer from you in the future, so I want to take this matter to let you leave Ziosan. It's just that I didn't expect that you would stay with Ziosan afterwards and refuse to leave. I underestimated your feelings for Ziosan. Maybe I was wrong. But that's the end of the matter. I still hope you can leave Ziosan." Looking at the sad Xiao Wu, Tang Hao slowly explained with a little guilt. Looking at Xiao Wu's appearance, he couldn't help but think of Tang San's mother, A Yin. He may have done something wrong. But this is the end of the matter, and you can only make mistakes. Xiao Wu only knew what Tang Hao was thinking, but couldn't understand. "Since you don't agree with me and the third brother, why don't you drive me away sooner? Or kill me to get my soul bone?" Tang Hao was silent after hearing this. In fact, he had thought about it, but considering that Tang San liked Xiao Wu very much, he didn't drive Xiao Wu away. Thinking that he can guard in secret. But after discovering that Xiao Wu had an accident that day, he again felt that this was a way for Xiao Wu to leave Tang San by himself, and he didn't need to come out and be a villain to chase me Xiao Wu. So just let it go, and let the awakening defile Xiao Wu. Chapter 48, Xiao Wu left. It stands to reason that I should have done that. But I am worried that Ziosan will be sad for killing you, so let's let you go. You write a letter to Xiao San and explain the reason for leaving. You can write it as you wish, and then I will give the letter to Xiao San on your behalf. Tang Hao sighed without explaining too much. Instead, he dropped the pen and paper and directly told Xiao Wu how to do it. Okay, I promise you, I'll go. With tears, Xiao Wu picked up the pen and paper on the ground. She knows, she has no choice. Tang Hao saw her identity, it is very rare not to kill her. Brother, Xiao Wu is gone, I'm sorry I can't go to Tiandu Royal Academy with you. In fact, Xiao Wu has been keeping you a big secret. Xiao Wu is actually a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Of course, after transforming into an adult, he is weak and needs to practice again. As for the soul beasts that we transform, we must contact human beings and absorb popularity to grow. So Xiao Wu used the third brother, but I don't think the third brother will be angry even if he knows the truth, right? The reason for leaving was because Xiao Wu would be insecure if he went to the imperial capital of the Heaven Do Empire. At any time, he might be found out by a powerful spirit master, and then be hunted to take the spirit ring and spirit bone. So, Xiao Wu left and returned to where Xiao Wu was supposed to go, where Xiao Wu could grow up safely. Did not say goodbye to the third brother in person, Xiao Wu was afraid that she would be reluctant. Three brothers also say goodbye to the master. Wrong for me, I am leaving, not to find me, I want to go back to where I should have been. Let's see you by chance, I hope that then the third brother will not want to kill me and hunt for the soul ring soul bone, I believe the third brother will not. Your sister Xiao Wu stays. Xiao Wu was crying while writing a letter. In fact, if she could, she really wanted to tell Tang Hao about the things that Tang Hao had sat and watched her being defiled and ignored, but she didn't dare. Although Tang Hao writes whatever she wants, there are definitely some things she can't write. After Tang Hao took the letter paper, he glanced at it before taking it into his arms. Okay, let's go. Xiao Wu looked back at Shrek Academy and left with tears in her teeth. Hey! Looking at the back of Xiao Wu leaving, Tang Hao sighed again. In fact, Tang Hao knew that after he told the story about sitting and watching Xiao Wu being awakened and defiled, he shouldn't let Xiao Wu go. He doesn't believe that Xiao Wu will not resent him for it. But he was worried that Xiao Wu would really be killed, if Tang San found out it would be bad. So Tang Hao still didn't attack Xiao Wu in the end, especially there was still a life in the other's stomach, so he couldn't do it anymore. If Su Xing were here, he wouldn't be too surprised by Tang Hao's choice. Because it seems to wake up. Don't think that Tang Hao is domineering and unparalleled every time he plays, but if you think about it, you will know that Tang Hao is an indecisive person. Like the Clear Sky School, he was not ruthless and decisive, otherwise Kyungsoon-ji would not have been let go. I knew that Chihiro-ji killed his wife Yin in the first place. Tang Hao, however, directly let go of Chihiro-ji, who killed his wife because he was afraid that the sect would be retaliated. Is really a waste. At night, Tang San and the others did not see Xiao Wu come back. After searching for a while, Tang San saw the letter left by Xiao Wu on his bed. Of course, Tang Hao put it there. Tang San quickly picked up the letter and read it. Tang San panicked as soon as he saw the beginning, and Xiao Wu actually left. After seeing the following content, Tang San understood why Xiao Wu had to leave. Fool, of course the third brother won't blame you. Don't worry, you will always be the sister of the third brother. How can the brother hunt down the younger sister to take the spirit ring? Tang San answered Xiao Wu's letter to himself, although he was surprised that Xiao Wu was actually a 100,000-year soul beast, he was a little hard to accept Xiao Wu's departure. But since this was Xiao Wu's choice, he would understand it. He just complained, why didn't Xiao Wu tell him face to face, was she afraid that he would choose to hunt her? Tang Sanyi was also very angry at this point, but it's not bad to think that Xiao Wu can be so cautious, at least it's not easy to get into trouble. Where did you go back? Then Tang San guessed where Xiao Wu might be back. Stardo Forest, really? Tang San's eyes lit up quickly, thinking of Xiao Wu's anomaly the last time he was in the Stardo Great Forest. So that Titan Great Ape should know Xiao Wu, so it didn't hurt Xiao Wu. Is it right? When he has enough strength, just go and see. After a while, Tang San walked out of the dormitory and told everyone that Xiao Wu had left. Tang San didn't say that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, only that Xiao Wu had something to go home and couldn't continue to be with everyone. Ning Rongrong and the others could not believe that Xiao Wu had stolen away like this, but things had happened, and they had nothing to say. They could only underestimate that Xiao Wu was not authentic, and they would not tell them in person if they wanted to leave. Then I comforted Tang San. Xiao Wu left. Tang San must be the least willing and sad. I'm fine, you don't need to comfort me, I will find Xiao Wu when I have time. Tang San smiled calmly instead. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, Xiao Wu left for a reason, and he could still accept it. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who had left Shrek Academy a long distance away, suddenly stopped and looked back at Shrek Academy's direction. Brother, you should already know that I left, right? Brother, don't you know, I was forced away by your father, and on the day of my accident, your father chose to sit idly by. I hate it. Xiao Wu grunted, her eyes showing strong resentment. If what she hated the most before was tarnishing her awakening, then she would undoubtedly hate Tang Hao the most. It's just that Tang Hao is Tang San's father, and Xiao Wu doesn't even know if he should take revenge. Oh! Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt nauseous and retching again. After waiting for relief, he touched his stomach and felt the life inside, and the hatred in Xiao Wu's eyes disappeared. Baby, although your coming is not your mother's voluntary, but since you are here, my mother won't want you. I won't report the enemy, let's go home. Xiao Wu, who was originally full of hatred, stroked her belly, but now a smile full of maternal love bloomed on her face. But Xiao Wu is still a little worried. That is, she is less than level 60, and she is not completely human, so she doesn't know what shape the baby in her belly will look like after it comes out. Chapter 49, Super Electromagnetic Gun Soul Guidance Device. Sister Xiaohu, you are back. In the center of the Stardo Great Forest, when the Titan Great Ape saw Xiao Wu's return, he suddenly looked surprised. Immediately afterwards, in the center of the lake, the head of the sky blue cow python also appeared. Sister Xiaohu, what's wrong with you? As soon as Daming came out, he saw Xiao Wu's strangeness, and he quickly asked. What? Sister Xiao Wu was injured? No. Ming hurriedly looked at Xiao Wu's body when he heard Daming's words, but couldn't see anything. Daming was speechless at Ming's stupidity, and almost swept Ming out with a tail. Sister Xiao Wu is not in the right state of mind, but not injured. Daming, Ming. Xiao Wu looked at Daming Erming, who cared about her for the first time, and a warm current surged in her heart. Then he said, I'm pregnant. What? Sister Xiaohu, are you pregnant? When he heard Xiao Wu's words, Daming Erming's eyes widened in an instant, and he looked at their sister Xiao Wu in disbelief. Is it that little guy last time? Ming touched his head, remembering Tang San who was anxious to rescue Xiao Wu from his hands last time. Sister Xiao Wu, how did you get pregnant? You should know that you haven't reached level 60, and you haven't completely converted into a human being. Daming didn't have time to care about who made Xiao Wu pregnant, but frowned. I know, but this is not my voluntary, I also accidentally suffered the way of bad people. In the face of Ming Erming, Xiao Wu had nothing to hide, so she explained the general course of the matter. Roar! Damn human beings, I'm going to avenge Xiao Wuja. The impulsive Ming, after hearing what happened to Xiao Wu's sister, he roared with anger and wanted to avenge Xiao Wu's sister. The huge roar stunned the spirit beasts in the surrounding dozens of miles to flee. Be quiet! Seeing Ming's appearance, Daming directly swept Ming's tail with a dragon, and let him calm down. Sister Xiao Wu, the father of the child, isn't it the one you like? Sister Xiao Wu is pregnant, Does that man know? Daming then continued to speak. No, that person doesn't know, the person I like is not him, so I didn't plan to let him know. Moreover, that person already has someone he likes. Xiao Wu shook her head, she didn't intend to let Wake know. What? Sister Xiaohu, why not let him be responsible? I don't understand humans, but he is about to become a father, don't he need to be responsible? Daming was also a little angry when he heard this. I don't want him to be responsible. Xiao Wu shook her head. Hey! Daming didn't believe it at all, thinking that he was awake and unwilling to take responsibility. It has already been decided. It's fine if the man doesn't come here. If he comes, he will definitely make it look good when he wakes up. In Tiandu Royal Academy, Su Xing didn't even know that he liked to be a father, and was remembered by Daming. Wake up, if you know it, you will definitely yell wrong. He asked Xiao Wu if he was responsible. And if he knew that Xiao Wu was pregnant, he would definitely be responsible. Scum returns to scum, but some responsibilities must be taken up. It's a pity that he didn't know when he woke up, but even if he knew, he didn't dare to go to the Star Do Great Forest to find Xiao Wu and say he was responsible at this time. Who knows what Xiao Wu thinks, and what De Ming Erming thinks, before he has the ability to protect himself, he won't go to wake up even if he knows it. Pulled away. Went back to the Wake dormitory. I saw what Suwa was assembling, a 3-meter-long barrel, a mechanical cannon full of futuristic metal texture. Click. Finally finished. Handsome. Su Xing looked at the assembled 3-meter gun, and picked it up with both hands. This is the soul guidance device created by awakening himself. A soul guidance device that can only be used when awakened, because this soul guidance device is not driven by spirit power like other soul guidance devices. The soul guidance device created by Suverwa was activated by his lightning and electromagnetic power. In other words, the long cannon in the wake of the hand is a semi-finished super electromagnetic gun. Others can't use it when they get it, but they can only use it when they wake up. Unless the opponent understands the principles of super electromagnetic guns, they have the same ability as awakening to transform the power of electromagnetism. Wake up to create such a super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device, of course, is to pursue stronger destructive power. Tang San can kill the soul sage when he is less than 50, and even a sneak attack may kill title Douluo, relying on his hidden weapon. Now mine is not bad anymore, even if it is titled Douluo, if it is not defensive frontally, it will kill me if I hit the super electromagnetic gun. Besides, Tang San's hidden weapon mainly relies on poison. My destructive power is real. Even under defense, it is not impossible to kill titled Douluo, but although the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device is powerful, it is difficult to hit titled Douluo. The opponent only needs to avoid the muzzle in advance. Unlike the super electromagnetic gun that does not borrow the soul guide www.readaloud.com, you can adjust the direction faster and more freely. The advantages and disadvantages of the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device, Wake Up knows. But it doesn't matter, as long as the power is stronger. Wake Up is the intention. After finding the eyes of the Binghuo Lianji, if you can't get the fairy grass or even the Dugu bow is in it, it will be destroyed by a super electromagnetic cannon. Was completely destroyed, and Tang San's many hidden weapons could not be manufactured. Many people say that Tang San's hidden weapon kills the gods is funny, but Wake Up doesn't think so. The hidden weapon is so small that it can't kill the gods naturally. It is the poison on the hidden weapon that kills the gods. While Su Weiken seriously suspected, most of the poisons that Tang San made of the hidden weapons were looted in the eyes of the ice and fire. Whether the power is up to expectations, you have to try it. It's impossible to try at school, let's try again in the Sunset Forest. As he said, he woke up and put away the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance he had built. He also had a soul guide for storage, not as good as the one Yu Xiaogang gave to Tang San. Was only a storage container 4 meters long and wide. Bought this soul guidance device, but the awakened father was heartbroken to death. But in order to wake up and become a powerful soul master, Su Jinlong still gritted his teeth and bought it to wake up. After everything was ready, Su Hua decided to set off. But before that, he had to confirm Douluo's movements. Just go to the site of Douluo and inquire about it. Douluo is the worship of the Heaven Do Empire, and he needs to stay in the Heaven Do Empire a lot of time. Of course, I hope to wake up. When he finds the treasure of ice and fire, he will not be in it. Chapter 50, Fire. It's a pity that Wei Xun heard from the side of Douluo that she didn't know where her grandfather had gone during this time. Since I couldn't find out, I had to set off when I regained consciousness. It depends on the situation. First find the eyes of the two instruments of ice and fire, let's talk about it. After asking for leave with Qin Ming and bidding farewell to Ye Lingling, he woke up and set off. The Sunset Forest is not far from the Tiandu Royal Academy, and in just one day, after waking up, it will be out of the Sunset Forest. This is not the Spirit Beast Forest kept in the Wuhan Temple, so there is no need for formalities or anything, so I just went in immediately after waking up. This is not the first time to enter the Soul Beast Forest after awakening, but it is the first time to enter by himself. To be honest, I am still a little worried about waking up. There is nothing on the periphery. There must be 10,000-year soul beasts in it. Awakening has not yet faced it. 10,000 years spirit ring, generally only 50th level spirit king can absorb. Correspondingly, the strength of the 10,000-year soul beast is equivalent to the soul master of the soul king level. Was only at level 34, and the physical body has just broken through level 50. It is impossible not to worry. But waking up is not without support, his speed after the body breaks 50th level. If he can't beat him, he is confident that he can escape. What's more, he also has a super electromagnetic cannon and super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance device. Without the certainty of self-protection, he did not dare to come. Soon after entering the Sunset Forest, Su Xingju encountered the soul beast. The peripherals are relatively weak, and most of them ran away when they saw their awakening. Until a stupid 100-year-old soul beast attacked the awakening, it was slapped to death by the awakened backhand. Seeing the yellow spirit ring emerging from the spirit beast, the pace of awakening paused slightly. After waking up and hesitating for a while, he tried to absorb the spirit ring in front of him. After listening to Yu Xiaogang last time, Wake Up actually secretly bought a slave and tried it, but I really couldn't absorb it. After was verified, the slave was awakened and dealt with. When he was at home, his father took care of the slaves. Wake Up and there is no burden in his heart, because the slaves he bought were all those who committed crimes and were demoted to slave trade after being caught. Sure enough, I can't absorb it either. After confirming that he couldn't absorb it, he woke up and continued to encircle the Sunset Forest. Speaking of it, I'm still a bit regretful. Awakening originally wanted to wait for his own strength to become stronger, completely not afraid of the limit of 100-year spirit ring, and then try to absorb the spirit ring to obtain other attribute abilities. It seems impossible now. But it's okay, as long as there is a lightning attribute. All the attributes he most fancy is thunder and lightning. After reaching the inner circumference of the Sunset Forest, he woke up and began a carpet search, not letting go of any place where there might be eyes of ice and fire. Awakening, I still remember that the eyes of the ice and fire two instruments entered from a cave entrance, hidden in a canyon. A place like is not that difficult to find out. In many places, you know that you can't hide the eyes of the ice and fire, so just skip it. And outside that place, there is a poisonous circle set up by Douluo. After knowing this information, it is certainly not difficult to find it, it depends on how long it takes. Otherwise, in order to find it accurately and quickly, Awakening can kidnap the lone geese and ask them out. Is just a companion game, Awakening, and confident to be able to find it, so I won't start with Douluo. But after searching for 2 days, he woke up and realized that he was wrong. The closer it gets to the inner circle, the more soul beasts appear, and wake up can't concentrate on searching. And when he encounters a spirit beast that is too powerful, he will be chased for a long time when he wakes up. Either he missed some places where there might be eyes of ice and fire, or he ran off the track. Roar. For example, when he wakes up now, he is chased by a soul beast that has been around for 10,000 years. The soul beast of 10,000 years is equivalent to the soul master of the soul king level. A bursting fire wolf with the fire attribute, the speed is still fast, awakening under the armor of Thunder Dune is only a little faster than it. Also wakes up in the jungle and can't play full speed, otherwise he would have thrown away the opponent long ago. Burst Fire Wolf is also relying on familiar terrain, and it can shuttle freely in the jungle. Brother Wolf, I'm not welcome if you chase after me. Ran for half an hour, but the Burst Fire Wolf was still chasing after him, and suddenly stopped after waking up. Awakening is able to not fight or not fight, not to mention wasting soul power, it is easy to make disturbances. But now he wakes up and finds that if the opponent is immortal, this Bursting Fire Wolf won't give up. Woo! Bursting Fire Wolf didn't care about Awakening and saying anything, seeing that Awakening was finally overtaken by himself, he immediately rushed to Awakening. Boom! At the same time, a burst of fireball spurted from its mouth, blasting toward the Awakening. Awakening is not hardwired at all, just dodge and avoid. Boom! The fireball fell, and instantly hit the sky with flames, and a piece of trees and sand splashed. Stupid dog, over here! Awakening figure appeared on the other side, watching the bursting fire wolf provoked. Burst Fire Wolf turned his head and saw that Suising was carrying a 3-meter-long super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device in his hands for unknown time, and the muzzle was aimed at it. Of course, Bursting Fire Wolf didn't know what it was. He only thought it was a human weapon or martial spirit, and didn't care too much. Because the human being in front of it is far inferior to it. www.readaloud.com. It's just a bit faster, otherwise it would have eaten it a long time ago. Just right, let you test the power of the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device. Looking at the bursting fire wolf who hadn't noticed the power of the super electromagnetic cannon at all, he awakened his soul power erupting, and a large amount of soul power was input into the soul guide in his hand. Martial Soul Coin was also awakened and summoned directly in the soul guidance device, waiting to be launched. Wake up and don't remember how long it has been since he has summoned his martial soul. This is probably the Wuhan with the lowest appearance rate. With the input of soul power, the soul guidance device in Wake's hand quickly burst into a blue light, and dozens of thunder and lightning were intertwined on the surface of the soul guidance device. Woo! Seeing that the super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance in Suising's hand lit up, although Bursting Fire Wolf didn't know what it was, it still made it feel threatened because of the soul beast's instinct. All of a sudden, the burst fire wolf exploded, and his figure stepped back and went out. From its point of view, pull a little distance to see what the is doing when you wake up. Die! Super electromagnetic gun. The muzzle of the super electromagnetic cannon was aimed at the bursting fire wolf, awakening with a very expectant and indifferent whisper, and the super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance in his hand shot out in an instant. Boom! I saw a dazzling thunder light bursting into the world, and the awakened coin martial spirit was fired by the super electromagnetic gun, carrying the sky of thunder and lightning piercing at an unparalleled speed, directly sweeping the figure of the bursting fire wolf. Burst Fire Wolf just felt his eyes lit up, and then he didn't know anything. Am I dead? Was killed by a human whose level was far lower than mine? At the last moment when the Fire Wolf soul burst, he was still full of unwillingness. Chapter 51, Out of the Soul Bone. Boom! The super electromagnetic gun not only swept over the bursting Fire Wolf's figure, but also continued to spread back for an unknown distance. Anyway, when he woke up, he didn't see the end. Roar! Woo! After the super electromagnetic gun was swept, countless soul beasts jumped around, and the screams of various soul beasts were mixed. Very good, not bad. Awakening also swallowed saliva and gave a compliment. The power is really good. But Wake Up also found a problem, that is, his super electromagnetic gun, the damage caused is a linear damage of about 2 meters in radius, penetrating everything. This is not a blasting damage. If he wants to blast away the eyes of the ice and fire from a distance, it is impossible. Unless one shot hits the target, one shot into the soul directly destroys the eyes of the ice and fire, it is almost impossible. And even if luck ruins the eyes of the ice and fire, the surrounding fairy grass will still be there. So the best way is to get inside. After thinking about it, he wakes up and prepares to leave. He caused such a big movement this time, maybe it will attract some powerful beings. Just when the waking figure moved, it stopped quickly. Because he saw that a black spirit ring appeared at the place where the blasting fire wolf had been bombarded by his super electromagnetic artillery. Along with the spirit ring, there was also a crystal clear bone exuding red spirit power. That bone is emerging from nothing, slowly forming. Finally, a spirit bone shaped like an arm guard was formed. Soul bones burst out. Wake up! His expression awakened, and he quickly moved forward to put it away, and then his figure left here in a flash. It wasn't until after leaving a long distance that Suising found a hidden place to rest, and at the same time took out the soul bone to check it. Soul bone, this can't be said to be a soul bone, it should be said that it is equipment. How can it look like a bone? Killing monsters and exploding equipment, this world is really magical. Waking up and smiling at the soul bone flashing with red spirit power. I have always wanted to find a soul bone to study, but I didn't expect that the first time I entered the soul beast forest alone, I would explode such a precious thing as a soul bone. Luck is really good. It can't be said that it is all luck, but also strength. Hunt and kill the soul beasts alone, especially when you leapfrog them. The more levels you have, the easier it will be to explode soul bones. Then with my strength, isn't it possible to specifically brush soul bones? At this moment, I wake up a little impulsively. However, Awakening quickly presses on, because he just wants to study the spirit bone, and he doesn't need too much. He himself has no plans to integrate into the soul bone for the time being. Because the soul bone not only has soul abilities, it can also increase soul power, so you can know that it will not have a small impact on your own soul control without verifying your awakening. May be more serious than the spirit ring. Awakening is powerful and fundamentally controlling one's own soul power, so awakening will not blend into the soul bone. As for studying it, it was for research, and Su Viang wanted to study whether he could create a spirit bone by himself. Judging from the fact that the blasting fire wolf bones can still burst out the soul bones are not real bones, but the energy of the soul beast after death. Is it pure soul power? Or is it added other energy? It should be more than pure soul power, because soul bones will have soul abilities attached to them. This is where soul bones are precious. But this seems to be useless to me. As long as I want spirit abilities, I slowly create more. The other role is protection, just like wearing equipment. Still have to look into it. After waking up and thinking for a while, he put away the soul bone. This is not a place to study spirit bones. In short, a soul bone burst out, which is also a surprise. Even if you can't use it, you can sell it or give it to Yalingling. Wake up the scum and return to the scum. When it is good, you will still think of the girl who has been scummed by yourself. It should be right here. It wasn't until a week later that Wake came to the place where the eyes of the two eyes of ice and fire were suspected. Looks like a mountain, but it may also be a canyon inside. Outside, I wake up and see a cave entrance. Also, outside the entrance of the cave, I also saw the poisonous miasma in my wake. And there was no sign of soul beasts in the vicinity. Wake up and hide himself far away, controlling his soul power not to leak. This is still very simple for waking up. After all, what he is strong at is the control of spirit power, which was obtained by blowing up the spirit ring. Then, all you have to do to wake up is to wait to see Douluo come out, or go in. Of course, wake up dare not wait here, he cannot guarantee that he will not be discovered by Douluo. I saw that when I woke up, I took out another thing. Surveillance cameras. In this world, science and technology are actually very advanced, and there are already screen computers and everything. It's just that these technologies are rarely seen and not popularized. They are even rarer in the homes of ordinary people. They mainly appear in the hands of nobles. There are a lot of high-tech in the great arena of souls in Soto City. Wake up after purchasing the materials he needed, and then he came up with a set of monitoring equipment. It's a pity that when you wake up, you can only get a wired connection, not a wireless connection. After installing the camera, wake up, install the cable, and hide it all. Waking up carefully and constantly burying the thread, reading www.yuyugonshu.com directly pulled out a few hundred meters before stopping. This process took a whole day of waking up. After everything is installed, all you have to do to wake up is to hide yourself, and then wait. People's eye gaze may be sensed by a titled Douluo like Douluo, but the camera probably won't. Anyway, I have tried to wake up, but I have no feeling at all. Wait. Be careful, don't touch Douluo inside and it will be over. Only 10 days after coming out, I can afford to wake up. I just waited for this period of time, and I can't practice after waking up, otherwise there will be movement. But it's okay, as long as you can get the fairy grass or destroy them, this time is worth it. Douluo sits cross-legged in the cave where the two eyes of ice and fire are located. After finishing his practice, Douluo got up and wandered around in his medicine garden. Unfortunately, the old man doesn't even know those herbs with large energy fluctuations. I thought there would be something to join the imperial family of the Heaven Do Empire, but I don't even know this information. I just don't know if there is any information about these magical herbs in Wuhan Hall. Going through the herbs one by one, Douluo was helpless. He knew that these herbs were the best, but unfortunately he didn't know them. He also picked up some researches. One of the herbs with strong energy fluctuations almost killed himself. After that, Douluo didn't dare to easily study the herbs he didn't know. Finally, Douluo came to a plant of herbal medicine. He knows this, but he doesn't know it either. He didn't know the effect of this herb, but he knew the name. Curious Velvet Chrysanthemum. The Martial Soul of the Chrysanthemum Pass. Chapter 52, Ice Fire 2 Ruined. It's been 10 days, and I haven't left yet. I really take this place as my home. As an offering to the Heaven Do Empire, don't you need to check in? In this case, you are going to be expelled from the Heaven Do Empire, do you know? Awakening hidden in the dark, spitting at Douluo. On the first day of surveillance, he saw Douluo coming out of it. Wake up, of course, did not go in the first time, who knows if Douluo is gone. Sure enough, the decision to wake up was correct, and soon Douluo went back inside. Wake up, it is not difficult to tell that Douluo came out to hunt for food. Because there are no living things except for herbs. For the next 10 days, Douluo will go out once a day, and come back soon, not for half an hour. At this little time, although it was enough to wake up, touch it in and come out, but the time was too fast and I encountered Douluo and came back early. Twice, Douluo just came back within 10 minutes after going out. But it is not anxious to wake up, Douluo will always return to the Heaven Do Empire. As expected, he guarded for 2 more days, and finally saw that Douluo hadn't returned for half a day after he went out. And it was already night. If Douluo had come back, he would have come back long ago. Ice and Fire 2 Eyes, I'm coming. After confirming that Douluo would not return, he awakened and murmured, and the figure quickly rushed to the entrance cave of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Magnetic escape armor. Thunder escape armor. After coming outside the poisonous miasma, Yuxin used the magnetic escape to condense a set of armor to wrap herself in it, and at the same time opened the Thunder Dun armor, under the double protection, plus the gas mask that Xing had prepared for a long time. She woke up and wore it unscathed. Past the miasma circle. After entered the poison ring, he awakened and released the metal armor condensed by the magnetic escape. It was too inconvenient to wear and move. Lei Dun armor continued to be awakened. Although the original text seems to be non-toxic, it still maintains the Thunder Dun armor, and awakening can keep track of his own situation. The environment inside is actually not big, and I woke up quickly and finished a round of shopping. Except for a few herbs, awakening does not recognize all the others. Suicine recognizes the more impressive ones that appeared in the anime. Among them, the strange velvet Tongtian chrysanthemum is for sure. Chrysanthemum Douluo often uses his martial arts. And lovesick heartbroken red, which was also recovered. There is also the Kiluo tulip that Ning Rongrong ate. This fairy grass wakes up to remember its name, and its shape is not remembered. But the herb that resembles a tulip is the one, and it almost didn't run away. Is not like a snow-colored swan kiss, but I remember the name after awakening, but he doesn't know what a swan kiss is. Snowy color is white herbal medicine, there are many in it. I don't know which one is the one that wakes up. Of course, there are a lot of people who have been recognized by awakening, but those who have been recognized by awakening through this lifetime study are all common herbs, but they are grown here in years and have better medicinal effects. In the end, it was the two fairy grasses that Tang San ate that made him immune to both ice and fire. Wake Up has long forgotten, but it does not prevent Wake from finding it. Because the characteristics of these two fairy grasses are too obvious. A plant close will make people burn, another plant close will make people freeze. Except for these two immortal grasses, it is fine for the other immortal grasses to be close, and only those who have absorbed the power of the ice and fire bipolar spring water can have this power. Waking Up, standing in the middle of the two fairy grasses, looked at the two fairy grasses hesitantly. Wake Up, I don't know if I should eat them. Although Tang San had already given away to eat them in the original work, he woke up worried that eating immortal grass would also limit the control of spirit power. This is absolutely not allowed to Wake Up. Without fairy grass, he also has the confidence to stay strong. Ate the immortal grass, at the most it would strengthen his physical body and evolve his martial spirit. But awakening does not rely on martial arts. It doesn't matter whether it evolves or not, because even if it evolves into a top martial arts soul, it cannot absorb the spirit ring when awakening. Forget it, don't take the risk, take it back and show it. After weighing it up, I wake up and decided to give up the current absorption and just take them back. The method of extraction, Wake Up also knows. After using the magnetic escape to condense two metal ropes, Wake Up at the same time pull them out and put them together. In this way, the ice and fire on their bodies cancel each other out. It's amazing. Wake Up and grab them together in his hands, smile, and put it away. His storage device can't keep the activity of the fairy grass, but it is not that easy to die as a fairy grass. And if you die, it doesn't mean you lose your value. After picked all the fairy grass that he recognized, Suicine also picked a lot of herbs that he could not recognize and looked very distinctive. He woke up and gave up to continue harvesting until he couldn't put down his storage container. Then, wake up and start another big sweep. Only this time, awakening is not harvesting, but destruction. If you can't take it away, they will all be destroyed, leaving no possibility for Tang San to obtain it. Awakening pulled them all out, and finally piled together to form a mountain of medicine, showing the amount of herbs inside. Wake Up and harvest. UU reading www.uuganshu.com is less than 5%. Super electromagnetic gun. Looking at the mountain of medicine, which can be said to be extremely precious to anyone, he awakened without any hesitation or distress, and directly blasted it up with super electromagnetic artillery. Boom! 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 Controlled the output of the spirit power, and prevented the super electromagnetic cannon from going too far, as long as it was powerful enough to destroy the herbs. Awakening continuously bombed 7 or 8 super electromagnetic cannons before destroying all the herbs. Finally, I glanced at the source of all these fairy grasses, ice and fire. Sorry, your destiny ends today. Wake Up don't know if Tang-san has a chance to come here, but Wake Up knows that as long as the eyes of ice and fire exist here, it doesn't take long for a piece of fairy grass to grow here again. Tang-san's mother, Yin, was resurrected after only a few years. You can imagine how terrifying the blessing of herbs by the eyes of the ice and fire. Super electromagnetic gun. Facing the eyes of the two instruments of ice and fire, he woke up and took out the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device. Without much hesitation, after inputting a large amount of soul power, the super electromagnetic gun was launched. Boom! The awakened super electromagnetic gun fired from top to bottom, as if it penetrated the sky and the earth, and the entire sunset forest was trembling, and it also shocked countless soul beasts. When I regained consciousness and looked at the position of the Binghualianji eyes, the Binghualianji eyes had disappeared, and what was left was a bottomless pit. Get it done! Leave quickly, or else Douluo will come back and see that he didn't kill me. Wake Up and clap his hands, panting a little. The soul power of this super electromagnetic gun just now consumes more than before. Just before waking up and turning around, the mutation happened suddenly. Chapter 53, Ice and Fire. In front of the awakening, above the huge deep pit, 2 rays of light, one blue and one red, intertwined and emerged, finally forming a blue-red Tai Chi picture. What is this? Soul bone. The eyes of the 2 eyes of the ice and fire are formed after the fall of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. I know that it is also because of the dragon power remaining after the death of the Dragon King. Although the fairy grass here grows at an amazing speed, it cannot give birth to a spirit and become a soul beast. Heartbroken is a little special and can't become a soul beast. In the next few parts of Douluo, the remaining dragon power of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King dissipated, and many of the fairy grasses that grew back here became soul beasts. But what is this? The eyes of the ice and fire are also alive? Then if I kill it, I should explode a spirit ring. Looking at the ice and fire Tai Chi picture that appeared in front of him, Su-Xin couldn't help but guess curiously, wondering if the thing in front of him was a soul bone. Follow him, it must be a good thing, put it away. I don't want to wake up, reach out and grab it, and prepare to put it away. But as soon as I started, the little ice and fire Taiji figure swished along the awakened hand into the awakened body, and it was too late when he awakened and reacted. Damn it! Wake Up look suddenly changed, this kind of situation is he did not expect. Su-Xin wanted to take it out of her body, but found that there was no way to start, and the ice-fire Tai Chi too entered the awakened body and directly merged into the awakened heart. Boom! Immediately after waking up, he felt a burst of hot and cold from his heart, spreading throughout his body. Fuck! Su-Xin scolded, only feeling extremely uncomfortable all over, and he seemed to have no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. Wake Up! It is not difficult to find that the blending of this thing is similar to or even stronger than the 2 immortal grasses that Tang-san had eaten. While he can feel uncomfortable, the power of the ice and fire bipolar force is strengthening his body. But, he doesn't want it. What about him? He didn't want to eat the ice and fire fairy grass, but now it's better, it seems that there is a stronger one. What? Wake Up so uncomfortable that I can't help screaming. Thunder and lightning forged body. Awoke, gritted his teeth and meditated, and began to exercise thunder and lightning. Tsitsizi. Numerous thunder and lightning also appeared from Wake Awakening doesn't care whether the Ice Fire Taiji-2's transformation is good or bad, he doesn't want it. Just tried to wake up for a while, and found that he couldn't drive away the power of Ice and Fire Taiji-2. Finally, he can only retreat. Ice and Fire Taiji-2 is transforming and strengthening his physical body. He is also forging his body in thunder and lightning, not for the effect, but to strengthen the control of his own soul power. Then tried to control the energy of the Ice and Fire Tai Chi diagram in his body. In this way, the awakening body is constantly shining with the bipolar energy of ice and fire, and at the same time it is mixed with the power of thunder and lightning. 2 full days have passed before he wakes up and opened his eyes from meditation. Ice, fire, and thunder flashed from the eyes of awakening. Hey! Fortunately, the Ice and Fire Taiji diagram will not limit my soul control after transforming my body. This is not a soul bone, nor a soul ring. It should be formed by the original power of the eyes of the Ice and Fire. Awakening at this time, his eyes flashed with excitement. After Guyan absorbed the Ice and Fire Taiji-2, he gained great benefits. Of course, the most important thing is that there is no limit to the control of the awakened soul power. As for the benefits, soul power has only increased by 1 level, from level 34 to level 35, which can be ignored. Physical level, increased by 2 to level 52. Doesn't seem to be very good, but when I wake up, I know that it's much more than that. First of all, his physical body is already immune to both ice and fire at the same level, so he is not afraid of attacks from ice and fire attributes. Higher ranks than him also have a certain immunity effect. Also, before waking up, I still envied Tang San's Xian Gong, which can continuously transform soul power. Now I don't need to envy it anymore. He also has this ability, and the heart that has been integrated into the Ice and Fire Taiji figure will transform him some soul power at all times. But this is not the strongest. The strongest is the huge vitality originally possessed by the Eye of Ice and Fire. Now his awakened heart is equivalent to a small eye of ice and fire. He can recover as long as he is not fatally injured. Ice and fire eyes are able to give birth to herbs around them because of their powerful vitality. Finally, there is this. The field of ice and fire. I saw Su Xing's right foot stepped forward, and the ice and fire Tai Chi diagram instantly emerged from under Xing's feet, and then gradually spread, until 10 meters away, it stopped spreading. The last huge ice and fire Tai Chi picture is taking shape at the feet of awakening. This is just the visualization of the ice and fire domain. In fact, the specific range is that within 10 meters of awakening oneself, the air and underground are radiated. As long as he is in the awakened area of ice and fire, he will suffer corresponding damage. Those who are shrouded in the ice field will be damaged by freezing, and vice versa. When you wake up, you can rotate the ice and fire Tai Chi diagram at will, allowing the two damage effects to alternate. This trip is so rewarding. Su Weiken clenched his fists, feeling a brand new self, and even more excited. Although the process made him frightened, he was deeply afraid of restricting his soul power control. This is also because Wake Up did not expect that the ice and fire Taiji figure exploded after the eyes of the two instruments of ice and fire was destroyed will actively integrate into his body, and the speed is too fast to stop it. I don't know how long it has been, please leave now. Then regained consciousness before realizing that he had to leave quickly. He doesn't know how long he has been meditating, but he can feel that the time is not short. www.readaloud.com. The benefits have been obtained. Don't be blocked by Douluo, otherwise it would be too wrong. Using the same method, after getting out of the miasma circle, and staying away from the miasma circle, after awakening, the metal armor and thunder dance armor are lifted. Hey! Go away! After walked a few hundred meters, he looked back at the original ice and fire two gazes, and then turned his head and left after regaining consciousness. Boy, I actually saw that it was a poisonous miasma, so I didn't rush in, it's not bad. Only after waking up did he turn around and prepare to escape. but he was greeted by an arrogant voice. S awakened heart suddenly tightened, and he didn't notice the appearance of the opponent, and his strength was far above him. Wouldn't it be Douluo who is back? Suixing looked up, his pupils shrank slightly. It was really Douluo. The kid has seen seniors. Awakening quickly pretended to be a respectful attitude when the weak met the strong. Hey! Douluo stood on the tree trunk with a faint hum, and then asked, "How many levels are you, little guy? How dare you come here alone?" The kid is now level 41. The attitude of Awakening is still the same, there are questions and answers, just nonsense. Anyway, he can't open the spirit ring verification to tell the truth, so let's talk nonsense. Well, yes, he is a genius, but he is still too courageous. Go ahead, don't come here in the future, I hope you can go out alive. Douluo hummed, and after satisfying his curiosity, let him wake up and go. Yes, kid, let's go. Awakened and responded respectfully, and then left, just use running as he walked. Douluo didn't care about it. Isn't it normal to be afraid of him? Chapter 54, Start First. After ran for a while, he couldn't see Douluo when he turned around. But, wake up, and no. Douluo waited to find that his lair had been harmed by him, and he must be furious. An awakening would definitely be the target of his doubts. Even knowing that the strength of Awakening is impossible to destroy the eyes of ice and fire, but Douluo only needs to doubt. After wins the wake, he will naturally be able to find evidence from the wake. Even if he can't find it, the angry Douluo may also be angry and wake up and kill him directly. Douluo, but he has never been a good person. In the original work of, he wanted to kill Tang San many times before he became a friend of the year long. Can't just ignore that he is actually a cruel old thing just because he behaves in a righteous manner. Now, there are two options for waking up. That is to continue running or find a place to hide. Keep running, it is easy to be caught up by Douluo, no matter how fast his speed is, he can't beat a title Douluo. Find a place to hide, it is not safe, it is very likely to be discovered. Awakening will conceal the spirit power aura, but that is just not perceivable in the normal state of title Douluo. When a title Douluo turned on the sensing soul power, Awakening was not sure to escape the perception of a title Douluo. Is discovered, it is very likely. So, no matter if you run immediately or hide, you don't choose to wake up. The first is the strongest. Suixing's eyes flashed with madness and reason, and he decided to act first. The entrance and exit of the treasured land of ice and fire is the entrance of the cave, and Douluo will definitely come out there later. Without hesitation, he awoke and looked back quickly, and stopped when he could see the entrance of the cave. After that, after waking up, he took out the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device, directly input soul power, and waited for Douluo to appear. The distance from Awakening to the entrance of the cave is several hundred meters, but for the speed of the super electromagnetic gun, it is no distance at all. Bang bang bang! Wake up to hear the rapid beating of my heart, very nervous and excited. Sneak attack on a title Douluo. Who destroyed the old man's medicine garden? I am going to kill you. Just after waking up and aiming the muzzle at the hole, Douluo's terrifying roar came from inside. Douluo's roar contained enormous spirit power, and his voice resounded throughout the sunset forest. For a time, it was shocked by countless soul beasts, either running around or hibernating on the ground shivering. Douluo was really blown up. He didn't expect that, after only 2 days away, his nest was destroyed when he returned. Even if countless precious herbs disappeared, the eyes of the two instruments of ice and fire were also destroyed. This is unbearable. That kid just now. Then Douluo quickly remembered that he just woke up. He didn't believe that he could do it with the strength of Awakening, but it was indeed near after Awakening, which was doubtful. Now that Douluo can't find any clues to the culprit, then he will wake up and ask. It doesn't matter if is right, he just wants to vent his anger. Is the best done by that kid, kill the anger and get the herbs back. If it is not, even if the other party is unlucky, he will kill it. Thinking like this, Douluo's figure disappeared quickly, and then appeared at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, Douluo only felt that his whole body was blown up, and there was a dangerous premonition in his heart. Without hesitation, Douluo's figure jumped up instantly. Boom! Is the moment Douluo jumped up, a terrifying light with lightning flashed past his feet. At the same time, Douluo also felt a burst of pain. Looking down, Douluo discovered in disbelief that his right calf was missing. For a while, Douluo was also shocked, and the figure immediately retreated far away. Boom! At the same time, Douluo also quickly summoned his martial spirit, and instantly went into full power. It's this kind of attack, the old man's ice and fire spring water is destroyed by this kind of attack. Who is it? Until this time, Douluo has no time to perceive where the enemy is. What? How can it be? When Douluo saw that the enemy he shot was awakening, he was filled with disbelief. Is really that kid? How can that be? Is it just disabled? Wake up to see that his super electromagnetic gun did not kill Douluo, but only killed Douluo's right leg, frowning involuntarily. But soon after waking up, he aimed his muzzle at Douluo again, and made up for it. It's just that title Douluo deserves to be title Douluo. After a loss, he won't give him a chance to wake up and aim his muzzle at him. Of course Douluo is not that stupid. When you look at the weapon in Awakening's hand, plus the damage caused by the attack, you know that it is a straight line and long-range speeding attack spirit ability, which does not give Awaken a chance to target him. Boy, who are you? Why do you want to ruin the treasure of the old man? The other herbs of the old man are all on you, right? Also, what is the weapon in your hand? Douluo watched Awakening from a distance www.readaloud.com and asked coldly. Douluo didn't approach Awakening rashly, but did not awaken and pointed his muzzle at him. He is now extremely angry and aggrieved. I was actually maimed by a little devil, which is simply a shame for title Douluo. At the same time, Douluo is extremely curious, wanting to know what the weapon in Awakening's hand is, it can send out so fast and so destructive attacks. Awakening did not answer Douluo. After knowing that he could no longer hit Douluo, he sighed helplessly. It's really going to run. Fortunately, he crippled one of his legs, he should be able to run away. After sighing twice in his heart, he awoke and quickly put away the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device, and then directly turned on the Thunder Dun armor and fled at full speed without looking back. Seeing that Suising not only didn't answer his own question, but also turned around and ran away, Douluo was taken aback for a moment, and then extremely angry. Boy, don't even want to run. Immediately after Douluo roared, his figure quickly chased Wake Up. Except for the weapon, Douluo didn't feel how strong his awakened spirit power was, so he was naturally not afraid. Not to mention that Awakening ruined his medicine garden. Being overcast by the little ghost whose strength is far lower than his own, it is impossible for Douluo to let go of Awakening. This hateful little ghost has a spirit power of more than 41, and this speed soul sage may not have it. After chased up, Douluo realized that he was awakening very quickly, and he judged that his awakened spirit power was definitely not level 41. It turned out that he had been awakened and played once before. Damn it! You are dead, kid. The old man must kill you today. Chapter 55, Wuhan Real Body also defeated. Awakening ignored Douluo's roar, just fleeing with all his strength. Under the blessing of the Thunder Dance armor, the speed of Awakening is astonishingly fast, like a bolt of lightning that shuttles through the forest. Douluo quickly discovered that he would wake up a bit faster than normal under normal conditions, and it would take some time for him to catch up. The real body of Wuhan, the real body of Bifrost Snake Emperor. The furious Douluo didn't want to delay for a moment, just wanted to kill and awaken as soon as possible, so he displayed his 7th soul skill, Wuhan Zhen. I saw the figure of Douluo, who instantly turned into a 100-meter-long green phosphorus snake king, and chased up to Wake with a swish. Swish swish. In the state of the biphosphate snake emperor's real body, Douluo's speed was astonishingly fast, and instantly he was 1/10 of the distance from rejuvenation, and then kept getting closer. Wake noticed Douluo's rapid close in front, and looked back. Fuck, cheating, no need to walk. Wake up and curse secretly, then continue running after turning around. Wake up while running, while checking the terrain to see where there is terrain that can be used. Douluo chased him with Wuhan real body. He knew that he would be overtaken sooner or later, so he wanted to fight back. Soon, my awakened eyes just brightened. There is a mountain in front. The important thing is not the mountain, but the corner at the foot of the mountain. After waking up and passing the corner, he immediately changed direction, and his figure disappeared from Douluo's sight. Hey! Douluo just snorted and caught up to the corner within a few seconds. Not good. But just entering the corner, Douluo felt his heart before seeing the awakened figure. The figure did not turn, and rushed out in a straight line. Boom! As expected. A roar resounded. Douluo secretly cursed to wake up sinister, too sinister. Then Douluo's blood spurted out, and Douluo discovered that the back of his Wuhan real body hadn't escaped the awakening super electromagnetic cannon and was hit and defeated. Wuhan's real body state was forced to be lifted, and Douluo suffered some backlashes as a result. Damn, what kind of weapon is that? Douluo cursed secretly in his heart, and he was shocked. The attack of the super electromagnetic gun seemed to him to be really too fast, and he knew that he was injured every time he was injured. Hidden again. Douluo cursed secretly, why not wake up? 2 consecutive super electromagnetic guns are still outputting soul power with all their strength, and the awakened soul power is consumed by 1/3 at once. Old things, if you want to die, keep chasing them. Suicine coldly turned his head and warned Douluo before continuing to run away. Is the warning useful? I don't know if I wake up, try it anyway. If it can scare Douluo so that he dare not chase it, that would be great. Damn kid, I think you have no spirit power. It's a pity that the warning of waking up didn't scare Douluo, but let Douluo who continued to catch up to guess something. Wuhan body has just been defeated, and Douluo can't be used again for a short time, and can only catch up by himself. In this way, Douluo, who had a mutilated right foot, was only a little faster than waking up, and he didn't catch up so quickly. Seeing that he didn't frighten Douluo, he stopped talking and continued to run away. At the same time, Awakening is also sensing the soul power in his body, which is not bad. In this case, as long as he no longer uses super electromagnetic guns, the soul power is strengthened by the ice and fire Tai Chi diagram. The heart continuously replenishes the soul power and can maintain the soul. The force is flat. So, as long as Douluo can't catch up quickly, he won't be afraid of waking up. After chasing like this for half an hour, Douluo began to doubt his life. Why does this kid have so much spirit power? An hour later, still the same. Although Douluo was surprised, he didn't give up chasing and awakening. No matter how much spirit power he had when he was awakened, it was not as good as his. He is a titled Douluo, he just rushes without using spirit abilities, he can persist for 10 days and 10 nights. Even if he has 1 foot now, he needs to continue to condense his soul power, and his soul power will transform into a foot. It is not a big problem to insist on spending 3 days and 3 nights. Douluo was not in a hurry to catch up and awakened, so he did not hurriedly followed and exhausted his awakened spirit power. Otherwise, he is really afraid that he will be hit by another super electromagnetic gun when he wakes up. That kind of power, even titled Douluo, would still die. Feeling that Douluo is following along without any hassle, he wakes up and began to realize that this seems to be no way to go on. When Douluo Wuhan real body can be used again, he will soon be overtaken. We must find a way to fight back. Awakening expression flashed, and he injured Douluo twice in succession, which had already verified the power of the super electromagnetic gun, and it was indeed capable of hurting or even killing titled Douluo. So it's not that he didn't have the opportunity to kill Douluo. As long as Douluo doesn't catch him, he kills him directly, and he has a chance to kill him. Thinking like this, waking up gradually began to slow down. Douluo, who was chasing behind, his expression all brightened. Haha, kid, soul power is almost gone. Although Douluo is smiling, the ridiculous sound also contains an astonishing killing intent. Douluo has never been so embarrassed before, being maimed by someone far less powerful than him. He always leapfrogged others. So this shame, Douluo must be washed away. Boom! Hearing the voice of Douluo, the awakening in front suddenly broke out with a more alarming speed. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com suddenly opened up a lot of distance. Douluo was slightly startled, and after chasing for a while, he found that the speed of waking up quickly slowed down, and then coldly snorted, dying struggling. Now, he is even more sure that the consumption of awakening spirit power is serious. However, I have suffered twice, and Douluo didn't care about it, so he just awakened outwardly and slowly. After another hour, Wake and Douluo were already at the edge of the sunset forest. And Wake Up pretending to finally be unable to walk, and stopped decadently leaning on a boulder. Old stuff, you won. I'm not at a loss if I can kill a titled Douluo. If I want to kill it, I will kill you. Waking up and panting constantly, looked up at Douluo, who was slowly coming 100 meters away, and smiled helplessly and unwillingly. Boy, my herbs are on you. Douluo gradually stepped forward, staring coldly at his awakening. That's right. Suicine directly admitted, waving his hand, and he threw a large piece of herbal medicine on the ground like rubbish. Very good, the herbs are still there, the old man can make your death easier. Looking at the herbs, Douluo snorted coldly. Then stepped forward again, but Douluo could feel that something was wrong with waking up and obeying, so he already had some guesses in his heart. Realizes what is still hidden in awakening. Douluo then deliberately relaxed himself, but in fact he was more vigilant at any time. At the same time that Douluo seemed to relax, his awakened eyes suddenly brightened, and the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device was taken out in an instant. Input soul power and launch. Super electromagnetic gun. Boom. Chapter 56, First Kill Title Douluo. Boom. The earth-shattering super electromagnetic gun was fired again. You died. Hey. Wake Up and whispered, trying to see if Douluo is dead. Boom. Just before regaining consciousness, a strong force struck his abdomen. The whole figure of awakened was nailed into the boulder behind him. Wow! Woke Up with a scream, and the figure slowly sat down paralyzed. Okay, it really wasn't a direct hit. While screamed, Suicine was relieved. Wake Up knowing that he is betting right, and the super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance device in his hand has also been snatched away. Now Douluo should relax his vigilance. Yes, waking up is a gambling, in order to relax Douluo's vigilance. His performance just now was a bit fake, and he deliberately let Douluo see it. Wake Up knowing that Douluo's biggest warning against him comes from the super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance device in his hand, then, throw away the super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance device. He was obviously mentally retarded, so Wake performed the scene just now, letting Douluo take the initiative to the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device. Anyway, it's useless for Douluo to grab it, and he lost the super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance device, and it is not impossible to send the super electromagnetic cannon. The current Douluo should be considered to have relaxed his vigilance against him. But chance, only once. Waking up, he was extremely calm at the moment, but his expression was pale and hopeless. You actually avoided. Woke up with an unwilling look, watching Douluo said unwillingly. Hey! He is indeed a sinister kid, but fortunately the old man defended him. Douluo, who was holding the stolen super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance in front of him, didn't look good. This kid was still thinking about Yin himself, it was nothing. Fortunately, the old man is better. Looking at the super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance device in his hand, Douluo did relax his vigilance. On the body of awakening, even if there is still spirit power, he doesn't perceive much. His fear of awakening is purely derived from the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device. To awaken himself, Douluo didn't take it seriously. Boy, answer a few questions from the old man, and the old man will let you die faster. Douluo looked at awakening, and said coldly. He is indeed very curious, or excited. He suspects that the weapon in the wake of the hand is an artifact. If the super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance device he snatched is really a divine weapon, then he is actually not at a loss today. Hey! Do you think I will tell you? I know I'm dead, but you old thing don't want to ask me anything, I won't tell you anything. Hearing Douluo's words, he woke up to put away the despair and unwillingness on his face, snorted coldly, and struggling to open the thunder-done armor, facing Douluo with both hands, as if resisting to the end. Wake up and know, it's time to perform acting. While turned on the thunder dance armor, awakening was already quietly constructing a super electromagnetic acceleration orbit. The super electromagnetic acceleration orbit is hidden in the thunder armor, and it is not conspicuous. But before waking up, he had to further reduce Douluo's vigilance. Fourth spirit ability Lei Yong. I saw a large number of thunder and lightning gathered in both of Wake's hands, and then gathered into a bowl of thunder and lightning, which slammed into Douluo fiercely. Seeing the awakening attack, Douluo's figure suddenly flashed without hard connection. Boom! The place where Douluo was originally located was suddenly blasted out by a red hole a few meters wide. Douluo, who drew away, breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, secretly saying that he was too careful. Without the stolen weapon in his hand, the kid's strength really wasn't enough. Although he is indeed a genius among his peers, so what? Damn it! Wake up and see that Douluo hasn't attacked, and he looks angry and disappointed. Looked at Douluo again, awakened again with his hands facing him, and the lightning in his hands intertwined again. Old thing, I will give you the herbs, and I will give you Thor's wrath, I know you want it. As long as you let me go, I can tell you how to use it, otherwise, if there is no way to use it, you can't use the power of this artifact. Wake up unwillingly, and said coldly to Douluo. Even now, I haven't shown a gesture of submission. Douluo appreciates awakening, but he is more determined to kill awakening. It really is an artifact. But at this time, Douluo focused more attention on the super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device he snatched from his hand. Unexpectedly, it is really an artifact. Wrath of Thor. What a domineering name, it is worthy of its power. Douluo sighed, but he didn't believe in the words of awakening. After trying it out, he realized that this artifact really needs a way to use it. He didn't know how to use it in his hand. Boy! Douluo looked up to wake up, and asked how to use the artifact. Boom! However, what greeted him was a flash of thunder. Douluo was startled, and was about to run away. Boom! It's a pity that Douluo just had the idea of avoiding, and his consciousness immediately fell into darkness. The old man was dead? That kid still has an artifact on his body? But there is no movement to take the artifact at all. Douluo just carried unexplained resentment. www.readaloud.com. Consciousness was completely silent. Boom! In the eyes of Suicing, his super electromagnetic gun also accurately hit Douluo, destroying Douluo's upper body, and then the lower body fell down, and blood emerged. Finally died, I won. Looking at the tragic situation of Douluo, he no longer had the nausea of the first murder when he woke up. He only felt so happy that I killed a titled Douluo. After a long time, he awoke and stood up staggeringly. At this moment, his soul power is really almost exhausted. But it doesn't matter, he won the bet, and killed Douluo. If he can, he doesn't want to bet or take risks. But there is no way. From the moment he came across Douluo after coming out of the ice and fire Lianji eyes, he was already doomed. Either he died or Douluo died. Douluo's corpse, suddenly a sudden change came. Wake Up was taken aback, and when he looked up, he realized that Douluo's spirit bone had fallen out after his death. Wake Up to know that this soul bone, the skull of Medusa for thousands of years, the soul skills are even more remarkable, Medusa's stare, petrification. Hurriedly stepped forward and put away the soul bone, waking up and remembering that Douluo still had a treasure bag for the soul guide that had not been given to Tang San, and it was still a treasure bag that could store living things. I searched it, and it was found after waking up, and it happened to have not been destroyed by the super electromagnetic gun. After perceiving the contents of his soul power, that Snake 9 section Jade was directly awakened and thrown out to kill him. He was not interested in carrying a snake. Then, Suicine used the treasure bag to collect all the herbs he had just thrown on the ground. Chapter 57, Isn't it a bit too shameless? After leaving the Sunset Forest, he woke up lightly. This trip to the Sunset Forest, although there were many accidents, it was also a great harvest. First of all, he obtained 2 soul bones, and he obtained 2 soul bones within a month. If he said that he would be envious of those titled Douluo. There was also fairy grass, and it ruined the eyes of the ice and fire, and cut off Tang San and the others. Also transformed and strengthened his physical body, although this was not what he wanted, but now he wakes up and just wants to say it is really fragrant. Is really fragrant. Just now, he took a blow from Douluo. Even if Douluo kept his hand, he was hurt. But in less than half an hour, the heart of the ice and fire Taiji diagram was constantly showing a breath of life, and he was healed in just half an hour. Finally achieved the achievement of first killing title Douluo. Although this is not a game, and there are no achievement rewards, it is a confidence building for awakening. He is also able to kill title Douluo. By the way, it's so confidential and can't be drifted away. After leaving the Sunset Forest, Suicine did not rush back to the Tiandu Royal Academy, but found her own shop branch in the nearest town. Then, Suicine set up a laboratory with the help of his own employees, and after buying a lot of slaves, he began to study soul bones. Awakening only took out the soul bone dropped by the bursting fire wolf to study, but Medusa's skull didn't dare to study it casually. If one of the slaves understudy didn't control it well, or didn't want to control it at all, Medusa's stare went crazy, then something went wrong. If you are not careful, you may be petrified. Is too dangerous, so Wake Up did not study Medusa's skull. The skull of the fire wolf burst. After awakening and studying, he knew that it was a right arm spirit bone. And comes with a spirit ability, the blazing wolf head shield. After using this spirit ability, you can summon a wolf head-shaped flame shield, and the defensive ability can hardly take a blow from the Soul King. After the shield is broken, it will explode outwards, both offensive and defensive. If this has no research value and can be preserved, it would be good to give it to Yelingling. Wake Up while studying the soul bone, while thinking of Yelingling. Not to mention, after so many days of absence, I wake up and realize that I still miss Yelingling a lot. Be well behaved and obedient, I am willing to do anything. After studying for a few days, there was no breakthrough in waking up. The spirit bone is definitely the condensed energy, but besides the spirit power, he has never found out what form the spirit abilities are stored on the spirit bone. Suicine knew that this was because he lacked information. If all the information about the soul bone was understood by himself, he did not know how long it would take. If you have ready-made information, it will definitely be a lot easier. There is no such thing in the school, Probably only in the martial soul palace, right? In the case of the sect, there is no record of which sect has studied soul bones, and the soul hall does not know if there is any, because even in the soul hall, not much soul bones are stored, and most of them are used. Forget it, stop studying. Knowing that he couldn't break through the soul bone research in a short time, he awakened and chose to give up. I always feel that studying soul bones is better than creating soul guides. The last time the super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance device was destroyed when the awakening bombarded Douluo. He also repurchased materials and reforged one in the past few days. The super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance device was rebuilt, and after temporarily giving up studying the soul bone, Suwaken originally planned to research those herbs. But at this moment, he woke up and suddenly had an idea. I don't know the medicinal effects of those fairy grasses, but Tang San knows. If nothing happens, Tang San and the others should be able to join the Tiandu Royal Academy this time. The Bakar Dugubaju that Prince Swexing was looking for has been killed by me. So Tang San and the others have a high probability of joining the Tiandu Royal Academy. Then I have a chance to get information about the fairy grass from Tang San. Then how do you do it? Su Xin began to turn his mind, and finally asked his staff to buy some materials he needed. Wake up and prepare to write a book of herbal medicine. The herbal medicines recorded in must include all the fairy grasses he got, and then add some herbal remedies made up for awakening, such as the lightning strange fruit made up before waking up. Text: just use English letters that no one in this world recognizes. Then make it old, and when there is a chance, use it to consult Tang San. I started Xiao Wu, made Tang San green, and then defrauded Xianko's information. Wouldn't it be too good? At this moment, I feel a little shameless when I wake up. But thinking that after all, he and Tang San won't be the same people, and in the end they are likely to be enemies, so there is nothing to be embarrassed about. So I awoke in the next few days, and spent my time completely on writing, hundreds of herbs, plus some waking up. www.readaloud.com. The workload is not small. Then make it old. The last thing that appeared in Su Xing's hands was a primitive book that recorded 168 herbs. Each page above has the shape pattern of a herbal medicine, and the text introduction. Of course, the English alphabet is used here in Awakening. Only if others can't understand it, he can say that he can't understand it either. In fact, if someone understands English, he can know what Wake has written on it. It can be said that there are a lot of fierce materials, Xiao Wu was taken care of by him, and what posture was used during the period, how long it took to wake up, are recorded on it. This is the evil taste of waking up, telling you in person, you are also blind. Others also spit out a lot of sentences that Yu Xiaogang is a waste, and also wrote Tang San's blue silver grass martial spirit, he can't use it, it's useless. If Tang San really reads this book, and he understands the contents of it again, he will probably be off. When he woke up and returned to the Tiandu Royal Academy, it was exactly a month and a half before he left. Wake up, brother! Ye Lingling was the first to see the awakening back, and then she ignored the gazes of other people in the school, and she threw herself into her awakening arms like a forest, holding her awakening tightly. This made the other students who saw this scene feel their heart broken in the dialogue. Damn, Ye Lingling is really with that commoner boy. It's so disgusting, why is he? My goddess Ye Lingling. I was used to seeing the other students not waiting for me. I didn't care about them. After letting go of Ye Lingling, she pulled Ye Lingling's hand with interlocking fingers and left. Lingling, let's go back to the dormitory, I want to kill you too. Chapter 58, Xiao Wu didn't come? Could it be? Regardless of the envy, jealousy, and hatred of the surrounding boys, he wakes up and directly pulls Ye Lingling back to Ye Lingling's dormitory. Was awake and didn't come back for a month and a half. His own dormitory must be cleaned up. It is not suitable for reviewing homework with Ye Lingling. Both of them are diligent and studious students. They were afraid that their homework would be unfamiliar, so they reviewed for a long time. Then she woke up and remembered to ask Ya Lingling, "Lingling, did Tang San join our school?" "Well, I joined last week," and then they played against the second team once and defeated the second team with only 6 people. Then Tang San and the others became the second team of the Wuhan team in our school. The original second team was replaced. Only Oslo made up the 7 players in the second team. Ya Lingling lay on her body, answering the question about her awakening in a soft voice. 6 people? Has anyone not come? Wake up and hear the words in a daze. Well, someone hasn't come, that's Xiao Wu. Ya Lingling replied. Oh, you should go to sleep when you are tired. She woke up and noticed Ya Lingling's fatigue, and said to her gently. Besides, asking other girls information in front of a girl who likes you will make the girl unhappy. Although, I really want to know why Xiao Wu didn't come when I wake up. Hey! Ya Lingling replied. She was really tired, and then fell asleep. And when he woke up, he was thinking about the things that Xiao Wu didn't come. Xiao Wu didn't come, it shouldn't be. Anyway, it couldn't be because Wuyan faced Tang San, and if he was ruined by him, he left on the second day of his innocence. Something must have happened, otherwise Xiao Wu could not have been here. Thinking of what might happen to Xiao Wu, his awakened heart suddenly twitched. Will you really be pregnant? Wake was a little unbelievable to think of this possibility, and only if this kind of thing happened, Xiao Wu would choose to leave. Whether it is to kill the child or give birth, he will choose to leave. If is defeated, I will come back. If I am born, I will really leave. I thought that Xiao Wu might be pregnant, and I didn't know what it was like for a while after waking up. The scum is returned to the scum, but the responsibility that should be taken up will not fail to wake up. Let's first determine why Xiao Wu left, let's talk about it. Even if you are really pregnant, you won't be born so soon. Maybe Xiao Wu decided to get rid of it. After a while, you can make sure that Xiao Wu won't return to Tang San before you can be sure that Xiao Wu wants to be born. Say it later. Everything is just a guess of waking up. I don't know if I don't want to wake up so much. Thinking that I might have offspring, my brain buzzes. And many more. Thinking of waking up, I got up and took out the old medicinal book that I had made. Since Xiao Wu might be pregnant with her own child, even if Tang San couldn't understand it, Su Weiken didn't plan to keep the information recorded with Xiao Wu. After turning over the page with those information, he woke up and tore it off with a stab. The next day, I wake up and return to the team. After waking up and seeing the Dugagoose, there was no change in his expression. Although he killed Dugubo, the two should be regarded as enemies, but it was only when Dugagoose knew that Dugubo was killed by him. But it's impossible for Dugagoose to know. Before returning to Tiandu Royal Academy, Wake actually went back to the Sunset Forest. Regained consciousness and wiped out all the traces left by his own super electromagnetic gun. This is another function of the ice and fire domain discovered by awakening. He can blend the ice and fire domain and soften them together. After the fusion of, the characteristics of freezing and incineration disappeared, and replaced by the spawning domain, or the realm of life. Within the domain, plants can grow thousands of times faster, consuming the energy of the ice-fire Tai Chi figure in the awakening heart. Awakening is through the field of life, catalyzing the plants on the traces left by the super electromagnetic gun, allowing the plants to grow and cover the traces. It's a pity, this life field is only effective for plants, otherwise it can be assisted by awakening. There is also the deep pit of the eyes of the ice and fire, and he is filled with the waterfall flowing down from it, and there is no need to wake up and start. In the end, there is the only treasure bag that may expose the possibility of awakening and killing Dugubo. It has also been awakened with a layer of skin, changing its shape and appearance. The reason for doing this is that I don't want Dugagoose to know about the killing of Dugubo. Is also a companion at any rate, awakening is not so cruel. Of course. If you have done so much to wake up, and eventually let Dogagoose know that it was the Wake that killed her grandfather by some other things that Wake Up did not know, then I would be embarrassed, then Wake Up will definitely destroy the flowers. For the return of awakening, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Qin Ming was also relieved. It took too long to wake up this time, and he was really afraid of something unexpected when waking up. Then, I woke up and returned to campus life. Then the intersection with Tang San and the others was just like the second team back then, not too much. Only when team battle training is conducted, there is an intersection. Wake up without a chance to ask about Xiao Wu. It wasn't until half a month later that So Wake realized that Xiao Wu had really left and had no plans to return. Now, awakening is somewhat certain, Xiao Wu is really pregnant with a high probability, and decided to give birth. As for where Xiao Wu went back, it must be the Stardo Forest. I was entangled when I woke up, I don't know if I should go to the Stardo Great Forest. Because if I go, it's really too dangerous to be honest. Waking up just like that, another few months passed. Then finally after Tang San showed that he had a certain degree of research and accomplishments in medicine, So Xing took the opportunity to take out the herbal book he had made up and down and consulted Tang San. To tell the truth, if it were not the enemy, Tang San would still be pretty good. So Xing asked for advice. Tang San also generously told So Xing the information he knew about the fairy grass. So until this time, So Xing didn't know the effect of those fairy herbs in his treasure bag. One of the fairy grass, Guanyin lotus for sending children, is the best fairy grass for pregnant women. Well, it looks like I really want to go to the Stardo Great Forest. At night, after waking up and finding such a fairy grass, I finally decided to go to the Stardo Great Forest. Chapter 59, Deep into the Stardo Great Forest. At this time, in the central area of the Stardo Great Forest, Xiao Wu was sitting bored by the lake, stirring the water with her bare feet from time to time. Within a few months, Xiao Wu has grown up a bit, especially her belly. Oh! Suddenly, Xiao Wu yelled, her little hand held her stomach and smiled and cursed softly, "Smelly baby, kicking mother again. Sister Xiaowu, are you okay?" After a while, Daming's head emerged from the scene in front of Xiao Wu. "It's okay, the baby is kicking me." Xiao Wu smiled gently. "Okay." Looking at Xiao Wu who smiled so softly, Daming didn't say anything, but there was always worry in his heart. Sister Xiao Wu was pregnant with a human child before she became an adult. She was really worried that the baby inside would not know what it would look like, and she was afraid that Sister Xiao Wu would not be able to accept it. It had talked to Xiao Wu, and suggested that Xiao Wu kill the child, but Xiao Wu resolutely refused. Now, it can only pray that the baby in Xiao Wu's belly will develop in a good direction. "What? Are you asking for leave again?" When Qin Ming heard that he was about to go out again after waking up, he suddenly felt a headache. "Well, Teacher Qin Ming, if I want to create my own soul skills, I have to go out and practice, and the school mimicry training will not work for me." Su Xing nodded and said nonsense with his eyes open. "Do you want to create your own soul skills?" Hearing the words of awakening, Qin Ming's eyes stared. "Your kid is a soul sovereign, so you have so many soul abilities and you have to create it. Let other soul masters live?" "Yes, Teacher Qin Ming, of course the more soul abilities, the better." Su Xing continued. "I know." Qin Ming sighed, and then warned, "But it is a good thing to have more soul skills, but soul power. Forget it, let's go, I approve it." Thinking that the spirit power level of awakening was already 38, Qin Ming really didn't think he had anything to say, so he simply approved the awakening request for leave. Students like waking up are also a headache, there is no way to teach, there is nothing to teach others. As soon as he woke up, Tang San and the others soon knew that Wake had left school again. No one else feels anything, but Yu Xiaogang feels a lot more comfortable. Yu Xiaogang was in school, always hiding and waking up as much as possible, and the two of the province were embarrassed when they met. If it wasn't for Tang San and the others, he didn't want to join the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. There is also Zhu Zuqing, who just snorted when he awoke and left. In fact, Zhu Zuqing has been very cold recently, even colder than before he came to Tiandu Royal Academy. Is all caused by seeing Su Xing and Ye Lingling greasy together from time to time. Zhu Zuqing is also very distressed. She originally thought that after knowing that she had a girlfriend, she would gradually fade out of her heart. But no, not at all. More seriously, she became more and more insensitive to Dai Mubai. No matter how Dai Mubai changed, she didn't want to accept Dai Mubai's ideas again. Compared with waking up, Dai Mubai's performance was really rubbish. Wake Up is completely unaware of Zhu Zuqing's changes, only knows that she is getting colder, and every time I see him, he is cold. With Ye Lingling by her side, she didn't care about her when she woke up. If she wakes up and knows the true situation of Zhu Zuqing, she will definitely be okay. But for the time being, I don't know when I wake up, and his current mind is more on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is still less than level 60, so she is not completely transformed into a human being. She shouldn't have conceived originally. She conceived at this time, it should not be too smooth, my fairy grass Xiaohu just can use it. Deming should know some herbal medicine. The original work can mention which herbal medicine Tang San finds to resurrect Xiao Wu, so I took this fairy grass. Even if Xiao Wu hates me again, he shouldn't kill me. That's right. Besides, I'm still the father of the child. Wake Up as he set off for the Star Do Great Forest, and at the same time made sure that his trip would not be life-threatening. Well, there will be no life-threatening in Daming Erming. Also confirmed this, only after waking up did he dare to take a trip to the Star Do Great Forest, otherwise he would really not dare to take this trip after waking up. The Star Do Forest was far away, and it took a week after waking up to come to the outskirts of the Star Do Forest. Although I have killed Tidal Douluo, I still didn't dare to be too arrogant when I woke up and entered the Star Do Great Forest, but carefully continued to deepen. If you can't fight the soul beast, you can avoid it when you wake up. Killing the soul beast will not do him any good, unless the soul bone is exploded, but the probability is too low. Even if he killed the soul beast every time he leapfrogged and doubled the explosion rate of the soul bone, it was still too low. However, just like waking up in the Sunset Forest, even if he desperately avoided the soul beast, there are still powerful soul beasts who are staring at awakening and are chasing after him. Fortunately, this time with the 10,000-year soul beast, it is no longer so difficult to deal with it after waking up. The Field of Ice and Fire. I saw the awakening Ice and Fire domain open, and the Ice and Fire Tai Chi diagram instantly unfolded, and the figure of the awakened 10,000-year soul beast was frozen first, then the fire domain was baked, the ice domain was frozen again, and then baked. Roar! The ground-cracking bug that was originally cold and awakened suddenly became stunned. Although the injury was not serious, the body was cold and hot, and it was so uncomfortable that it went crazy. Not only that, but the actions are affected. Super electromagnetic gun. When the earth-splitting got used to it, it was greeted by the bombardment of coins that awakened his fingertips. The thunder light that exploded across the world flashed by, and the corpse of the earth fell to the ground with a bang, and half of his body was blown up. After that, the black 10,000 years spirit ring emerged from the body of the earth-cracking bug, exuding a black halo. Why bother? I don't need a spirit ring. Seeing another spirit ring was wasted, he awoke and slapped his lips, turned and left. As long as the soul bone is not exploded, killing the soul beast is really thankless to him. Keep going all the way, the soul beasts that can avoid it, they will avoid it when they wake up. Is really unavoidable, he can only play as a killer. Inside, wake up and encounter other hunting spirit beast teams. Those teams, when they saw a little ghost awakening, dared to enter the Star Do Great Forest alone, they were all surprised. Kindly remind Su Wake to leave as soon as possible, it is too dangerous here, or just follow them. But more, they still stare coldly, some are even more cynic, betting on how long they can live inside. Until I wake up and meet a group of people in front of me. 3 men and 1 woman, surrounded the awakening. Boy, I dare to go deep here alone, it seems like a genius. The most annoying thing in my life is genius. My favorite thing to do is to kill a genius like you. The middle-aged man with a hooked nose in front of Wake, looked at Wake with a cruel smile. Chapter 60, Give me back my Xiao Wu. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man with Ying hooked nose, he almost awakened and thought that the other party was the teacher of the Hui Academy, the teacher who had the remnant dream martial arts spirit and wanted to kill Tang San and was killed. I took a closer look and realized that it was not. So, have you killed many geniuses? Wake up calmly on his face, and asked faintly. Yes, that's right. At this time, I can still be so calm, it seems very difficult. The middle-aged man smiled and licked the corner of his mouth evilly. Come on, release your martial soul, let me see what your martial soul is. Killing me will do you no good, right? Well, how much money do you want? I will give you. Wake up without a spirit ring, release the martial soul too lazy to explain, just ignore it. Can only respond calmly, these people have not released their spirits, and they don't know how strong they are when they wake up. But it's not bad to be afraid of waking up. As long as he doesn't exceed the soul sage, he is confident that he can run away and even kill them. Although he has killed title Douluo for the first time, he will not really think that he is that strong when he wakes up. Douluo was completely overcast by him, and he was hit by 2 super electromagnetic guns. First, he was disabled and then the Wuhan body was defeated. After Douluo caught up with him, his strength was less than half of his usual. Haha, boy, are you afraid too? Do you know what my martial soul is? The middle-aged man laughed when he heard the words, and asked back. Soul Eater, Lao Tzu's martial soul is a soul eater. You can improve yourself by killing the soul master and devouring the opponent's martial soul. The higher the grade, the better the effect. So boy, you met me today, don't you want to leave alive? Be obedient to death, and then contribute your martial soul to my powerful nourishment. Wuhan Soul Eater. The man didn't expect Wake to guess, he directly said his martial soul, and finally released it. A worm phantom full of evil aura appeared behind him, and then 6 spirit rings of white, yellow, purple, black, and black bloomed. The middle-aged man is the sole emperor of 6 spirit rings. Boom! 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 As the middle-aged man released his martial soul, the other 3 people also released one after another, all of them were soul kings with 5 soul rings. Who? I thought how strong you are, it turned out to be just a bunch of rubbish. There is no soul saint, so you dare to kill me. Wake up and breathe a sigh of relief, and then sneered. The field of ice and fire. Then the realm of ice and fire was opened instantly after waking up. Super electromagnetic gun. As soon as the ice and fire domain opened, let them go in the negative state of either burns or freezing, then regained their right hand at the middle-aged man and fired directly. Su Waken did not take out the super electromagnetic cannon soul guidance device. If it was a sneak attack, the effect of direct casting would be better, and the enemy would not necessarily avoid it. The super electromagnetic gun soul guidance device is different. Just looking at the 3-meter-long body, you know that it is not easy, and anyone who is not stupid will choose to avoid it. What is this? Sure enough, when everyone was still amazed at the awakened ice and fire realm, the Soul Emperor of the Soul Eater martial soul saw the attack from the right hand of the awakening, and did not take it to heart, did not avoid it for the first time, but wanted to wait. After seeing the spirit abilities issued by the Wake, then decide whether to avoid or hardwire. Boom! Then there is no more, a dignified Soul Emperor, instantly awakened to death. Boss! Boss! This is impossible! The other 3 people were shocked when they saw that their boss Soul Emperor was awakened and killed. Can kill a Soul Emperor instantly, even the Soul Sage can't do it, right? So they provoke a contra? Escape. Then the 3 pointers were tacitly agreeable, or each didn't want to die, and instantly spread out and ran in 3 directions. Can you run away? Everyone who sees me using a super electromagnetic gun will die. Thunder escape armor. Su Xing gave a cold snort, and immediately chased one of the Soul Kings. 5th Spirit Ability, Ghost Vine Cage. The Soul King noticed the pursuit of awakening, and immediately returned to a soul ability to display it. Plant Family Wuhan Ghost Vine. Su Xing smiled contemptuously when he saw it, and ignored it at all, and there was no flash. Under the blessing of the Ice and Fire Realm, those ghost vines have not been entangled to wake up, either burned or frozen. Do not. The Soul King who performed his soul skills saw this scene, his eyes were full of disbelief and despair. Boom! Only when you wake up, you don't care if the other party is desperate or not. If you dare to kill him, you have to be fully aware of being killed. After killed the opponent, he awakened and then chased up the other 2 Soul Kings, killing them one after another. The Soul Emperor just now relied on hunting and killing the Soul Master to strengthen himself. In Douluo 2, he is the so-called Evil Soul Master. Wake continued to deep into the Stardew Great Forest, while thinking about the Soul Emperor just now. Evil Soul Master is the name that appeared in Douluo 2, that is, later generations. Although there are Evil Soul Masters at this time, there is no such name as Evil Soul Master. In the current Douluo continent, many people are Evil Spirit Masters, including Tang San. Tang San's 8 spider lances can absorb the spirit power of the Spirit Beast or Spirit Master, which is the proper performance of the Evil Spirit Master. Bon Douluo and Bibi Dong are even more Evil Spirit Masters, born as Evil Spirit Masters of Evil Spirits. The definition of Evil Spirit Masters by later generations is too stupid, and a naturally evil spirit does not mean that the opponent will definitely become an Evil Spirit Master. But these are not important. The important thing is whether I can absorb soul power by any means, so as not to let the absorbed soul power limit my soul power control. Although my spirit power is increasing very fast, it has gradually slowed down. At the back, the soul power required for the upgrade is even more massive. Tang San only upgraded a few levels after absorbing De Ming Er Ming. When I get to the back, no matter how fast I can cultivate my spirit power, it can't be as fast as other spirit masters can absorb tens of thousands of years of spirit rings. The most common source of soul power is the soul ring after the death of the soul beast. You have to study whether it can be captured and stored, and then find a way to absorb it. The method of the Soul Master will definitely not work, try scientific methods. This is a question that Wake has been thinking about recently. It's not obvious now, but after level 40, he wakes up thinking that his spirit power level increase will slow down. Thinking about feasible ways all the way, 2 days after waking up, finally came to the central area of the Stardew Great Forest. But the central area is also very large, and I don't know where Xiaowu is when I wake up. When he wakes up, he jumps to the top of a big tree. De Ming, Er Ming, you guys come out to Lao Tzu and give me back my Xiaowu.